Introduction. This book is for you if you want to reach your superhuman potential. You want to live life like a rock star. You want to feel like a warrior. You want to design an extraordinary life from the inside out. You want to heal and repair your relationships. You want to heal and repair yourself. You want to achieve your greatest goals and dreams. You want a deeper spiritual connection and a greater spiritual truth. You want to know the secrets of the universe. You want to discover a path to God, Creator, or conscious universe without dogma. You want to work a job or career that lights you up and has you jumping out of bed in the morning. You want to feel like you're making a difference in the world. You want to contribute to something greater than yourself. You want a better world for yourself and your family. You want to better understand how you create your experience of reality. You want to become all you're meant to become. You want to activate and amplify your magical gifts and abilities. You want to become a miracle worker. A dedication to my family. I'm very grateful that I chose the family I did. They taught me how to love, to stand up for myself, and to take action on what I want. They taught me to forgive myself and others, and they showed me how to love unconditionally. I used to think that I come from a poor, violent, lower-class family, but that's not actually true. We did use social assistance, food banks, and soup kitchens to get by, and we did fight more violently than any other families that I knew. But the truth is, I wouldn't have it any other way. My family taught me to bargain and leverage my relationships to have my needs met. They challenged me to fight for what I believe in and to not let myself get pushed around by others. They encouraged me to believe in myself and to not worry about what others think of me. I come from a family of rock stars, and I'm grateful to have them. I love you, Mom, Dad, and Joey. Thank you for being all that you are. Chapter 0. Truth. I'll be honest, I'm feeling nervous about putting this book out there in the world. I'm feeling very vulnerable about the content in the book, and I'm also feeling vulnerable about my ability to communicate what I'm trying to communicate clearly. I'm afraid that I might sound dumb, that I might be judged or criticized for my views, or that people might even think I'm crazy. But I'm challenging myself to act as if I'm already enough by putting it out there just the way it is. This book is not completely or perfectly scripted. What I have in front of me are about 30 pieces of loose leaf with my handwriting on them in pencil. I have no editing for this. There will be no editing for this book, as you can see. There will be no fixing or perfecting mistakes. I'm going to put it out there just as it is. My intention is to express my authenticity, honesty, and transparency through this book. I have some cue cards in front of me, and I practiced some state-changing rituals before starting this book. I took some nootropic supplements. I practiced deep breathing, meditation, yoga, and some exercise this morning before beginning. I'm going to be sharing some very vulnerable truths in this book, and one truth in particular I'm incredibly passionate about. And that truth is that I don't believe that you are who you think you are. I believe that you are so much more. Now, I don't believe that you should blindly trust me or believe anything I say. I encourage you to question everything. I share this information not to convince you of anything, but only to inspire you to find a truth that works for you. I believe that truth needs no convincing. I believe that truth is something that we can feel inside, and that it's important for us to create our own truth. I'm going to be sharing some personal stories in this book that may trigger some very intense emotions. I'm going to be sharing some controversial ideas and implications about how I see myself, how I see other human beings, and how I see the universe. I am not a doctor, physician, psychologist, or a priest. You shouldn't take any of this advice as medical advice, psychological advice, or spiritual advice. I don't have any degrees in medicine, science, or theology. I'm a teacher, I'm a speaker, a musician, a mixed martial artist, a coach, an initiated shaman and ceremonial magician rather. I initiate truth seekers into the mysterious world of esoteric wisdom, magic, and mysticism. I transfer ancient, ageless ideas and philosophies through story, ritual, and art. I don't consider myself religious, even though I founded a religion, and I don't follow any strict religious dogma. I'm not a member of a secret society. I'm committed to truth, transparency, free will, and love for everyone. I designed this book as an initiation ritual with the intention of sharing or transferring a hidden path to peace, purpose, passion, playfulness, and paradise. The concepts in this book have helped me repair and damage broken relationships, overcome homelessness, crime, addiction, depression, anxiety, loneliness, and codependent behavior patterns. It's helped me heal the sick and cure so-called incurable diseases. It's helped me build businesses with virtually no money or credit. It's helped me achieve seemingly impossible goals and manifest big dreams. Throughout the book, there are shamanic healing rituals and esoteric symbols hidden all over the place. They're designed to stimulate insights and initiate deep healing. They may trigger emotional releases like laughter, crying, tears, screaming, and other forms of emotional purging. This is intentional. I believe that we have to feel our emotions to heal them. This book may challenge everything you think you know about yourself and the universe. I won't intentionally give advice or make suggestions because I believe that you're the expert on your life. Rather, I'm going to share stories and ask powerful questions with the intention of stimulating insights so that you can find your own truth inside. I will be using words like manifest, magic, miracles, shamanism, God, creator, and conscious universe. And I encourage you to suspend any preconceived ideas about what these words mean. There's a good chance that the way I'm using them is not how you see these words or what they mean to you. Your perception of this book may vary from others, and it may change each time you listen. This book is meant to be a reference book and a study aid for the truth seeker who is on a quest for enlightenment, freedom, and liberation. If you are religious, atheist, agnostic, spiritual, Republican, Democrat, male, female, young, or old, you may get offended by this book. It's designed to challenge your deeply held beliefs. I'd like to offer a note about initiation. Initiation is an oral tradition passed down from teacher to student for thousands of years. It's believed to initiate an electrical transference of wisdom from initiator to initiate. In ceremonial magic and shamanism, it symbolizes the death and resurrection or rebirth of an individual. Now, this book is not a substitute for an actual initiation ceremony, but it's certainly a great start. Initiation is a non-dogmatic, non-religious ritual found in almost all religions. It's also known as baptism, the anointing ceremony. It's sometimes referred to as an oath of allegiance, being sworn in, and even fraternities and universities have initiation rituals in their fraternity week. It symbolizes a graduation into a higher consciousness. You'll never be the same after completing this book. If you struggle from serious mental challenges like schizophrenia, depression, or suicidal thoughts, this book might not be a good fit for you. However, if you consider yourself mentally healthy and you lean into this experience, it may lead to a life beyond your wildest imagination. If you resist it, you'll experience nothing at best and discomfort at worst. I was guided by a higher power to create this book. And call it flow, call it being in the zone, call it consciousness, God, creator, conscious universe, Atman, intuition, higher self. I call it the authentic self. And this book is intended to inspire you to discover and find your authentic self so you can create a life of peace, unity, and oneness. Now, I'll admit my communication style is growing at best. I'm nervous writing this book, and I know that I'm going to say things that might not make sense. This book may be an editor's nightmare. If you're somebody who's particularly passionate, or if you're a stickler for proper communication, grammar, and punctuation, even though there's no punctuation in this book might trigger you. But again, I encourage you to lean into that. I'm still learning to become a master in communication, so please have compassion for me. I am doing the best with what I have. I hope this book inspires you to become your authentic self so you can inspire others to do the same. Now, because there's magic in this book, I have to be fully transparent and respect your free will. I have to ask you permission to continue. So, do I have your permission to perform magic for you? If so, move on to chapter 1. Chapter 1, Intention. Before we begin, I'd like to invite you to get connected to your breath. Close your eyes if possible and just breathe. If you'd like, I'd invite you to breathe into your belly, breathe into your chest, and then release that breath. So again, breathe into your belly, filling up, breathe into your chest, and then release. And for the next few moments, I invite you to continue practicing that technique. And I would love if you would join me in setting intentions for what we would like to experience in our lives as a result of this book. If this book could help you discover, become, and live as your authentic self, how differently would you show up in the world? How different would your life be as your authentic self? What would be different about your relationships? How would you spend the majority of your time? What adventures would you go on? What dreams and fantasies would you manifest into your life? I invite you to pause the recording, take a moment, and create a mental snapshot for what kind of life you would have if you were living as your authentic self. And set the intention for this book to bring you that life. Pause the recording now. Now, if you could simplify that mental snapshot into a word or two, what would they be? How would you identify your authentic life? The words I chose are rock star. Now, for me, these words mean total freedom, authentic expression, and a life of playfulness. Now, when I think of rock star, I think of it as a play on words. Rock meaning the earth, the feminine, the mother, and star meaning the heavens, the masculine, and the father. In shamanism and magic, there are two dividing energies in the universe. There's the masculine and the feminine. Now, when I think of rock star, I think of a being who is perfectly balanced. They are of the earth and the heavens. They are of the mother and the father. They are a balance of masculine and feminine energy. A mentor and friend, Angel Herrera Jr., said, "There is a star in us all and we have to shine." That's the secret to happiness. Now, I believe there is a superhuman rock star warrior inside each and every one of us. My intention for this book is to inspire you to connect to your superhuman rock star warrior. I intend to ignite a flame inside of you that burns away your fears and limitations. I intend to shake the foundation of what you think is real about yourself and the world around you. I intend to install a self-healing software program into your subconscious mind so you can reach whatever level of consciousness you imagine to be possible. I intend to help you give yourself permission to shine as brightly as you can so that you can inspire others to shine brightly as well. I intend to challenge you to rise higher, dream bigger, and take massive action on your goals and dreams. I intend to share the wisdom and understanding I've been blessed to receive so you can free yourself from unnecessary pain and suffering. I intend to challenge your faith in yourself and your beliefs so you can develop a stronger connection to your intuition and inner wisdom. I intend to expand your capacity for self-love, self-forgiveness, and self-acceptance so you can reach deeper, more expansive levels of peace and happiness. I intend to wake you up to a level of consciousness that could help you heal the sick, feed the poor, and perform real miracles. I intend to awaken greater levels of compassion, empathy, and tolerance in you and myself in the process. I intend to reach the next stage of my own path and to enjoy the freedom that comes with the liberation from fear and suffering. I intend to inspire a global awakening with this book and to encourage a movement of peace, unity, and oneness. I intend to integrate with and become my most authentic self so I can create a universe that's authentic to me. Chapter 2, Vision. On February 2nd, 2020, I experienced a miracle. I was in a very powerful shamanic high magic ceremony with a fellow shaman, magician, and healer. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar, high magic, from my understanding, is an ancient psychological system that shifts our brainwave state using ancient rituals, words, symbols, and chants. When we change our brainwave states, we can change the reality around us and the reality inside of us. I learned about brainwave states more deeply in Joe Dispenza's book, Becoming Supernatural. Now, in this ceremony, we use rituals, chants, and prayers to raise or shift our frequency. During this ceremony, my friend and I became our higher selves. We became one being, manifested as two individual human beings. We felt playful, present, and purposeful. We felt whole and complete. We had complete faith that we were supported by God, Creator, or conscious universe. To put it another way, we were in heaven. Now, I'm not talking about heaven as in a place we go to after we die. I'm talking about heaven as in a state of mind, a frequency, a dimension, a state of self-awareness that we can access here and now in this reality. We saw each other and everyone else in the world as one unified being, pretending to be individual beings. We recognized ourselves and each other as superhuman. We knew we were creating or influencing our experience of reality, and we knew that life wasn't exactly as it seems. We recognized the holographic, simulated nature of reality. Now, we raised our consciousness to be able to perceive life in a different way, and we stayed that way for more than 48 hours. Everything in our life was easy, playful, and fun. Life was simple. Life was in this present moment. We weren't thinking about the future or the past. We were grounded in the now. I believe that this is our potential as a human race, and we have the technology to reach these states of consciousness. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, said there's a 1 in a billion chances we're not living in a simulation. His exact words were, there's a 1 in a billion chances we're living in a base reality. Or in other words, that this reality is the only reality that exists or the only reality that we're experiencing. Quantum science tells us that reality is not what we think it is. It's not the physical, solid world that it seems to be. Now, I believe we have the power to transform ourselves and the world around us by understanding these deeper concepts and by applying them in our lives. Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile, and until then, nobody believed it was possible. Joe Dispenza, the man I mentioned earlier, broke his back and was able to heal it with his mind. Now, these two men are just one of endless people in our world who have experienced true miracles and performed feats that were once considered impossible. After Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile, many people have done it since then. Joe Dispenza has helped countless people heal themselves using their mind. I believe that we can reach happiness and peace and so much more by transforming our consciousness. I believe that vision and intention paired with bold, and massive action can lead to true miracles. And I believe that if enough of us wake up to our potential, we can inspire the whole world to do the same. Once we reach a tipping point, then everyone changes. There was a controversial Japanese study called the 100th monkey effect that displays this concept. It concluded that behavior or an idea can spread rapidly, even exponentially, by unexplained means from one group of beings, or one group of animals in this case, to all other related groups once a critical number of members adapts a certain behavior or takes on a certain idea. Now, the example here is a monkey on an island was apparently cleaning a sweet potato, and other theories say it was a melon. And when other monkeys saw the monkey cleaning the sweet potato, they started doing the same thing. Now, that doesn't seem that interesting, except that monkeys on other islands that had no connection to the monkeys on the island that were cleaning the sweet potato did the same thing. The consciousness of the monkeys changed, even though the monkeys weren't connected to one another. I don't believe it's necessary to convert or convince anyone of anything. I think that if we transform ourselves, we can inspire others to do the same by our own example, and we don't need to reach everyone in order for that to be possible. I believe that if enough of us discover and become our most authentic selves, we would cause an exponential rise in consciousness on a global level. Now, from a higher level of consciousness, dreams like world peace, global prosperity, and living in paradise are completely possible. Einstein said we can't solve problems using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. Now, if you look at our ancient past, we've built massive pyramids, thousands of them all over the world. We've built ancient temples and monuments that are unexplained in our history now. We are superhuman. We've just forgotten it. And I'll explain why I believe this. When we work together, we connect to group flow, a shared brainwave state that the Navy SEALs have mastered for high-level missions, according to Stephen Kotler in his book, Stealing Fire. Napoleon Hill, author of Think and Grow Rich, said, quote, "No two minds ever come together without a third invisible force which can be likened to a third mind. When a group of individual minds are coordinated and function in harmony, the increased energy created through that alliance becomes available to every individual in the group," end quote. In other words, when two or more people come together, the results are exponential. 1 + 1 = 3. Individually, we can perform miracles. Together, we can perform extraordinary miracles. Now, all great achievements start with a strong vision. My vision is a world of peace, prosperity, playfulness, purpose, and passion. I believe we will again live as one unified race and one unified family. I have experienced this world, and I know it's possible. My vision is to inspire 1 million people to discover and become their most authentic selves in the next 5 years, and this book is one of the ways I plan to achieve that. I believe it's possible if we work together. Will you hold this vision with me so we can become our superhuman selves and create an extraordinary world? Chapter 3, Story. Part 1, Awakening. Being knocked out was a really interesting experience for me because I lost a part of my life that I never got back. In April of 2012, I was fighting as the main event in a mixed martial arts competition in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. I was fighting an experienced mixed martial arts competitor who was a former Muay Thai champion at the Halifax Forum. It was my 18th fight and a dream come true. 6 years earlier, in 2006, I was homeless and jobless, sleeping on a friend's couch with no money and no way to get money. My girlfriend at the time broke up with me because my jealous, controlling behavior got too much for her. And the next thing I knew, I was also fired from my job. I slipped into a depression and was feeling absolutely terrible about myself when the friend who let me sleep on his couch suggested I watch the movie The Secret. The Secret is a movie by Rhonda Byrne, and she has a book of the same name, that suggests that we can use our thoughts and our feelings to manifest or attract things that we want in our lives. At the time, I'd never heard of anything like this before, but while watching the movie, something felt right. Within just a few months of that experience, my girlfriend at the time and I got back together, and suddenly there was a mixed martial arts competition in Nova Scotia for the first time. Until that point, mixed martial arts were illegal in Nova Scotia, and some promoters were able to work with the local boxing authority and legalize the sport. They were hosting their first event at the Halifax Forum in April of 2006, and my girlfriend and I at the time waited 2 hours in the rain to get into the event. And then once we got in, we had to sit in the nosebleed section in order to see the event, but I was okay with that. I had been watching the Ultimate Fighting Championships for 9 years at that point, all the way back since I was a teenager, and it was always a dream of mine to go and see one of these events. The fighters, I think there were 10 different fights on the card, were fighting in a cage, in a metal cage with chain link fence, and all they used for equipment were small 4-ounce mixed martial arts gloves, a mouth guard, and a cup. Now the rules basically were no pulling hair, no biting, no eye gouging, no shots to the groin, but otherwise, and no kicks to the head while the person was on the ground, but otherwise pretty much everything else was legal. While watching this event, I was thinking to myself, I'm going to do that someday. After the fight card, I printed off one of the fighters who were on the card, named Roger, who happened to win his fight. I took his picture, I put it on a bulletin board that I was using for a vision board. I cut out a picture of my own face, and I put it over top of his face. Now, at the time, I was 245 or 250 pounds. I was overweight. I wasn't in the shape to be fighting a mixed martial arts fight, but I had a dream. Now, since that time, in 2006 until 2014, I fought 21 professional mixed martial arts fights. Some of them were on pay-per-view television. Some of them were for world championships. I was sponsored by many different companies who paid most of my bills. I got to travel all over the country for free, and it all started with a picture on a vision board. So here I am in April of 2012, 6 years later, and I'm about to fight as the main event in the same venue that I was sitting in 6 years before. Now, the interesting thing is I wasn't supposed to be the main event fight. Roger, the fighter I told you about earlier, he was supposed to be the main event. Something was wrong with his medical forms, and he wasn't able to fight, and I was supposed to be the co-main event before Roger's fight. Because Roger wasn't able to fight, I was bumped up as the main event. So here I am, fighting as the main event in the same venue that I dreamed that I would one day fight in. Now, Roger, who was my teammate at the time, helped train me for this fight. And with Roger not being able to fight, I suddenly got to step in and step up to this huge opportunity. During the first round of the fight, I felt like I was just in my absolute flow. I was picking the other fighter apart. I had no serious damage. I was catching him with hard shots. And then with just 3 seconds left in the round, he caught me with an overhand right and knocked me out cold. I was out for 2 minutes straight. Then I got up and did an interview with the post-fight announcer. I walked out of the cage and did an interview with the local newspaper. I was put in a stretcher and wheeled out into an ambulance, and to this day, I don't remember any of that. I must have been in shock because I thought that Roger was still fighting, and I kept asking my girlfriend at the time, "Where's Roger? When is Roger's fight?" And she kept saying, "Ricky, Roger's not fighting tonight. You fought. You were the main event." And I was so confused. We got to the hospital, and I convinced the doctors that I was fine, and they released me within 30 minutes. I went out afterwards to the after party and drank all night and used heavy drugs. From that moment forward, I felt like my biggest dreams were shattered. I felt like my big dream to perform in front of all my friends and family, in front of thousands of fans, in the venue I always dreamed that I would be in, were broken now. I slipped into a depression. I started using drugs and alcohol even more. I started feeling incredibly insecure and jealous in my relationship, and eventually my girlfriend got fed up and broke up with me. Now, this behavior of being jealous and insecure and controlling and manipulative, these were behavior patterns that also happened in that breakup 6 years before with my other girlfriend and 2 other girls I was with besides this one. I slipped into a deeper depression, started getting incredibly sad and lonely. I was heartbroken, and I even had suicidal thoughts. I had knots in my stomach every day, and my head was swirling. This behavior of being jealous and controlling and insecure was destroying my life. It destroyed every relationship I'd been in up to this point. The same friend who let me sleep on his couch and suggested I watch the movie The Secret suggested that I watch it again. Now, it worked before, but something was missing. I knew that 500 million people watched this movie, yet so many people were still struggling. Why couldn't we use these concepts to attract the lives that we wanted? Why couldn't we get what we wanted and keep it? I was curious to go deeper, so I started studying the people who were in the movie. People like Bob Proctor, Dr. John DeMartini, Mike Dooley, and others. I started looking into the different practices they used to be able to attract and create the life that they wanted. One of the practices they mentioned in the movie was Reiki. I had a friend who was a Reiki practitioner, and so I reached out to him and asked him to put me through a Reiki session. After this Reiki session, I experienced something truly miraculous. That evening, I sweat so much that I sweat through my bed covers all the way down into my mattress. I had to actually take my covers off and wash them and leave my mattress open for a couple of days to dry. Some of the other practices that some of the people in the movie practiced were hypnotherapy and psychology. I reached out to a local psychologist and asked her to put me through a hypnotherapy session. She put me through a session that helped me connect to my inner child and asked me about my childhood and any of the profound experiences I might have had or any intense experiences I might have had that may be leading to suffering in my current life. Another practice in the movie was meditation. Meditation, according to these people in the movie The Secret and the book, could lead to powerful insights and allow us to manifest or attract what we want in our lives. I tried to learn meditation through different methods, through books, through articles, through videos, but I just couldn't seem to stop myself from thinking. I heard about the practice transcendental meditation through Russell Brand, the movie star, and looked around for transcendental meditation instructors in my area and found out that there was an office just downtown in Halifax. I reached out to the Transcendental Meditation Organization and found out that the program was $1,500. I didn't have $1,500 at the time, but they were willing to take a 12-month payment plan, even though the program was only 4 days long. I agreed and started my training, and within 4 days, I learned a very powerful meditation technique that allowed me to meditate even though I couldn't stop myself from thinking. I started meditating twice a day, and even though I was still suffering, life started to get a little bit better. Now, there was one day I was feeling particularly triggered and was really suffering greatly. And the same friend that suggested the movie The Secret and let me sleep on his couch was a huge advocate for using medical marijuana to help us relieve depression, stress, and anxiety. He suggested I use some cannabis and relax. Now, at the time, cannabis was illegal, but I was selling cannabis on the side outside of my job as a fighter and a bouncer in different clubs. So I had some cannabis, but I didn't use it personally. But I decided in this case I had nothing to lose, so I smoked some cannabis, I laid down, and I started meditating. During my meditation, I had a profound vision of being in foster care as a child. I suddenly remembered that when I was just 9 years old, I was taken to foster care out of my mother's custody. During the time, she let my brother stay home, but I was taken into the care. She also started dating somebody new at the time. I suddenly recognized that my relationship to my mother was a reflection of my relationship to women. I was afraid that my girlfriends were going to break up with me and leave me for another man because my mother let me go to foster care and let my brother stay home and also started dating someone at the same time. So in my mind, the first woman I ever loved left me for another man. I started diving into even deeper concepts that some of the people in the movie The Secret talked about, like quantum mechanics or quantum science theories like the holographic universe, the double slit experiment, the Copenhagen interpretation, and quantum entanglement. These experiments suggest that life is not physical like we think it is, that it's more like a hologram. That reality is both physical and energetic at the same time. or as mentioned in the Copenhagen interpretation, a wave and a particle at the same time. The quantum entanglement theory tells us that everything is connected. Everything is connected energetically. The holographic universe theory helps us understand that even though physical life appears physical and even feels physical, it's not actually physical. Electromagnetism creates the experience of physical reality, but actually life is just energetic. Reality is not as we think it is. There was another theory I stumbled across called the subjective reality theory by Steve Pavlina. Now, in an objective reality, you and I are both experiencing the same universe, but in a subjective reality model, you and I are experiencing individual universes. In a subjective reality model, I am both the dreamer experiencing the dream and the creator of the dream. So to imagine subjective reality, you can imagine yourself dreaming right now. If you were dreaming right now and suddenly you woke up, you would realize that Ricky wasn't really in your dream. I was just a reflection of your consciousness. You were both the dreamer or the character experiencing the dream, and you created the dream world as well. So you were both the dreamer and the source of the dream. This is the idea behind the subjective reality model. In the book Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, I quoted Napoleon in an earlier chapter. I learned that through my focus and my positive energy and gratitude and affirmations, I can create what I want in life. I started using the Think and Grow Rich model to manifest a free car, to manifest financial abundance for myself, and even to be able to live in a friend's house for pretty much no rent while he stayed at his girlfriend's most of the time. The house had a hot tub and musical instruments and really everything that I could possibly want in a house. As time went on, I started to feel better about myself. My self-esteem started to raise. I lost interest in that previous relationship. I eventually became a fitness model and competed in a fitness competition. I went through different photo shoots and had pictures of myself now in the best shape I've ever been in, even though years earlier, like I said earlier, I was overweight, weighing 245 pounds. I got to act in a TV show. I created a nutrition coaching business with just a $200 investment and worked with over 1,000 clients all over the world, including UFC fighters, gold medal fitness competitions, boxing world champions, and much more. And these were all from following the principles I was learning in The Secret and Think and Grow Rich and these other concepts shared by the people in the movie The Secret. I eventually got an opportunity to write for a fitness magazine, and the fitness magazine was hosting a 3-day fitness expo in Halifax. And during that expo, I was asked to speak about some of the things I was really passionate about, things like eating grass-fed beef versus grain-fed beef, and being able to use concepts like intermittent fasting to be able to lose massive amounts of weight and gain muscle without really changing our diet all that much. During the expo, I was walking through the hallway and I saw a girl that stopped me in my tracks. She looked exactly like the dream girl I always imagined that I would be with as a child. My ego said, oh, you're not good enough for her, but my intuition said, you have to go talk to her. So I did. I went up and I started to talk to her. She was working for the expo selling magazines. When I went up and started to talk to her, she tried to sell me one of the magazines, and the magazine that she tried to sell me was one that I was actually in. So I said, oh, this magazine here? And she said, yeah, you know, they were $3 or something like that. So I opened the magazine up, and in the middle of the magazine, there was a 2-page centerfold of me giving a recipe advice or an article advice about eating grass-fed beef, and then a recipe for how to make cauliflower crust grass-fed pizza, grass-fed beef pizza. So this girl and I started speaking, and eventually we connected, and I got her phone number, and we continued to talk after that. My last fight was scheduled for 2 weeks later, and my coach was at the same expo with a display for our team, and he saw me talking to this girl, so he went up to her and asked her if she would be the ring girl for this event that we had coming up, which happened to be my last fight. So here I am now hanging out with this girl who's now the ring girl for my last fight. 2 weeks after that fight, I had my 30th birthday coming up, and I invited her to come to my birthday party. So she did, and that's when we met and really started spending more time together. During the party, we had a hot tub party at that friend's house I mentioned earlier. And during the party, I was using heavy drugs with my friends in the bathroom, while some of the other people in the party who weren't using drugs were oblivious in another room. Well, in the hot tub with some of my friends, this girl was asked if she'd ever used heavy drugs before, and we found out that she was actually from Russia. Her English accent was so impressive that I couldn't even tell that she was from Russia until I really started to get to know her better. And she told my friends that she'd used heavy drugs when she was in Russia, but she doesn't use them anymore. So we didn't offer her any, and we kind of kept it to ourselves. That's an important point later. I'm not saying that for just no reason. As things started to move on, I started to expand my business. My nutrition business turned into a nutrition supplement company, and I eventually moved my nutrition store from a tiny little closet inside of a mixed martial arts gym into a wellness center, and started imagining having my own wellness center. I started a mastermind with a personal trainer friend, and we started every week we would meet, and we would start to visualize having our own wellness center. Each week we would meet, we would talk about what it would look like, we would talk about what we would offer, we talked about all the different aspects of the wellness center and how it would appear sometime in our future. Months later, the girl that I met, who is now my girlfriend, decided that we wanted to teach kickboxing, she would teach dance at a resort somewhere in South America. We didn't know how this was going to be possible, but I knew that if I just set my intentions, if I imagined what I want, if I visualized it, and I took action to make it happen, anything is possible. And so we did that. We set the intention to eventually teach at a resort. Again, I would teach kickboxing, she would teach dance. And we started looking into how this might be possible. We found a company that actually placed people in these resorts and got an offer to go to the Dominican Republic to teach. Again, she would teach dance, I would teach kickboxing. The entire resort was free. All we had to do was pay for our flights. Our trip was scheduled for a week before Christmas. Now, at this point, I was honest with this girl and told her that I'd been using heavy drugs, and she told me that she also used heavy drugs before and that there was no problem. During our time in the Dominican, we were in a 7-day retreat, and for the entire 7 days, we used cocaine every single day. We slept maybe 3 or 4 hours each night. We fought most of the time that we were there, and it became a complete disaster. Now, leading up to that trip, I'd been writing a book called The Elements, and it was a guide to manifesting your dream life. I was going to use crowdfunding to finance the book, and while I was in the Dominican Republic, I launched the crowdfunding campaign to be able to raise the money for this book. And leading up to this point, that the personal trainer friend and I were visualizing and trying to manifest the wellness center, and once it got close to Christmas, we just decided that we would revisit in the new year. We posted some advertisements online looking for a place to be able to host this wellness center, but we didn't have any money in savings or anything to invest, and we weren't able to find a spot. But while I was in the Dominican Republic, he sent me a message and said somebody reached out to us and said that they have a venue for us if we're looking for it, and they might even be able to give us a deal on the rent. So we set a meeting for 3 days after Christmas. And with only a few days to spare, we managed to encourage the current landlord to give us a break on rent for the first month. He actually gave it to us for nothing, so we got our first month free. Now, even though we had the venue, we didn't actually have anywhere to, or any equipment to put into the wellness center. So we reached out to a local equipment company and asked them if they would be willing to give us our equipment for 3 months with no payments. Suddenly, we went from having no wellness center and no money to invest in a wellness center to having a space and having all of the equipment we needed to open the wellness center. Now, we still didn't have any office furniture, so we put out some advertisements looking for anyone who would be willing to donate furniture and managed to get all of our desks and chairs for free as well. We had a couple of extra offices in the wellness center and advertised that we were willing to rent them out to a massage therapist or a Reiki practitioner or somebody that would be willing to use the space, and we even managed to rent out both of the offices before we opened. So not only did we open with $0, but we actually opened with money in the bank account. Now, this wellness center was really successful at first, In fact, we even found $3,000 in quarters in a spare room in the wellness center that wasn't being used. The landlord said if we helped clean out the room, we could have anything that was in it. We found $3,000 in quarters, we found crystal ornaments, we found books, we found a guitar, we found a whole bunch of things that were very high value. We consider this a sign and continued to expand. Now, I was the majority owner of the business, and it was my decision whether we expanded or stayed where we were, and so I decided that we should expand. But I rushed things. We expanded far too fast. Now, at the same time, I was raising money through this crowdfunding platform to release my book, The Elements. When I raised the money, I raised about $5,000, and I found the cheapest editor I could find, the cheapest cover designer, the cheapest formatter I could find. And when I got the edits back from the editor, I felt too self-conscious to actually go through them. And I sent the book to the printing company without even reading through the editor's notes. The book was full of errors. In fact, eventually a journalist was asking for an interview with me, and he read the book, and when he brought it to me, he had little sticky notes with literally about 100 mistakes that I'd made in the book. One as simple as saying something like, when we, I don't remember exactly what it said, but it was something around the way of, when we clean our body out, we clean out our colon, which has feces and other organisms in it. Feces isn't an organism. So it was really simple mistakes like that, but there were lots of them in there. And the editor wasn't actually being paid to fix those mistakes. She was only being paid to fix actual spelling mistakes. So if I had spelled feces wrong, she would have picked that up, but she wasn't fixing the actual structure of the book. So again, I cut corners, I rushed too fast. I did the same thing with the wellness center, and before I knew it, I was in over my head. Our rent went from $1,900 a month to $6,000 a month, and we weren't making any more income. We were supposed to rent a bunch of offices out to other people, but they all pulled out last minute. At the same time, I was starting to feel a lot of dissonance around my lifestyle. Here I was running a wellness center on the surface, but then still using alcohol and sometimes even heavy drugs in the background. The girlfriend I was with, who I used all the drugs with in the Dominican Republic, was now starting to use drugs more and more and more on the weekends. I was starting to feel a lot of dissonance. I didn't want to live this lifestyle anymore. I didn't want to use drugs, but she was really, really getting into them in a heavy way. So I started to get in fights. We would get in arguments about partying and going out on the weekends, and the next thing I knew, she broke up with me. And again, I was badly triggered, badly depressed, and started looking for help. I heard about emotional freedom technique, or tapping, and reached out to a local practitioner so I could go through some tapping sessions. I reached out to some sound healing practitioners and more Reiki practitioners to try to figure out, why am I so triggered? Why am I suffering so much? I thought I needed some kind of deep healing to be able to heal these patterns that I couldn't seem to let go of. But nothing worked. I was still depressed. I was still triggered. I was still insecure, even though I knew that these patterns were pushing my girlfriend away even further. By not letting it go, by not just creating the space that we needed, I was pushing her further and further away until she started dating somebody else. Now, a few weeks later, she eventually broke up with that guy, and we started dating again after that, but I went through a lot of pain in the meantime. Now, as this was happening, I started to go see psychics and mediums and started learning about my life, and they started telling me about my purpose. They told me that I'm here for something big, that I had a big purpose in the world, and that I would be leading some kind of movement that changed the world. One psychic even told me that I would be going to Peru, that I would work with shamans, and that I would be using the plant medicine ayahuasca, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Out of nowhere, a man came to my wellness center and said, "Hey, I'm here to help you." And I said, "Help me with what?" And he said, "Well, I'm a shaman and I'm a healer, and I just want to come in and I want to help your wellness center. I really believe in what you're doing, and I would love to contribute somehow." I didn't know about what shamanism really was at that time. I didn't know much about it, and I didn't ever meet a shaman before, and this was a tall white guy with red hair, so I didn't really take him seriously, but I figured I had nothing to lose, so I let him volunteer at our wellness center and help out. While there, I was talking to him about different plant medicines I'd use, like psilocybin and dimethyltryptamine, or DMT. The DMT that I had was an extract that came from a tree bark that's found in Brazil called Mimosa hostilis. When this person found out that I had DMT at home, he said, well, can I come with you and use the DMT? I said, sure, you can come over and use DMT with me. Now, at that point, I'd used DMT probably 12 times or so. And when we got to my house, he said, can I show you how I use it? Now, at the time, I was still Ricky Goodall, the MMA fighter, and I already knew how to use it, so I didn't need him to tell me. So I told him that. I said, I already know how to use it. He just humbly said, okay. And so I smoked some DMT. I went into a trip, and then when I came out, he said, can I show you how I do it? So I said, sure, you can show me how you do it. And as he was preparing the DMT, he started to talk in a very soft voice, and he said, DMT is a manifestation of Mother Earth. It's a manifestation of the mother, of the feminine energy in the universe, and it's very important that we treat it with respect. And when we prepare the medicine, it's important for us to set our intentions and to have gratitude for the medicine. I didn't think much of it. And he said, I'm going to hold the pipe for you. We were smoking it with a pipe. He said, I'm going to hold the pipe for you, and I'm going to tell you when to breathe in. I'm going to tell you how long to hold it for, and then I'm going to tell you when to release it. Now, I read on the internet that you just take 3 puffs and you don't hold them in at all, because if you do, or you hold them in for 5 seconds, because if you hold it any longer, it will start to minimize the effects. And this just wasn't true. He told me to breathe in and hold it as long as I could, and then to breathe out and to take 1 breath in between each puff. And I took 3 big puffs. So I breathed the first one in, I held it as long as I could. Then I breathed out, then I took a big breath of just fresh air. Then I breathed in the second one, held it as long as I could, and then breathed out. Breathed in another big gulp of fresh air, and then breathed in the 3rd puff and let it out. Now, by the time I got to the 3rd puff, my consciousness was completely gone. I became everything in the universe. I became consciousness. I suddenly recognized that I was the creator of my experience of reality. I knew that every person I'd ever met was just a reflection of me. Even this shaman was a reflection of me. The room that I was in, the world that I was living in, was all created from me. I came out of the trip just repeating the words, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, over and over and over again. The shaman looked at me and said, was that the experience that you were looking for? And I said, wow, I was speechless. He said, well, get up, because we're going in again. This time he made me take 5 puffs, so it was even more than I took last time. And during that time, his hands went inside of my stomach, and he said, there's an illness in here. A fighter is not well, a fighter is ill, and we're going to heal this illness. Then he told me to lay down. I laid down, and he said, close your eyes. I closed my eyes, and he continued to talk to me. And then he would say, open your eyes, and I would open my eyes and look at him, and he had all these flames and energy coming off of him. And then he would say, close your eyes. And he kept talking to me through the whole experience. Probably lasted 15 or 20 minutes. When I came out, I was just, again, profoundly moved. I was speechless. I didn't know what to say. And he says, how was your experience? I said, wow, I don't know what to say. I mean, everything that you were saying was just, it felt like it was so true. It felt like it was coming inside of my own consciousness, coming from inside of my own consciousness. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, the words that you were saying the whole time, everything that you were saying to me just felt so true. He said, I didn't say anything to you. The entire time I was in the experience, it was his consciousness. It was his higher self guiding me through the experience. A few months later, the same girlfriend and I slipped into the same patterns, and we broke up again. I was out with a friend, drinking, not using drugs this time, because at this point I was really sick and tired of using drugs. And she was supposed to be out with a friend going to a comedy show, but then I suddenly saw a picture on Facebook of a drug dealer we both knew and had in common, and she was there with his girlfriend. I was freaking out. I went up to this person's house. I blew in, and I made a huge scene. The police were called. Her and I left, and she was really embarrassed and upset at me. She came to my house. She slept overnight, and then the next morning she left. And when I called her, she hung up the phone and said, I don't want to talk to you again, or said, I don't want to talk to you again, then hung up the phone and blocked my phone number. Now, I didn't think anything of it because we'd broken up so many times before, and we broke up for a long period of time and got back together, so I didn't really think much of it. Then a couple of days later, I had a knock at my door, and it was the police serving me a peace bond. I was no longer allowed to talk to her, and if I did, I'd be taken to jail. Now, this triggered me. For a bit, I still continued to send her messages thinking, like, what is going on? And I was so triggered and so afraid of her using drugs and so afraid of what she was doing that I just couldn't let it go, but I didn't have a choice now. I wasn't allowed to contact her. If I did, I could go to jail. I continued to work at my wellness center, and I really slipped into a deep depression. Every day I was crying. I would go into one of the spare rooms in the wellness center, and I would just cry and cry and cry. And I would try to work with clients, but most of the time I couldn't. I had to cancel my sessions with them and just couldn't get myself over this relationship. One day a friend sent me a message and said, there's this person that I would really like you to mentor. He's a graphic designer and he's trying to open a business. Would you be willing to mentor him? I was still going through this breakup, and I really didn't think that I had anything to offer anyone else at that time. But I had a horoscope application on my phone, and at that time I was desperate for any kind of signs about my life getting better. And I checked my horoscope that day, and it said, somebody's going to ask you to mentor them, and you're not going to want to, but you really should. Something along those lines. I thought that I heard like the Twilight Zone theme song going off, and I thought, okay, well, I better be open to this opportunity. And so this person was a very talented graphic designer, and he started working out of my wellness center and volunteering for us and helping with graphic design work while I was mentoring him for his graphic design business. After a few weeks, he took me aside and said, hey, I have a question for you. And I said, sure, what's up? He said, have you ever experienced magic before? Now, immediately I was skeptical because my preconceived ideas of magic were like witchcraft or black magic or curses or hexes or, things like that. And so I expressed this to him, and he said, well, those are forms of magic, but there are many forms of magic. I would soon learn that there are really three types of magic. There's black magic, which is really the manipulation of others and the manipulation of the world. And then there's gray magic, which is like the law of attraction or the secret that we talked about earlier. The gray magic is about manifesting and attracting. And then there's white magic, which is healing magic. It's about healing our insides, healing our consciousness so that we can create a different world. This man said, in order for me to practice magic with you, I have to put you through an initiation ceremony. He said, in an initiation ceremony, I'll read you a prayer, I'll read you an oath, basically, and you'll have to agree or disagree. You'll have to bring a red rose, a glass of red wine, and a black and white candle, as well as some dark chocolate. He said, during the ceremony, we'll take psilocybin mushrooms to be able to go deep into the experience. He said, I'll have to draw a pentagram symbol. Now, the pentagram is the 5-pointed star, with 1 point pointing up. He explained that there are two types of pentagrams. There's pentagrams with 1 point pointing up, which represents unity, oneness, and the light. And then there's a pentagram with 1 point pointing down, or 2 points pointing up. And he said this pentagram, which is often used in satanic rituals or in Luciferianism, it represents duality. It represents separation, represents the darkness. Now, we were using the pentagram with the 1 point pointing up. During the ceremony, he taught me that magic is really about acknowledging the feminine nature of reality, the mother. In modern-day religion, mainstream religion at least, we primarily recognize the masculine, or the father, at least in the Abrahamic religions. But this practice was about also recognizing the feminine, so recognizing both the masculine and the feminine. The black and white candles represented the masculine and the feminine, the mother and the father, the light and the darkness. He taught me that love is all there is in the universe, and that any pain or suffering or reflections of evil that we perceive are really just reflections of ourselves. During the ceremony, I had a profound experience. He slipped into a trance state and started channeling. He started speaking in a very low voice, a very feminine voice, and started to ask me questions about my life. During this line of questioning, I recognized what was causing all of the pain in my relationship at the time. In fact, I recognized what was causing me pain in most of my relationships. You see, because I was afraid that my partners were going to leave me for another man, I would push people away in the beginning of a relationship. I wouldn't commit myself to them. I would tell them I didn't want to be in a relationship, and then I would continue to sleep with other people. I would lie to my partners and tell them that I wasn't actually sleeping with anyone else, even though I was. And then later on in the relationship, I would start to feel guilty, ashamed, and eventually become jealous, insecure, and controlling, which would ultimately lead to them breaking up with me. So in other words, I would create a self-fulfilling prophecy. I admitted to him about the lying and the cheating and pushing them away, and he helped me recognize that this was what was creating turmoil in my life. As I shared this with him, I started to cry, and as I started to cry, I felt lighter and lighter and lighter, as if I was letting go of a heavy weight that I'd been carrying for I don't know how long. Shortly after the initiation ceremony, I met somebody new. This person came into my wellness center, and the moment I saw her, I knew that we were going to have a strong connection together, that she was going to have an important role in my life, and I was going to have an important role in her life. From the initiation ceremony on, which was October of 2015, I experienced more than 12 of these powerful high magic ceremonies. We performed different invocations, different rituals, which led to tremendous, miraculous experiences. Some of the experiences included this person chanting very loud. And in one particular ceremony that we were doing in the wellness center, he was chanting, making this noise like, bah. And it was so loud that the windows of the wellness center were shaking. I was afraid that somebody outside of the wellness center might even call the police. So I said, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?" And he looked at me with his eyes closed and said, "I'm transmuting your psychological damage and sending it back into the universe." Now, the next day I asked him about it, and he didn't even remember saying that to me. But I would learn later on that what he may have been doing is pulling my psychological damage, pulling the negative energy from me and transmuting it through his vocal cords, something that shamans and magicians are able to do when they're in a trance state. On Boxing Day that year, which would have been Boxing Day of 2015, we performed a very powerful ceremony together. And during that ceremony, this person asked me if I'd ever seen the movie Maze Runner. I was still heartbroken over this ex-girlfriend, and I was really struggling to let her go, and I didn't understand why. He said, "Have you ever watched the movie Maze Runner?" Suddenly, a memory was triggered, and I realized that the time I watched that movie was when my ex-girlfriend and I were on the plane home from the Dominican Republic. She was sleeping, and I watched the movie Maze Runner. He said, "Have you ever watched that movie Maze Runner? I think you're stuck in a maze." And I said, "Why did you ask me that question?" He said, "I'm not sure. Why did I ask you that question?" And I explained to him that the only time I saw that movie was with my girlfriend on the way home from the Dominican Republic. He asked me about the experience and the trip and what we'd done there, and I told him all about us using cocaine. And in that moment, I recognized that I was feeling guilty and ashamed about introducing this girl to cocaine. I eventually learned that she was lying to my friend. She never used cocaine when she lived in Russia. She'd never used cocaine before I introduced it to her at all. I was the reason that she was using cocaine all the time. I was the reason that she was partying all of the time and going out and using cocaine, at least in my understanding of that time. Now, that night, he and I went out to a bar, and I saw her for the first time in months. That in itself was a miracle. I was so triggered, even though I wasn't allowed to talk to her. I went up to try to talk to her, and she got angry and left the bar. And he and I just eventually left, and I went home. And 2 days later, on Monday, she called me from the hospital and said she had a cocaine overdose. She asked me if she could stay at my house while she called addiction services and made appointments with a counselor. I didn't know what to do. I felt so guilty about introducing her to drugs in the first place that I didn't know how I was going to say no. I recognize now, looking back, that's exactly what I should have done, but how could I? I felt so guilty about introducing it to her in the first place. So, of course, I said yes and let her come to my house. She stayed with me for 5 days, and during that time, I confessed everything. I told her about the cheating and the lying. I told her about how I sabotaged our relationship. I told her about so many times I pretended I was home sleeping when really I was out with my friends using drugs. She admitted lots of things to me, and we made amends. On Friday that week, it was New Year's Eve, and she said that she was going to go out with a friend who didn't use drugs. And I said, I don't know if that's a good idea. If you're going to be around alcohol, how's it going to be possible that you don't use drugs? And she assured me that, don't worry, I won't use drugs, I promise. She came back that evening at 12:30, and it was very obvious to me that she'd been using drugs. And so I called her out on it, and she said, no, I'm not using drugs. And only 5 minutes later, she pulled a bag of cocaine out of her pocket. And I said, what are you doing? What do you have that for? And she said, I got it for us. Now, at this point, I hadn't used drugs in a long time, and I grabbed it from her, and she tried to fight me and try to get it back, and I ran to the bathroom, and I threw it in the toilet, and I flushed it, and she was so angry. She left immediately and didn't come back. And the next morning at 11:30, she called me and said that her parents were at her apartment. The night before, I had no other choice. I didn't know what to do, so I called her parents at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I left them a voicemail telling them that she had an overdose earlier in the week and that she was staying with me to get help and that she left and she used drugs, and I didn't know what to do. So she called me the next day and said that her parents were at her apartment. She was scared of her father, and she didn't want to go stay with them. So she asked if I would come there and explain things to her parents and let her stay with me. Again, I don't know why I agreed to this. I was in such an insecure, low self-esteem state of mind that I went to her apartment and explained everything to her mother and said that she would be fine at my house and gave her mother a key to my spare key to my apartment. And her friend, who she was supposed to be out, when we first broke up, she was supposed to be out at a comedy club. That friend showed up, who didn't use drugs, and saw me there and didn't know why I was there and called 911 because I was still on a peace bond. Even though her mother and her told her, no, it's fine, she called 911 and I left. I didn't know what to do. I was scared that I was going to go to jail. This was on a Saturday morning. So I left town and I hid at a friend's house and stayed there overnight. And she called me and said, don't worry, everything's fine. I told the police the truth. You'll be fine when you come back to Halifax. So the next day I came back to Halifax and I turned myself in, and things weren't fine. The police were looking for me, and they had intended to take me to jail. So that was a Sunday. They took me overnight to a local correctional institution. I had to stay there overnight until the next morning when I would be taken to court. When I was taken to this correctional institution, the guards even knew me by first name basis. I used to work with one of them in my fight career at a nightclub, and the other one knew my brother. It was incredibly embarrassing. I had to get strip searched. I had to bend over and cough in front of one of these men who knew me by first name basis. I was in the jail cell with the lights on until 3 in the morning because they don't shut the lights off very early, just thinking to myself, how in the world did I create this? How in the world did I manifest this into my life? I was taken to court the next day and was held in a holding cell in the back of the courtroom. Again, incredibly embarrassed. Here I am, a nationally recognized professional athlete, and I owned a wellness center helping people live a healthy, happier, more successful life, and I'm sitting in the back of a courtroom waiting to go to court for breaching a peace bond that my ex-girlfriend put on me. I was assigned a lawyer, and he came into the holding cell and told me that they were planning on holding me in custody for 3 months while I waited to go to court. I panicked. I told him, my cat's at home. At the time, my mother was in the hospital, and I didn't know what I was going to do. I said, please, is there anything you can do? He said, I really don't think that they're going to let you out. Breaching a peace bond is a really serious offense, and they're worried that you'll just go again and try to bother this girl. I assured them there's no way I'll do that. And he said, well, I'll bring it in front of the judge and see what we can do. I waited for 8 hours, and the entire time I prayed and I pleaded and I begged and I promised whoever was listening, God, Mother, Father, any creator, conscious universe, I begged and pleaded and said, if you let me out, I will never, ever treat a woman this way ever again. I'll walk away when a girl breaks up with me. I'll take no for an answer. I'll never overstep my boundaries again. Hours later, the lawyer came back and said that they were willing to let me out on bail if I could put $2,000 down. And so I did happen to have it in my business, and I paid the bail and was eventually let out. Now, it took 18 months of court appearances for this whole mess to finally go away. She actually didn't tell the police the truth, and for those entire 18 months, it looked like I was going to go to jail, maybe up to a year, until finally the prosecutor contacted her And she told them no, she wanted to drop the charges, that she wasn't interested in continuing with them. It turns out that she was taken back to Russia. She moved back to Russia to go to a rehabilitation center. And now, to this day, we've eventually forgiven each other and made amends. And I learned a very powerful lesson. First of all, I learned that I really do create my experience of reality. And that can be a good thing or a bad thing. And that everything comes back in time. If I treat people with disrespect, if I treat people in selfish, self-centered ways, my karma will come back to me eventually. Chapter 3, Part 2, Awareness. I'd just like to be vulnerable and say that I'm feeling really nervous about sharing a lot of these stories. I went back and listened to the last chapter and was annoyed at myself with how many extra words and fillers I was putting into my communication. I know that I'm a better speaker than I've performed in the last chapter, but in all honesty, these stories are triggering me. They're bringing up a lot of emotions. I spent 2 hours at the gym even before recording this chapter just to get myself centered again. I'm feeling really uncomfortable and exposed by putting this information out there. And that's really the purpose of this book, is to show that I can forgive myself by sharing my stories, because I believe that my stories are leading me and have led me to my purpose. And so by sharing them, I hope I inspire you to forgive and love yourself just as you are and just as you've been. Although I carried a lot of shame and guilt for these stories, I have forgiven myself for them, but going through them again is bringing up a lot of intense emotions for me. So I really appreciate your compassion and forgiveness and patience with me as I move through these different stories. In the months to come after my first court appearance for breaching the peace bond, my business was suffering. I was paying $6,000 a month in rent and more bills on top of that, and I was barely making enough money to pay my own bills, let alone pay the bills for the business. My business partner and I at the time had a falling out, and he left the business, so now I was running it all by myself. I was working 60 to 70 hours a week, 7 days a week, and I was completely miserable with the experience. By May of 2016, I decided to close the business completely down. Even though I had no idea what I was going to do, I figured anything would be better than that. I started a new relationship with the girl I met just after my initiation ceremony and was completely honest with her from the beginning. I told her everything about my previous relationship. I told her everything that happened in that relationship, because there was no way that I was going to start another relationship on a foundation of lies, deceit, cheating, and being somebody I wasn't. I always had a dream to run a remote business. When I was running my nutrition coaching business, I was able to create nutrition plans anywhere in the world. In fact, I even wrote nutrition plans while I was sitting on a beach in the Dominican Republic, sipping pina coladas, working on my laptop. I had a lot of experience in nutrition coaching and have coached over 1,000 clients in the world, so I thought maybe I could be some kind of coach. I did meditation coaching, I did nutrition coaching, and I figured with all of my life experiences and my experiences in business, maybe I could be some kind of business coach. I worked with some business coaches during the period of running that wellness center, and I knew that if they could do it, I could do it. I started looking into coaches on YouTube and watching some of their videos, and for the most part, I wasn't impressed by very many until I came across Rich Litvin. Rich Litvin wrote the book, The Prosperous Coach, and Rich's coaching style is a little different than most coaches out there. Unlike the coaches I'd worked with in my wellness center, Rich doesn't give advice. He doesn't tell you how to run your business. He doesn't tell you how to run your life because he believes that you're the expert in that. Rather, Rich creates space for people to find their own genius inside. He creates space for people to find the solutions to their own problems. He might tell stories to stimulate insights, but he won't directly tell a person what they should or shouldn't do. I was so intrigued and inspired by Rich's coaching method that I sent him a long email and basically begged him to coach me. I told him all about my past, my successes and my failures, and basically begged him to coach me and said that I would be the best testimonial he could ever ask for. Once I sent the email, I just let it go and just moved on with continuing my journey of becoming a coach. I took a weekend course that didn't really do much for me and looked up as much as I could about coaching and started reading some books. By By May of 2016, I had plans to travel to Peru with a friend to experience a shamanic ayahuasca retreat. For those of you who aren't familiar, ayahuasca is a shamanic plant medicine brew that, when ingested, causes powerful insights, hallucinations, and intense purging. It can cause vomiting, it can cause diarrhea, it can cause serious pain in the body, and the shamans believe this is all part of cleansing or healing ourselves. Now, the miraculous thing about ayahuasca is that it's made from two plants that are in no way related to one another. These ancient shamans, some people believe 40,000 years ago or even further back, these ancient shamans took these two separate plants of all the millions of plants in the Amazon jungle. They layered them on top of one another in a big barrel and then put water in it and boiled it and created this plant medicine brew. Now, the question is, of course, how did they figure that out? When I asked the shamans, how did the ancient shamans figure out how to make ayahuasca? They just say, well, the jungle taught them, of course. Before arriving to Peru, I had to participate in a 14-day cleanse where I cleansed from alcohol, cannabis, chocolate, coffee, red meat, pork, sex, and masturbation. I also couldn't be taking any types of antidepressant medications or SSRIs because they would interact with the ayahuasca. The ayahuasca retreat center is located in Pisac, Sacred Valley, just outside of Cusco. It's called Etnikas, Etnikas. As soon as I arrived to the retreat center, I was scheduled to have a conversation with a doctor. The doctor asked me all about my medical history. She asked me all about any types of drugs I've used, any types of mental illness I may have suffered from, depression, anxiety, loneliness, what have you. Then after I had the meeting with the doctor, I had another meeting with a psychologist who asked me even deeper questions about my history. He asked me about my family history, my childhood, and he asked me what my intentions were for being at the ayahuasca retreat. I told him I was there with the intention of healing my anger, and he helped me recognize that anger is a surface-level emotion for sadness, and that I would be more likely to get the best out of my experience if I focused on why I might be sad in my life. Now, there weren't just doctors and psychologists at Etnikas. There were also nurses, massage therapists, and yoga instructors. I met with the owner of the retreat center, Angel Herrera Sr., just before going to Etnikas, and he told me that the name Etnikas means all ethnicities together. That's really his vision for Etnikas, is to help people heal themselves so that we can bring the world together as one big family again. Angel is around in his 60s and of Inca descent. The Inca people were the ancient indigenous people in Peru who inhabited the area and most of South America. I believe they were the largest indigenous population maybe in history, and they were wiped out by the Spanish conquistadors when they arrived in the 1400s. I think it was maybe 1400s or 1500s. I'm not entirely sure the specific time frame. Angel sort of reminds me of a Peruvian Mick Jagger. He's a man in his 60s. He's just this incredible, energetic man. And his hair, when I first met him, his hair was all different colors. He colors it of the different colors of the Inca flag, which is the 7 colors of the rainbow, and just had an incredible energy to him. He'd been practicing as a shaman his entire life and came from generations and generations of shamans. Now, Etnikas is located in the Sacred Valley about an hour outside of Cusco, so it's in the mountains. It's not in the Amazon jungle like some ayahuasca retreat centers. It's in the mountains, and there's a big mountain in the back of the retreat center, and the place just looked like paradise. Now, before we participated in our first ayahuasca ceremony, we went through a forgiveness ritual. And the forgiveness ritual didn't have any plant medicines involved. Basically, what happened is we would repeat the mantra, I ask for forgiveness for myself, forgiveness for those who have harmed me, and forgiveness from those I have harmed. And we would repeat it over and over and over again while Angel Herrera Jr., the owner's son, was banging 2 rocks together and reminding us to open our hearts and forgive ourselves. What I didn't understand at the time, which I would soon learn, is that forgiveness really is the secret to shamanic healing. It's the secret to finding happiness in myself. When I'm able to forgive myself and forgive those who have harmed me and ask for forgiveness from those who I have harmed, I'm able to reach a state of inner peace. Again, I was repeating the mantra. I ask forgiveness for myself, forgiveness for those who have harmed me, and forgiveness from those I have harmed. As we prepared for our first ayahuasca ceremony, I'll be honest, I was nervous. First, the nurse came around and checked our vital signs, checking our blood pressure, checking our heart rate, and asking us how we're feeling and if we're okay. We'd been fasting all day at that point, and I was pretty hungry, but I was ready to jump in. The next thing, one of the volunteers came around with 2 bottles of flower essences, Agua de Florida and Agua de Cananja, I think it was, and put these 2 flower essences in our hands and told us to rub them together and then place them through our aura, through our energy field for protection. Next, they came around with 2 bowls. One had water and one had dirt from the earth. They told us to take a little bit of dirt and take a little bit of water, rub them together, and run it through our hair to create a protective helmet. These are ancient techniques that these shamans have used for thousands of years to increase the effectiveness of the ayahuasca ceremony. Finally, they took a bowl in the middle of the room and they put chunks of Palo Santo, the sacred wood from Peru, and lit it on fire with some of the Agua de Florida, creating a strong scent of the wood burning in the room. And this wood apparently cleanses the space and raises the energy so that we can have a more powerful experience. The shaman poured out the ayahuasca into cups for everyone. Each person had their own cup with their own name on it. Each dose was a little bit different. And by the time mine came to me, I looked at it and I smelled it and I thought, okay, this isn't so bad. Then the shaman raises his glass and says, "Salud," and we all drink. And as I was drinking, and I was thinking to myself, okay, this isn't that bad. It's not that bad. Now, I laid there for hours, and not much happened. I didn't have the hallucinations I thought I was going to have. I didn't have a lot of purging. I threw up a couple of times, but nothing really intense happened. In fact, the only insight I even remember from that ceremony is the very, very clear words that looked almost like neon lights in my mind: nurture the roots. I didn't understand what that meant at the time, and I wouldn't understand that for years later. But that's the only thing that happened in that ceremony. And I'll be honest, I was pissed off. I came all the way to Peru to experience something extraordinary, something miraculous, and this was definitely not a miraculous experience. With all my DMT experiences and all of my psilocybin mushroom ceremonies and the high magic ceremonies I experienced, I really expected this to be the king of my psychedelic experiences. I really came for deep healing, and I did not get the deep healing I was looking for in that ceremony. After the ceremony was finished, we went to bed, and when we woke up the next morning, we gathered together for a reflection. As we were going through our reflection, Angel, who was the organizer, again, the owner's son, came around to me and asked me how my experience was. And I told him that actually I was disappointed. And he asked me why. And I told him that I had a lot of experience with plant medicines and that I was coming for deep healing, and I didn't feel like I got it. And he just nodded and translated for the shaman, who only spoke Spanish and Quechua, the native language of the Inca people. The shaman responded to him, and then Angel said, "The maestro says that Mother Ayahuasca doesn't always give you what you want, she gives you what you need. And she was preparing your body for tonight's ceremony. But it's very important that you use respectful words when you speak of Mother Ayahuasca, because she is a manifestation of Mother Earth. She is a manifestation of the mother, of the feminine energy in nature." Now, at the time, I was still Ricky Goodall, the ex-MMA fighter, and I wasn't really having the respect for ayahuasca that I probably could have had. And so I left the ceremony and I went to my bedroom, or left the reflection and went to my bedroom and wrote a letter to Mother Ayahuasca. And I told her that I came all the way to Peru to experience something spectacular and that I was ready for whatever she was ready to give me. I went into the mountain behind the retreat center and I read the letter out loud and then buried it in the earth. That evening we gathered for the second ayahuasca ceremony. And when the ayahuasca came around, I looked at it again and thought, okay, I'm ready for this. And they told us to imagine our intentions, imagine what we're really looking to experience. And then again, the shaman said, "Salud," and we all drank. And I swear it must have been 15 minutes before I was in a completely different world. And the first thing I experienced was all of these little beings are surrounding me, and they were concerned for me. They were really worried for me. And I could sense that there was an ominous being or an ominous consciousness or presence behind them. And they were scared, and they were saying, "You better get on your hands and knees and surrender right now. You better surrender, or else this is not going to turn out well for you. You had better get down on your hands and knees and surrender." And I could tell that they meant business. And I did just that. I sat up in the ceremony. I got down on my hands and knees, and I said, "I surrender, I surrender, I surrender." And then from there, things really started to change. This voice was whispering in my ear, and I knew it to be the Creator. I knew it to be God or the universe or consciousness or whatever term you prefer. And it was saying, "Look at you. Look at you. Look at what you are." And I looked down at my body, and I could see that my body was morphing. It went back into elements and clay and rock. And then it continued to evolve from there, and it eventually became soil. And then vegetation. I became plants and vines and leaves and branches. And then I continued to evolve from there and eventually became an amphibious creature. And then continued to evolve and eventually became a primate, then a human. Then I kept evolving from there. And all the while, this voice is whispering in my ears saying, "Look at you. Don't you see what you are? Don't you see what you are? This life is just one step on the path of your greatness. This life is just one step along your evolution. Look at you. You're ancient. You've been here from the beginning. Remember what you are." Next, there were beings all around me, and they had their hands on my chest, and they were saying, "You have to learn to heal yourself before you can walk amongst the angels." I don't remember everything that happened in the ceremony, but I do remember some other things. I kept being told by Mother Ayahuasca, the spirit of the plant medicine, that I've been here before. "You've been here before," she kept saying. "Don't you remember? You've been here before." And then she showed me the pyramids of Egypt, and she showed me ancient temples and said, "You've been to all of these places. You've been to all of these places before. You've been here before." It's important for you to recognize that. It's important for you to accept that, even if you can't remember. She told me that shamanism is ancient and that these shamans are these ancient, compassionate beings that continue to reincarnate so that they can uplift humanity and raise the consciousness of our people. Now, all the while this is happening, I was throwing up over and over and over again, and Angel Jr. would come over to me and he'd whisper in my ears and he'd rub my back and he'd say, "Open your heart, Ricky, open your heart, forgive yourself, forgive yourself. Let go of the pain, let go of the pain." And I was throwing up, and he'd get me to drink more water and more water and more water, and I'd continue to throw up the water. Now, I told you earlier that ayahuasca doesn't taste that bad, and I guess it doesn't taste that bad when it's going down, but it tastes a whole lot different when it's coming up. I was throwing up for hours, and then at about 4 hours into the ceremony, I had to go to the bathroom. I had serious diarrhea, and now I'm in the bathroom completely deep into this ayahuasca ceremony, overwhelmed with visions, throwing up in a bucket and having diarrhea at the same time. It was the most humbling experience I had ever experienced in my life at that point. Angel and the other shamans and priests kept coming over and knocking on the door to make sure I was okay, and sometimes they'd come and I'd have my pants down to my ankles, crying, shitting on the toilet and throwing up at the same time, and just praying and asking Mother Ayahuasca to have mercy on me. Finally, when the ceremony was over, I went back to the Maloka. Angel brought me some very special tea that helped my stomach relax so I could stop throwing up and having diarrhea, and I went back into the ceremony, and the ceremony was closed. And the next day, I was a mess. We were scheduled for 3 ceremonies. We had a day in between the second and the third, but there's no way I could do the third. But I always felt like I had something more that I was supposed to get. I always felt like missing that third ceremony was a detriment to my transformation. So I knew that there was deeper work to do. After the trip finished in Peru, I came home and I found an email in my email inbox from Rich Litvin's administrator. She asked me to fill out 7 forms by hand, asking me questions like what my purpose was, what kind of legacy I wanted to leave in the world, what my biggest dreams were and why I haven't achieved them. She asked me what kind of clients I wanted to work with and what my greatest passions were. There were 7 forms. I had to print them off, fill them out by hand, scan them, and send them back. Once she received those forms, she sent me another 7 forms, very similar to the first 7. I had to fill those out by hand, scan them, and send them back. And then she sent me 7 more forms that I had to fill out by hand, scan, and send back. I'd learned later that this was one of the filters that they used, Rich's team used, to see who was serious about being coached by his team. Finally, after I sent the 21 forms back, the 3 sets of 7 forms, Rich's administrator asked me if I'd be willing to have a conversation with one of Rich's coaches named Giovanna. And I said, yes, of course, I would love to have a conversation with her. This woman put me through one coaching conversation, and in that conversation, I discovered everything that was holding me back from building the business that I wanted. She helped me recognize that the only thing standing in the way of me having the business I wanted was my willingness to ask boldly for things. She helped me recognize that, first of all, I was not charging what I wanted to be charging for coaching. Even though I didn't have any actual training in life coaching other than that weekend course I took, I was still taking on clients. I was charging $75 a session. I was barely selling 2 or 3 sessions at a time if I was lucky. I was working with clients that were not taking action on their homework or doing the things they agreed to do, and I wasn't making any money. During our conversation, Giovanna asked me, how much money would I love to make per month with a client? And I didn't really have an answer. I always charged by the session. And she said, well, just let that go. What would you love to earn for a client? And I said, $1,000 a month. She said, okay. And when you worked with clients in nutrition, how long did it take before they experienced a transformation? Well, the longest I ever worked with a client in nutrition was probably 6 months. And I would say that they started to experience transformation after 3 months. So I said, well, 3 months. She said, okay, so it's a minimum of 3 months to work with you, and the investment is $3,000. I said, well, yeah, I guess that sounds right. She says, okay, here's what you're going to do. You're going to go buy one of those handheld counters, like event counters, the clickers you use when you're trying to count people that come into an event or leave an event. She said, you're going to buy one of those counters. You're going to repeat the phrase, it's a minimum 3 months to work with me, and the investment is $3,000. You're going to repeat that phrase 1,000 times, and you're going to send me a picture of that counter in the next 48 hours, or we are never going to work together again. I didn't know what to say. I thought, oh, wow, that's a bold assignment, but I'm pretty sure I could do it. I didn't really know what I was getting myself into, though, because saying that phrase 1,000 times was a lot harder than I expected it to be. I was repeating it while I was driving. I was repeating it while I was working. I was repeating it while I was using the bathroom. There was no way that I was going to lie, though. I had to be honest, so I just kept repeating it over and over and over again, and I eventually sent her a picture of the counter. Within I think it was less than 2 weeks after that conversation with Giovanna, I had a conversation with somebody about coaching with me. And the person said, okay, well, how much to work with you? I said, it's a minimum 3 months to work with me, and the investment is $3,000. He said, okay, how much for 6 months? I didn't have an answer for him. I didn't practice saying how much it would be for 6 months, so I just had to make up a number, and I said, $4,500. He said, okay, I'm in. Now, at that point, I had never made that much money from one person in coaching before. I never earned that much from a single person. Now, my theory is repeating that phrase so many times created the belief in my mind that I was actually worth that much money. By repeating over and over and over again that it's a minimum 3 months to work with me and the investment is $3,000, I started to create the belief that I really can earn that much money from coaching. From that point forward, I built a prosperous coaching business organically. I didn't have to use excessive marketing campaigns. I didn't have to write emails every day. I didn't have to be on social media or Facebook. I was able to build it completely organically. Giovanna got me to read Rich's book, The Prosperous Coach, over and over and over again until my business was running the way I wanted it to run. After about 3 months of her mentoring me for free, without even charging me, I invested into a 10-week group program with her where I paid $2,000 US. In just the first week of that program, I signed my first $10,000 client. I learned that when I invest in myself, I create the belief that I'm worth it. And so by investing in myself, I reflected that into my world, and I was able to attract other clients who were investing in themselves. So by paying just $2,000 US to get into this group training program, I created the belief that I'm investing in myself. And very quickly, I was able to manifest or attract or create a client who is willing to invest $10,000 in herself and ultimately in me. I built my prosperous coaching business from that day forward, and I haven't had to use any excessive advertising. I don't have a business card. I don't even really use my website to gain coaching clients at this point. Building an organic coaching practice was easy following the prosperous coaching method. Now, it's not so easy without actually working with a coach, because I had to find all of my blind spots. I had to figure out all of the different ways that I wasn't really asking for what I want in life. Giovanna shared a quote with me by Byron Katie: "You can have anything you want in life if you're willing to ask 1,000 people." Now, at that point, I hadn't asked 1,000 people to coach with me, so that was one of my first assignments, to just start reaching out to people and ask them to coach with me. I didn't have a lot of experience working with high-level clients like entrepreneurs or leaders, so Giovanna challenged me to reach out to as many high-level leaders as I could and ask if I could coach them in exchange for their feedback on the experience. I wasn't coaching them for free. I was coaching them to practice. I was coaching them as a gift in exchange for their feedback. Just that method alone earned me $26,000 in less than 2 months. This stuff really works. Now, I didn't feel guilty about what I was doing because I was being trained in this high-level coaching method. I wasn't giving advice. I wasn't making suggestions. I was holding space for my clients to find their own inner genius inside, and they were experiencing massive transformations. I had one client who wasn't able to get pregnant for years with her boyfriend, and within 6 months of us working together, she was able to get pregnant and have a child. I had another client who was a superstar florist who was able to travel all over the world and fill venues, but wasn't earning the kind of money that he wanted. Within a few months of us working together, his income tripled. He wrote a book, he had an offer for a television series, and was able to move his business into a much more beautiful location where he earns far more money. Coaching really works, and it started to change my life. Now, as I mentioned, I felt like I still had more work to do with ayahuasca. Because I didn't finish my third ceremony, I felt like there was still more that I needed to experience. So in October of 2016, I decided to go back to Peru, except this time I was going to bring clients with me. It was always my dream to take clients on a retreat. I always wanted to be able to travel with clients and be able to have them pay me for the experience so that my experience would be for free. So Giovanna coached me around this process, and that's exactly what I did. I found 4 clients who wanted to go to Peru as well. I got them to pay me a deposit of $1,000 each. I took that $4,000 and I used it to book the flights and to put the down payment down on the Etnikas Retreat Center. Now, because I was booking a group, I got a discount at Etnikas of 20% and was able to keep the extra money for myself. I was able to book us big, nicer places to stay like Airbnbs rather than the hostel that I stayed at when I was there. And in the end, not only was my trip free, but I even made some money at the same time. It was always my dream to travel and to bring people in a retreat business, but I had the belief that I needed all this money to be able to put down payments down, and I needed all this money to advertise and to find the people, but it wasn't true. All I had to do was put myself out there. So in October of 2016, we were going back to Peru to experience my 4th and 5th ayahuasca ceremonies. As soon as we got there, Angel Sr. met us at our Airbnb and was so excited to see me and my group and came and had a great conversation with us. During the conversation, he told me that he identified as a Buddhist Christian Inca. Now, when he said that, I was almost instantly triggered. How could he identify as a Christian when it was the Christians that came to Peru in the 14 or 1500s and murdered all of the Inca people? It was the Spanish conquistadors who wiped out the Inca people, destroyed their temples, and built cathedrals on top of them, all in the name of Christ. How could this man who comes from generations of shamans identify as a Christian? So I asked him, how can you be Christian, Angel? I don't understand. And he just kept saying, man, Christ is king, Christ is king. I figured it was some kind of shamanic secret that I didn't understand yet, so I just let it go. He suggested that my group and I go to a shamanic medicine expo that was happening at the Cusco Square the next morning. And so we all went there, but the expo was in Spanish, and my Spanish was not great at the time. Hablo un poco español, estoy aprendiendo. And so while we were there, the girls who were with us decided that they wanted to go to the big cathedral down in the Cusco Square, the Temple of the Society of Jesus. Now again, at the time, I had some bitterness toward Christianity, and I didn't want to go to the cathedral. I didn't want to go into this place that was built on top of these ancient Inca ruins. So we flipped a coin, and the girls won. I had no choice. We were going to the cathedral. When we got into the cathedral, the first thing I saw was a big image of Jesus Christ hanging on a cross full of blood, and I was angry. I thought to myself, how is this supposed to be an image of love and compassion and forgiveness? How is this supposed to inspire me to be a better person? I thought, this looks like fear-mongering. This looks like trying to scare people. This looks like an image of, here's what's happened when you speak, here's what happens when you speak your truth. Here's what happens when you go against the status quo. Here's what happens when you challenge the authorities. But I thought to myself, if I create my experience of reality, if my reality is a reflection of me, then there must be some value in this Jesus Christ character in my reality. So while sitting in one of the pews in the cathedral, I bowed my head and I began to pray. I said, Jesus, I know that you're an archetype, you're a character in my reality for some reason. So I have to ask you, why the image of the crucifixion? How am I supposed to connect with this image? How am I supposed to understand the place of this image, this idea in my life? And I swear to you, as if there was a voice speaking into my ears, it said, let the crucifixion be a reminder of your own crucifixion. Let the crucifixion be a reminder of your rise and journey from ignorance to remembering who and what you are. Let this be a reminder of the suffering that you've gone through and the suffering that you continue to go through and heal from. The experience was so profound that I was overwhelmed with emotions. I had tears running down my face, and I was very confused. I didn't know what to think of it. The rest of the group and I decided to leave the cathedral, and we went to find a tour guide I met when I was in Peru the first time, named Marco. Marco runs free walking tour guides in downtown Cusco. And basically, he takes you around the different sites, and he's just an incredible guy, very knowledgeable, knows a lot about the ancient Inca ruins and the ancient Inca temples, and really gives an amazing tour. And so I took my group over to him, and he was so excited to see us. And he said, I'm going to take you on a very special tour today. Now, usually Marco's tour is just on foot. There are no buses, no vans or anything like that. But he decided to go find a friend who owned a bus and took us on a very special tour. He took us all around Cusco, took us to medicine shops and a space where you can get authentic alpaca clothing and different garments. And he said, there's just one more place I want to take you. And so we're driving up this mountain, and we get to the top of the mountain, and we all get out of the bus, and there, standing right in front of us, is a big Jesus statue overlooking Cusco. Now again, I was triggered. I didn't know what in the hell was going on right now. What am I experiencing? So I let it go, and the group and I went back to our apartment, and I recorded a video about it on Facebook and told my followers and my friends about the experience I just had. Now, let me just be transparent and say that this is not going to be a book that tries to convert you into Christianity or Catholicism. That's not my intention. In fact, I don't think that religion is necessary for us to find enlightenment, freedom, and liberation, at least not traditional religion. So I just want to be transparent and share that now. But I'm also not anti-Christian, anti-Catholicism, or anti any religions. I wouldn't identify as anti anything, in fact. So there's before I talk about the ayahuasca ceremonies, which I'm going to get to in a few moments, I want to talk about a tour that we did after the ayahuasca ceremony. And it was with a man named Brian Forster. Brian's written 22 books on ancient human history. In fact, he specializes in ancient human technology. Brian travels to all of the ancient sites in the world, like the pyramids of Giza, Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, Machu Picchu, Sacsayhuaman, and many other temples across the world, and studies the technology that would have been used to create these temples. Now, we can't study the actual technology because we have no idea how most of these places have ever been created. Brian helped me recognize that the pyramids of Giza are built using technology that's so advanced that modern archaeologists are completely dumbfounded by the creation of these pyramids. For example, the Great Pyramid has 2.3 million blocks. Each block is cut uniquely. They look like they're just square blocks, but they're not actually square blocks. They're cut more like jigsaw puzzle pieces to fit into the blocks above, below, and around them, with no mortar. So think about that. Every single block of those 2.3 million blocks was cut uniquely. They're not perfect. They're not all the same. They're cut uniquely to fit into the blocks above, below, and around them. When I say they're not perfect, I mean they're not uniform. They're perfect in the sense that they fit together perfectly without mortar, without glue, to the point where even a piece of paper can't be fit through the joints of these blocks. Now, not only are they fit perfectly in between each, not only are the blocks fit together perfectly, but they're also level within a fraction of an inch. So the bottom block all the way to the top, which is about, I think it's 500 feet, they're level within a fraction of an inch. And they're lined up to true north, as in northeast, southwest, within a fraction of a degree. We can't recreate this kind of archaeology nowadays. We can't even, or architecture rather, we can't even come close to it. Not even close to it. We have no idea how they were created. Brian tells me that there's more created beneath the pyramids of Giza than there is above. There's an entire underground city below the pyramids that is undiscovered at this point. Some of the area has been discovered, but there's more that's undiscovered than has been discovered. He thinks that there could have been room for thousands of people to live under the pyramids of Giza. And again, none of it's even been discovered yet. Brian took us around Sacsayhuaman, the ancient temple in Peru, and helped us see some of the ways that this temple was created. Some of the blocks in Sacsayhuaman are 300 tons. 300 tons, and they have blocks above and around them, cut perfectly, with no mortar, in odd shapes. And they're still standing after thousands of years. These blocks come from a rock quarry 45 kilometers away, and the ancient people were able to take these blocks all the way up the top of the mountains and build this ancient temple with, it must be hundreds of blocks, maybe more, I'm not entirely sure, pardon my ignorance. But some of these blocks, like I say, are 300 tons or 100 tons, and we have no idea how these ancient people got them up the mountains. Now, some researchers used to say, well, they just rolled them up on logs. But Brian told me that straight trees weren't introduced to the Peru area until the 1800s, and they came from Australia. All of the trees in Peru were odd shapes. They weren't flat or straight trees. How did they get these blocks to the top of the mountains? Nobody knows. How have we lost the technology to create these ancient temples? Nobody knows. We've recently discovered a temple in Indonesia called Gunung Panang that had a temple or a pyramid that's been hidden under a hill, basically. And it's been dated at 36,000 years old. There are hieroglyphs found in Sacsayhuaman, this temple in Peru, that are dated as old as 30,000 years old. Does that mean that there were people on this planet 30,000 years ago? And if so, why can't we remember? Brian's written a book called Aftershock, the cataclysm that erased human history. And in his book, Aftershock, he explains that there was a flood around 11,500 years ago that destroyed almost the entire earth. Now, there are flood myths all over the world, all different cultures, all different religions, all different ancient mythologies. But archaeological evidence has now supported the idea that there was most definitely a flood around 11,000 years ago. The ancient shamanic theory is that the ancient people, the wisdom keepers, might have hid at the top of mountains in places like Machu Picchu and Sacsayhuaman, and maybe even in underground cities, perhaps like the one found underneath the pyramids of Giza, and we found other ones in places like Turkey. And that during this time, which this flood could have only lasted as little as 3 months maybe, the earth was completely reset. Most of the human population was completely wiped out. Now, some people theorize about this ancient civilization and call it Atlantis and Lemuria, and those are some of the names that it could have been called. But more importantly, it's not necessarily what this civilization was called. What's more important is that there was most definitely, at least in my opinion, an ancient civilization that was far more advanced than we are now. And these aren't the only temples in the world. There are temples all over the world. There are thousands of pyramids found all over the world. We have places like Stonehenge. Again, Göbekli Tepe, the ancient pyramid or temple in Turkey that's dated at 12,000 years old. The interesting thing about Göbekli Tepe is that researchers found that beneath the ground at Göbekli Tepe, there were symbols carved into these monuments that suggested that the ancient people knew that we would find these temples around this time in our history. They carved symbols based on the astrological alignments of the stars, suggesting that we would find them around this time. They knew that we would find them in this astrological age. Now, when I say astrological age, it's based on the theory that the universe or the galaxy goes through a period called the Great Year. During this Great Year, our consciousness is believed to go up and to go down. Now, there's believed to be a 24,000-year cycle where we move through these different astrological ages, these zodiacal ages, Pisces, Aquarius, Taurus, Aries, and so on. And these ages are believed to be about 2,100 years or so, 2,150 years or so. The theory is that we've just recently moved out of the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. You may remember the song, The Dawning of the Age of Aquarius. The idea is that on or about December 21st, 2012, and some theories say December 21st, 2020, the date of writing this book, recording this book is November 2nd, 2020, which means that December 21st is coming up. And the state of the world right now being, as I'm recording this book, we're in the COVID period right now. We're in quarantine. We're not quarantined rather, but we're wearing masks all over the world, or at least most people are. I haven't been personally wearing a mask. And we're living in the COVID age. We're living in the coronavirus age. And we're moving toward a very interesting time in our history. So these ancient mythological theories, some in the Mayan mythology and others in the ancient Hindu mythology, suggests that consciousness goes through this 24,000-year cycle. We go to a really high level of consciousness, which is maybe when we built the pyramids and Machu Picchu and Göbekli Tepe and Sacsayhuaman, and then consciousness begins to decline. And it eventually hits a low point. And during this low point, life is incredibly chaotic, violent, and destructive. During this low point, we exist as individual separate beings, unaware of our unified nature. The theory is that during this time of low consciousness, we're in a very competitive mindset. We fight with one another. We're living in a fear-based mentality. We have sickness, we have disease, we have separation, we have chaos, we have confusion. And as we begin to rise and our consciousness grows, we eventually reach a point of oneness and unity where we're all existing as one unified family. You can find these theories if you look up the Mayan calendar or the Yuga calendar. And according to these calendars, we have recently or are recently moving from a time of incredibly low consciousness, maybe even for the last 6,000 years, into a time of elevated consciousness, where consciousness slowly starts to move up again. Now, is this what's happening? I'm not sure, but it's certainly my theory. Now, some theories say that there are 4 ages: a golden age, a silver age, a bronze age, and an iron age. In the Yuga calendar, they refer to the Iron Age as the Kali Yuga, the age of deception, the age of confusion, the age of chaos. According to some of these calendars, we are or have just moved out of the Iron Age, the Kali Yuga, into the Bronze Age, into an age of higher consciousness, where consciousness is beginning to ascend again. Is this true? I'm not sure. But if you look at our world and you look at what's happening in the world and what has happened in the last 100 years, it's certainly interesting. And when you see evidence all over the world of these ancient temples and these ancient monuments which were built with technology that we don't, quote unquote, remember how to create, it really makes a person wonder. So after, the tour actually happens after Etnicus, but I'm going to move on to going to Etnicus now. So when we got back to Etnicus, it really felt like home for me. It felt like I was coming back to a place where I knew that I was going to experience deep levels of compassion and love. During my first ayahuasca ceremony, the second time going back now in October of 2016, I experienced something very similar to what I experienced the first time. In the first ceremony, I didn't have intense visualizations. I didn't have intense purging, but I was okay with that. I knew what could come, and I was cool with just taking it easy. Now, during this ceremony, I did experience something quite profound, and I feel vulnerable sharing it, but I'm going to share it anyway. During the ceremony, I kept seeing an image of a guy that I grew up with. And as a kid, we always had suspicions that this guy was gay. And I grew up in New Glasgow, a small town in Nova Scotia, which has been rated the worst place to live in Canada more than 1 year in a row. And in this town, in the 90s and 2000s, it was not safe to be homosexual. People got made fun of all the time for being gay. People that weren't even gay got made fun of for being gay. Calling someone a fag or a homo or a queer or a gay was just a regular joke, and it was okay and accepted. In fact, I know that I've made those jokes hundreds, maybe even thousands of times growing up. Mother Ayahuasca was showing me this person's face, and at first I didn't understand why. And she said, "We're not going anywhere until you recognize why I'm showing you this face." And the face kept going by, kept going by, kept going by, and finally I realized why I was seeing this face. It was because as a kid, I was friends with this person, and I found him attractive. I thought he had nice lips, I thought he had nice eyes, and he had a great energy, and he was a nice person. And I found him attractive. And suddenly I realized that sexuality is not black and white like I was taught growing up. My dad had a serious phobia of homosexual people, and I'll tell you why later, but I realized that sexuality is not black and white. Sexuality is a spectrum. And if I was able to look at myself in the mirror and find myself attractive, then in some way or another, I see men as attractive. I'm able to look at other men and see them as attractive people, even if I'm not interested in the male biology. I realize that there is no such thing as heterosexuality, that sexuality is a very complicated spectrum, just like a rainbow, and that we all fit somewhere on that rainbow. This is an incredibly powerful experience for me, and once I came to this realization, I started purging quite intensely. Not as intense as the last ceremony or the one I'm about to share with you, but I still purged. It was probably 5 or 10 minutes of powerful throwing up, and I felt an incredible amount of relief afterwards. That was pretty much everything that I experienced in that first ceremony, and again, I was okay with that. And the next night, we were preparing for the second ceremony, and I asked the organizer, who is Teddy, Angel's little brother, the owner's other son, if they would be willing to give me a bigger dose. I said, I'd really like to have enough ayahuasca so I never have to do it ever again. Teddy nodded and said, "Okay, we'll take care of you." And so that evening, they gave everyone else their doses, and when they poured mine, it must have been at least 3, maybe 4 times as much as everyone else's ayahuasca. In fact, the little plastic cups they were giving us couldn't fit any more ayahuasca in it. That's how much it was. I had it coming around, and I felt myself get pretty pale and cold and thought, "Oh, what am I getting myself into?" Everyone in the room gasped, or at least a few people gasped in the room when they saw how much I was getting, and I was nervous, but that was what I came for. And so when the shaman said "Salu," I drank my ayahuasca. Now, in the other ayahuasca ceremonies, I could drink all my ayahuasca in one gulp. This one took a couple of gulps. And it must have been 15 minutes, maybe not even that long, and I was, again, completely gone into another world. The shaman came over to check on me and see if I was okay, and I was throwing up, and I looked at him and I said, "We're almost done, right? We're almost done." And he just says, "No, no." I found out the next day that we were only about 30 minutes into the ceremony at that point. Now, I'm going to share the experiences I had in this ceremony, and again, I'm feeling quite vulnerable about what I'm going to share because it may challenge the way you see religion, it may challenge the way you see yourself, and it may challenge the way you see the universe. And I don't share this to convince you of anything, but only to inspire you to look in your heart and see if any of this feels true for you. During the first experience, the first powerful vision I had, I, Ricky Goodall, completely disappeared. I had no body. I wasn't in a room anymore. I had no recollection of where I was or even who I was. I didn't know there were other people around me. I was experiencing complete blackness. There was nothing for me to experience. I didn't know who I was or where I was, and I was terrified. And I was crying out, saying, "Where am I? What is this? What is this? Where am I?" There was no answer. I asked again, "Where am I? What is this?" Still no answer. Finally, a feminine voice says, "What's wrong?" And I instantly knew it to be Mother Ayahuasca. She says, "What's wrong?" I said, "What is this? Where am I? Where am I?" And she had humor in her voice, and she says, "What's wrong? I thought you wanted to know what it feels like to be God. I thought you wanted to know what it feels like to be the creator. Don't you recognize at this level of your consciousness, you're all there is? At this level of your consciousness, there's nothing else for you to experience. There's nothing else for you to experience outside of yourself at this level of what you are. Don't you recognize the life you've created as Ricky Goodall is the vacation you've given yourself to get away from being all there is, all there ever was, and all there ever will be? Don't you recognize that there's nothing else for you to be in relationship with here?" She said, "Don't you see all the suffering you've experienced in your life is the gift you've given yourself to get away from being the creator? All of the experiences you've had are the vacation you've given yourself to get away from being all there is, all there ever was, and all there ever will be." She said, "Don't you see all the suffering in the world, from the starving children in Africa to the homeless to the sick and the diseased, are all vacations, are all choices that you've all created so that you can get away from being all there is?" She said, "Don't you realize the ancient people never bowed down out of fear of their creator? They bowed down out of gratitude and compassion. Thank you for this gift. Thank you for this experience of life. Thank you for this vacation away from being all that is." As you can imagine, I was profoundly moved by this experience. But we didn't stop there. The next thing I saw was the six-pointed star, the hexagram, the seal of Solomon, the Star of David. And I kept seeing this symbol over and over and over again. And Mother Ayahuasca said, "You have to study this symbol. You have to understand this symbol. When you understand this symbol fully, you'll be able to heal yourself and others. When you understand this symbol fully, you'll be able to see the commonality between all religions and all spiritual systems. You have to study this symbol. You have to understand this symbol. It's part of your purpose." She said, "You have to study ancient wisdom. You have to study all of the ancient systems that you feel drawn to." She specifically said, "You have to study Hebrew. You have to study Egyptian. You have to study the ancient spiritual systems so that you can understand yourself." She said, "There's a Hebrew prophecy and it's about you. And when you understand what this prophecy means, you'll understand your purpose." She said, "You're going to start a religion that changes the world." She said, "You're going to bring ayahuasca to Canada and you're going to transform people's lives with it." She said, "You have to travel to the ancient sites. You have to travel to the pyramids. You have to travel to Machu Picchu and Sexe Woman. You have to travel to the ancient temples on the planet because they will help you remember who you are. They will help you remember your purpose. They will activate your consciousness." Again, I was throwing up and throwing up and throwing up while this was all happening. Next, I experienced a different vision. I was at the feet of a king and a queen, a very powerful king and queen. And my head was pounding. It was hurting so much. There was a high-pitched frequency that felt like it was going to make my ears bleed. The king and queen said, yeah, it hurts for you to be here, but you'll eventually be able to be here. You're not ready yet. But we want you to know that you're our child. We want you to know that you're our prince. We want you to know that we are your mother and father. We are your parents, and you are divine. You are a child of your Creator. You are a child of the King and Queen. Again, the imagery continued to shift, and next I saw myself with a mohawk like I had in my fighting career. When I talked about that fight I got knocked out in earlier, I saw a picture of that face, and I had a deep, sharp pain in my stomach. Mother Ayahuasca said, this is the only way you'll forgive yourself. I begged for mercy. I said, please make the pain stop, Mother Ayahuasca. Please, please, please. She said, I'm sorry. It's the only way that you'll forgive yourself. And I recognized in that moment that the person I was in my fighting career, the angry, dominating, controlling, manipulative person, was the reason that I was feeling this intense pain. It was the only way that I was going to be humbled. It was the only way that I was going to be able to forgive myself. Again, I was vomiting and vomiting and vomiting, and finally I had to be taken to the bathroom because I had diarrhea at the same time. And once again, I was sitting on the toilet with my pants down to my ankles, throwing up in a bucket and shitting at the same time for hours, to the point where the organizer, Teddy, had to come in and tell me, we're going to have to give you a Gravol needle to stop you from throwing up because we're afraid that you're going to damage your vocal cords. Now, we were scheduled for a third ceremony again, but there was no way I was doing a ceremony this time. I spent hours in the doctor's office after they gave me the Gravol needle, and I didn't get to bed until probably 4 or 5 in the morning. And I was a mess the next day. I had no idea how to process what I had just experienced. Just last week, I read my journal from that experience. I read it and went over the notes again and was just profoundly moved and thought to myself, how am I going to share this with the world? How am I going to share this truth with others? How are people ever going to take me seriously after they read this? But I knew it's my purpose. It's my purpose to be honest. It's my purpose to be transparent. It's my purpose to speak my truth to the world, no matter what kind of rejection, criticism, or judgment I may receive from others. After our tour with Brian Forster in Sacsayhuaman, we had a tour scheduled to Machu Picchu with a shaman, one of Angel Jr.'s friends named Manuel. And Manuel was going to take us all throughout Machu Picchu and perform different rituals with my group and I. He helped us understand that Machu Picchu was an ancient meeting site for world leaders from all over the world during the time when Machu Picchu was first built. Now, some researchers might say that Machu Picchu is only a few thousand years old, but it's more likely to be thousands and thousands of years old. It's likely that the Inca people built on to Machu Picchu because when you go there, you can see 2 very different types of blockwork. Some blockwork looks similar to the blockwork you might see in any type of indigenous ancient sites, but the more perfect blockwork, the blockwork that scientists can't explain, is really what's interesting about Machu Picchu. Now, it looks almost as if the ancient people cut the top of the mountain off and built Machu Picchu with the rocks that they cut off from the mountain. And it's built on top of quartz crystal, and if you look up pictures of Machu Picchu online, you can almost see a face in the surrounding mountains around Machu Picchu. Now, some people say this is natural, and maybe it is. Maybe Mother Earth created the face in the mountain, or maybe the ancient people did. It's really hard to say. Now, after we finished at Machu Picchu, my group and I went to our Airbnb, and there were 4 of us staying in the same Airbnb together. So we decided to perform a gratitude magic ceremony, to just have gratitude for everything that we experienced in Peru so far, because we were leaving the next day. And during our ceremony, we set intentions for what we would like to experience when we got home. And at the time, I was living in an apartment in downtown Halifax, a small 1-bedroom apartment. I was close to some parks, but I wasn't really around much nature. I just hit the microphone stand, and at this point, there's no way I'm going back and deleting this chapter, so you're just going to have to deal with that noise. We set intentions for what we would like to experience when we got home, and I was living in a small apartment in downtown Halifax, but I was really feeling pulled to be closer to nature. So I said that when I got home, I would like to live in a house 20 minutes or so outside of the city, close to nature, where I could have my own room to practice magic and ceremonies and another room for my office to build my business. That night, after we performed the ceremony, I looked on my phone for advertisements in Halifax and was able to find a house. And just 3 weeks later, I moved into a house that looked exactly like the house that I intended for in that ceremony. Chapter 3, Part 3, Acceptance. So I'd just like to share that if you're going through some intense experiences while listening to this book, I just want to mention that you're not alone. I'm going through a lot of intense experiences while recording this book. I'm currently home alone in my home, and my girlfriend's gone away for a few days, and things have been really intense while sharing all of this. I've gotten incredibly emotional and triggered. I've gotten angry. I've felt physical pain sensations throughout my body. And the deeper I go into the book, the more clear my mind gets. As I let go of all of this stuff that I've been carrying most of my life, I'm creating more space for clarity and happiness. I just had a hair in my mouth. So if you're listening and you're going through something intense, then just know that you're not alone. Okay, we're going through this together. So the house that I moved into in outside of the city was almost like a retreat center for me. It was cheaper than the apartment I was living in because my girlfriend at the time moved in with me. I had 3 bedrooms, so 1 bedroom was ours, and then I had a room specifically for performing ceremony with an altar and different decorations created just for ceremony. I had another room specifically for an office, and then there was a pond in the yard, there were trails in the backyard, and it was surrounded by nature. Well, at this house, I dove deep into my spiritual studies and my inner healing. I continued to follow the signs, and one day while scrolling through Instagram, there was a person that I'm following on Instagram with that 6-pointed star in his in a picture that he drew by hand. So I sent him a message and I asked him if he had any suggestions for where I could find some resources on that symbol. This person is a ceremonial magician and somebody who studies very similar work that I do, and he suggested the book A Garden of Pomegranates by Israel Regardie. This book is about the Hermetic Kabbalah, and it also talks about the Tree of Life and the Hebrew alphabet. There are Kabbalistic rituals, and it even references the major arcana of the tarot. As I studied this book and studied the Hebrew alphabet and the Tree of Life and started practicing the Kabbalistic rituals, I started to understand, at least from my perspective, the purpose of Hermetic Kabbalah. And I imagine Hermetic Kabbalah kind of like an ancient user's manual for navigating consciousness. It's sort of like a software plugin that helps me perceive the vastness of God, creator, or conscious universe. I learned that the Hebrew alphabet is actually a hieroglyphic alphabet. So unlike the English alphabet, where each letter is simply a letter, in the Hebrew alphabet, each letter is a noun. Each letter is a symbol that represents many things. Hieroglyphs have layers of meaning. And so each letter of the Hebrew alphabet has an obvious meaning, and then it has a deeper meaning that only an initiate can truly understand if they've studied other sources of information. So the beauty about magic and esoteric wisdom is that there are no right or wrong answers. There are no specific ways to understand it. Everyone has their own subjective experience. I learned that the Tree of Life symbol is actually a representation of the 22 Hebrew letters and the 10 Hebrew numbers. The 10 circles on the Tree of Life, they're called the Sephiroth or the Sephira, are representations of the numbers from 1 to 10. The Hebrew alphabet, the 22 letters, are the little paths that connect the circles on the Tree of Life to one another, and each of those letters represents an emanation or an archetype or a manifestation of consciousness, of God, creator, or conscious universe. The major arcana of the tarot deck is based on, or at least it's said to be based on, there are many different philosophies around this, but believed to be based on the Hebrew alphabet. And I've also read that the Hebrew alphabet is based on the ancient constellations in the sky, although I'm not overly familiar with that system just yet. And I would just like to be completely humble and vulnerable and transparent about my Hebrew studies. I'm still learning. I'm not claiming to be fluent in Hebrew. I'm far from it. In fact, I only really have an understanding, or a bit of an understanding, I should say, of the Hebrew alphabet in relation to magic, in relation to esoteric studies, in relation to consciousness. I think that these systems can take a lifetime to understand and to grasp. The thing that's fortunate for me is that while studying these concepts, I was able to receive insights and guidance about their purpose and what they mean without fully needing to understand or memorize everything to do with them. I think it's part of my masculine mind to want to memorize and perfect everything, but my feminine mind recognizes that it's only necessary for me to find balance and intuitively and intellectually understand these concepts together. So in studying the Hebrew alphabet and in studying Kabbalah and Tree of Life, I've learned a lot of these concepts and have been able to grasp the essence or the meaning behind them, but I'm not claiming to be fluent in Hebrew or fluent in these ancient systems any more than what I've needed to get what I need to get out of them. I also studied systems of spiritual alchemy and took courses under the Alchemy Guild. I think you can find that simply by just Googling Alchemy Guild. I learned about how alchemy illustrates the process of purification of the human soul. So if you're an uninitiated, or as they say, the vulgar or the unworthy, you may assume that alchemy was an ancient BS science about how to transform lead into gold. I'm not saying that the ancient alchemists or even powerful modern-day alchemists can't turn lead into gold, because I'm not really sure if that's possible. Based on what I've experienced in magic and miracles, and based on the ancient sites we have in the world, I think it could be possible that magicians can literally transmute lead into gold, but I think that alchemy is about something different. I think that alchemy is about transmuting our lead soul, the pain, the guilt, the shame, the resentment, the regret, the embarrassment, the insecurity. I think alchemy is about transmuting that lead into gold by finding the opportunities, the hidden gifts and talents, and the prosperity beneath all of that, the power that we get when we heal these aspects of ourselves. I studied the book, The Kybalion. I'm not even sure how many times I read it, so many times, about the 7 Hermetic principles. This book was written by 3 initiates. They don't give their actual name. If you do a little bit of research, you might be able to find the author behind the book, but I don't think he actually wrote it. I think he might have channeled it. The Kybalion talks about the 7 Hermetic principles and how everything is in the mind of the Creator, and that we are all creators of our own experience, and that what happens inside of us is a reflection of what happens outside of us, and what happens outside is a reflection of what happens inside. I studied the Hermetica and started to learn about the concept of the Great Work. The Great Work is a term that I understand means the work from transmuting our lead into gold. It's the work that I'm doing in this book. It's sharing the pain that we carry, sharing it to the point where we're able to let it go and transmute it. And the great work in laboratory alchemy is really the process of transmuting actual elements of lead into elements of gold. And I believe that the practice of laboratory alchemy is meant to be a sort of secret or magic ritual allowing us to heal our insides. So in other words, if you're a practicing alchemist and you're a laboratory alchemist and you're practicing laboratory alchemy, if you persist in your work, eventually that process may lead you to enlightenment. I studied Gnosticism, and I studied early Christianity, high magic, paganism, and even work by the Knights Templar and Christian mysticism. I learned that there are other forms of Christianity out there that are not accepted or adopted by the mainstream religious groups. I learned that there is an entire system of Christian mysticism that can help me transform my consciousness and heal myself far faster than modern or conventional medicine and psychology can help me achieve. I learned about shamanism in a more deep concept and a wider concept. I learned that shamanism is global, that shamans have existed all over the world. And even the word shaman doesn't come from South America like I assumed that it did. It actually comes from Siberia. And that the shamans in Peru call themselves different things. They call themselves maestro and master and doctor, and shaman is a word that they adopted over time. I learned about Wicca and Judaism and animism, and learned that these systems at their core are actually just another form of high magic. They're another form of shamanism or Christian mysticism or alchemy or Kabbalah. They're all rooted in the same ancient roots when I go deep enough, and I'll be explaining that later in the book. I learned a bit about Lao Tzu and how he's an inner alchemist and how his studies led to the formation of Taoism. And I started practicing Tai Chi and really understanding and pondering the idea that everything in the universe is the Tao. Everything in the universe is the masculine and feminine energy. The yin-yang symbol shows us that there is darkness and light in everything. With a little bit of light in the darkness and a little bit of darkness in the light, we can understand that we are a perfect balance of these masculine and feminine energies. Tai Chi is essentially the practice of mimicking the behavior of the universe, the behavior of the Tao, the behavior of how the energy of the universe moves. Tai Chi is helping me understand how I can become less rigid in my life and learn to flow like water in my situations and my circumstances I find myself in. I studied Hinduism, and I'll be totally transparent and say the next three religions I'll mention, Hinduism, Jainism, and Judaism, I didn't go as deep into those systems as I had some of the others, but I've studied the Gita quite deeply, and I've studied the Torah and the Sefer Yetzirah and the Zohar, different ancient Hebrew texts that Judaism is believed to be based on. But I'll be honest and say that I'm less interested in Judaism than I am in Jewish mysticism, which is the ancient roots of Kabbalah and alchemy. Alchemy was Egyptian, I believe, and Kabbalah was or Hebrew, but I think they really come from the same roots. I think they're both ancient and they're not actually Egyptian or Hebrew, but that they come from that civilization before the flood. Jainism I'm much less familiar with, but once you understand what I'm sharing in this book, when you look at these religions, or at least when I look at these religions and these systems, I can find the commonality between them quite quickly, and I don't believe it's necessary for me to study them in depth. Not because I have no respect for them or I don't see their value. I just think that they were created during a time where consciousness was much different than it is now. So I study them for a point of reference. I don't study them for a perspective of dogma. I read the book The Pagan Christ by Tom Harper, where he illustrates the, in my opinion at least, countless similarities between Jesus Christ and the entity or deity known as Horus in ancient Egypt. Horus was born of the sun and the moon, the mother and the father. He was a perfect balance of masculine and feminine energy. Christ was believed to be the Father and the Holy Spirit mixed together, and he is the Holy Child, manifestation of the Holy Spirit, which I believe to be the feminine energy, and the Father, which I believe to be the masculine energy. And Horus and Jesus Christ were apparently born on December 25th, which has a variety of different astrological significances. They were also born of a virgin mother. There's a resurrection story, and again, other similarities that I won't get into too deeply into this book, but that book by Tom Harper is very valuable. Tom Harper was a former evangelical priest, I believe, and as he dug deeper into his Christian studies, he recognized that this Christ character, Jesus Christ, was maybe it was a real person who lived 2,000 years ago, and I'll give my opinion later on that, and I will say that I think that there was a teacher 2,000 years ago, but in the book The Pagan Christ, he illustrates that the story of Jesus Christ is more likely to be influenced and inspired by the story of Horus and other deities as well, not just Horus. Again, I read the book A Garden of Pomegranates. I shouldn't say I read it. I'm still reading it. This book is maybe lasts a lifetime. There's so much information. I'm so grateful for Israel Regardie and the content and the work that he's put into the world. And I'm still studying that book and using it as a reference book. I studied the Gnostic Bible, particularly the Gospel of Thomas. The Gnostic Bible contains Gospels that were not accepted and adopted by mainstream religion and mainstream Christianity and Catholicism. And in the Gnostic Bible, Jesus, or Yeshua, is portrayed a little differently than you might see in the New Testament. And I'll share some quotes from the Gnostic Bible later, some of my favorites, as well as some traditional Bible quotes. I read the book High Magic by Eliphas Levi, and wow, High Magic is a book that I just continue to come back to over and over and over again. My favorite thing about this book is that Eliphas Levi shares that high magic is not low magic or middle magic. It's not the magic of manipulation. It's not the magic of cursing. It's not the magic of hexes. It's not the magic of trying to manipulate nature. It's not the magic of trying to manipulate other people. It's the magic of healing the internal soul so that the external soul can reflect that. I was divinely guided from one stage to the next while studying this material. And when I would finish one resource, another one would show up almost magically out of nowhere. And many of these books and texts, including the New Testament and the Old Testament, or the Torah, which I'll explain about later, the Sefer Yetzirah, the Zohar, A Garden of Pomegranates, High Magic, even the Kybalion, the Hermetica, and many of these books were written with two levels of understanding. They have an exoteric perception and an esoteric perception. So the exoteric is the obvious for the uninitiated, or I mean no disrespect, but for the unworthy or the vulgar. And then there's another layered meaning, a hidden meaning behind the symbolism, which is considered the esoteric meaning. And I would just like to read a definition of esoteric I found by just simply Googling the word. And the definition is intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people with a specialized knowledge or interest. So basically, esoteric wisdom is for people who are initiated into the concept. So you can think of that like a surgeon. A surgeon is going to have an understanding of medical terminology different than me because I'm not a surgeon. A psychologist is going to understand psychological terminology different than I will because I'm not a psychologist. I might understand some of the concepts, but I haven't been initiated into psychology, or I haven't been initiated into medicine quite the same way a surgeon or a psychologist would. Likewise, the esoteric sciences are sort of the same way. If a person hasn't been fully initiated into the practice, if they haven't experienced a miracle themselves, it's going to be difficult for them to fully understand. This book is an attempt at installing a lot of these concepts into you, the listener, so that miracles become more present in your life. I don't think that you need to be saved by me. I don't think that you need to be taught by me. I'm not teaching you these things. I'm just sharing my story with the intention of either confirming what you already know, building on what you don't know yet, or perhaps helping you figure out how you can serve me and how you might be able to help me understand more, because I'm always open to learning more. Eliphas Levi, author of High Magic, said, and I quote, "Science," and he's referring to esoteric science, I believe, "science is preserved through silence and is perpetuated through initiation. The law of silence is thus only absolute and inviolable relative to the multitude of non-initiated. The science can only be transmitted through words. Therefore, the sages must sometimes speak. Yes, the sages must speak, not to say, but to lead others to find." And in other words, in my understanding, these sciences, these esoteric sciences, can only be learned through words from teacher to student. And although the message may be clear, it still may be missed by many. I could write a book about this, and I attempted it for a long time, but I recognized that me explaining it through my own words is far more powerful than writing it in a book. I will eventually have this book composed into a written document, but it was just far too triggering and far too painful for me to write it out. I tried this for the last couple of years and struggled. But of course, now is the time to release this into the world. So while I'm going through all of this deep esoteric study and these learning these concepts, I was also getting coached by Giovanna. And I learned that this coaching style is more like an oral tradition. It's an ancient, maybe ageless, maybe from the beginning of time, oral tradition form of self-leadership coaching that connects me to my intuition. These coaches, including Rich Litvin, refer to themselves as miracle workers. They don't say that to be arrogant or prideful. They say that out of humility because they recognize the work they've done on themselves. I eventually took a 6-month apprenticeship with Giovanna where every week she would coach me. She would coach me around a lot of the things I've shared in this book and other things that I don't even need to share in this book about building my business and having faith in myself, believing in myself, and taking action. The apprenticeship was very, very deep. It expanded me in ways that I'll never go back ever again after this experience. This coaching is impossible to explain. Even by reading this book, despite how much you may feel like you understand it, if you haven't experienced this work before, then it's really impossible for you to understand. It's like explaining the texture of chocolate cake to somebody who's never eaten cake before, or explaining the experience of being in South America with the palm trees and the beautiful sunshine and the incredible beaches without actually being there. Pictures don't do it justice. One has to experience it. And so these apprenticeships are based on the idea that coaching is an apprenticeship-based profession. It's something that has to be passed on from one person to another. It's not something that can be read about in a book. And when I say coaching, I mean, this is just the term that Rich and other coaches like Rich have used to explain what they do so that they can get paid. But really, it's not coaching. It's really an esoteric form of self-leadership, at least in my opinion. It's about helping us understand, and I say self-leadership as in self with a capital S. It's about connecting us to our higher self, connecting us to our intuition, helping us find the truth inside of us. I could write an entire book, and I probably will, about all of the lessons I learned in my coaching with Giovanna and in the work I've experienced since then, but there were 4 big lessons I really want to share for the purpose of this book. The first big lesson I learned was that I had a serious fear of asking. I was afraid of asking for what I want in life because I had such an intense fear of rejection. But then it was pretty impossible for me to deny that the reason I didn't have what I wanted in life was because I wasn't asking. Throughout my studies and my work with Giovanna, I developed what I call the formula for abundance. And this formula has worked for me all throughout my life, unconsciously for most of my life, and now I use it consciously, and it works without fail. Anytime I want anything, I use this formula, and I'm able to acquire what it is that I truly desire in my heart. And this formula is 3 parts. It's give, ask, receive. In the first part of the formula, give, I think it's best described when Bob Proctor said, "You can't go to a wood stove and say, 'You give me heat and I'll give you wood.' You can't go to a wood stove and say, 'I'll give you heat if you give me wood.' Or you give me heat and I'll give you wood." And likewise, we can't go to a garden and say, "Well, you give me tomato plants and then I'll plant the seeds." We have to give before we receive. We have to serve before we take. We have to provide value before the universe gives to us, at least gives us excess and prosperity and what we desire. If we choose not to give, we will always have our needs met, I believe, and I mean our basic needs, but that will be just about it. And if we take far more than we give, especially if we take, or if I take, I like to use I statements when possible, but sometimes I slip into old patterns. If I give without, or if I take without giving, and if I take in a way that hurts others, then I will have my needs taken from me. But if I give, and I give in a way that serves others, I will have all my needs met and more. The next part of the formula, ask, is, I described it a bit earlier in the beginning of my conversation about Giovanna, but you might have heard in the Bible quote, "Ask and it shall be given." And Byron Katie, as I quoted earlier, said, "You can have anything you want in life if you're willing to ask 1,000 people." So I've never asked 1,000 people for anything in my life, which is probably why I don't have a lot of the things that I desire yet. I haven't figured out or taken action on asking for those things. I used to think that asking meant ask God, ask vision board, ask with affirmations, stay in my room and ask and ask and ask. But if I don't go out in the world and actually ask for what I desire, then how can the universe give it to me? All of my desires come through relationships. Everything I've ever desired comes through some sort of relationship. If I want a car, it has to be built by people who build cars, unless I can build a car myself. But even then, the parts have to come from somewhere. The chances of me being able to mine the materials to create the car and then assemble the car from scratch myself is very slim. So I have to ask somebody somehow. I have to request that which I desire from someone somehow. And if I can get over my fear of rejection and recognize, as Rich and Steve Chandler in his book, The Prosperous Coach, taught me, yes lives in the land of no. The more no's I get, the more likely I am to get a yes. So the question isn't, can I have what I want? The question is, how many no's am I willing to get until I get what I want? This is an exact science. When I figure out how many no's it takes for me to get something that I want, I can replicate that formula. And in most cases, I will either get it with the same amount of no's or even less in the future. I learned this with my coaching. The next aspect of the formula is to receive. And receive probably could be at the first as well. I mean, even though this is a formula that seems linear, give, ask, receive, these things can all happen simultaneously. And when they do, that's when true results really come, in my opinion at least. When I say receiving, I mean having gratitude, having appreciation, having enjoyment for the thing that I desire. But I don't mean receiving it after it comes. I mean receiving it before it comes. Practicing gratitude before I receive the thing that I desire. Practicing appreciation before I receive the thing that I desire. And practicing gratitude and appreciation for all of the things that I've already acquired. By enjoying the things I've already acquired and practicing gratitude and appreciation, I'm aligning myself with having more of what I want. There's an old saying, what we measure grows. So the more I measure what I have, the more I measure what makes me happy, the more I measure what the universe has already given me, the more likely I am to create more of that thing that I desire. By receiving in gratitude as soon as I ask for something, knowing that it will come in faith, and by appreciating just the act of asking and appreciating the process of receiving and appreciating the giving value that I practice in order to get the thing that I want, I'm aligning myself energetically with that thing that I desire. The second big lesson I learned about was my people-pleasing and seeking validation patterns. I learned that since a young age, since a child, I was taught to behave and do what I'm told and listen to authorities and don't speak out and say yes when I really mean no and agree to things I don't want to do because I have to please people. If I don't, then I might get grounded, I might go to detention, I might go to jail, I might get in trouble. So I learned that through society and through my parents, and which of course also comes from society, that I have to be a people pleaser in order to get by in life. And for a long time that worked. I mean, when I worked with those 1,000 clients in my nutrition coaching business, I was people pleasing a lot of those people. I wasn't really expressing my truth for two reasons. First of all, because I was afraid. I was afraid to be rejected and that people wouldn't like me, but also because I didn't really have the software or the scripts to express myself in a way where I could have my needs met and not hurt other people. So I would have to people please them. Instead of expressing myself in a powerful way where my needs got met and the other person's needs were also met, I expressed myself in such a way where nobody's needs would be met. They might have felt like their needs were met, but I wasn't being genuine and authentic, so I wasn't truly meeting their needs, and they weren't meeting my needs either. And this people-pleasing led to a lot of suffering and pain in my life, and breaking these habits was and is still challenging. Even throughout this book, you may have heard me slipping into some people-pleasing patterns. And the purpose of this book is for me to call myself out on those patterns so that I can be very conscious and aware of them. The third lesson that I learned, and this one has caused me the most amount of suffering, I would say, out of all of the lessons, is my pattern of judging and criticizing others. My ex-fiance went to a Dr. John Demartini seminar one time, a presentation, and he gave a perfect example of how we judge others and why we judge others. Dr. John Demartini was one of the stars in the movie The Secret, and he said, if you go in the Bible, or sorry, not the Bible, I looked over and I could see a Bible on my desk. If you go into the dictionary and you write down every word that can be used to judge another human being, and then you write down every single person you can think of that embodies that word, and then you write down an example of a time where you were that thing, you'll understand why you judge other people. So in other words, what I judge in others is actually a reflection of what I judge in myself. And the biggest example I have of this is people say, what about a murderer? What about a rapist? I don't judge those people because they're a reflection of me. And I have to challenge that and say that we've all had murderous thoughts, I'm sure, at one point or another, even if it was only for a flash moment. There may have been a scenario in my life where I murdered small animals or murdered insects or thought murderous thoughts while in a rage. There have been times in my past where I've forced myself on others, forced myself on women, not in a way that's comparable to rape, as in what our society would say, but I grew up in scenarios and circumstances where being forceful, especially while drinking, was considered sexy in some ways. There were some women and partners that I've had in my life who were turned on by force and by aggression and by pushiness in that way. So I was trained by society to believe that these things were appropriate. So when I judge others, whatever I'm judging them for, if I'm honest enough with myself, I may find the root of those judgments as reflections of judgments I have for myself. And I have never failed with helping a person figure out how the way they're judging somebody else is actually a judgment of themselves. Unless that person is unwilling to accept aspects of themselves in that moment, which in some cases happens, and the person just has to take their time while going through this work because it's not always easy. So again, judge not lest ye be judged. So if I judge others, I'm really judging myself, and if I judge others, the universe is going to judge me. As within, so without. As within, so without. What I do inside of me will happen outside of me. So if I'm judging others, then I'm going to be judged as well. The universe will judge me. If I say judgmental words toward one other person, somebody else may say judgmental words to me. Or if I judge somebody else for being something, the universe may judge me and take away or hold back something that I truly desire. The fourth big lesson that I learned in my work with Giovanna was about subconscious programming. And this concept is the foundation of the material in this book. In the movie The Secret, the concept is thoughts become things. The idea is that our thoughts will create the things that we desire in our life, but I prefer that thoughts become choices. So in other words, thoughts become words, habits, and behavior. Choices in the form of words, habits, and behavior create, influence, or attract my experiences to me. And I kind of understand this through the concepts of frequencies or vibrational matching. If I play an A note on my guitar and you play an A note on a piano, those two notes will act in harmony together. Likewise, if I play an A note on my guitar and you play an E note on a piano, those notes will act in harmony together. If I play an A note on my guitar and you play an E flat note on my guitar, those notes are not in harmony with each other and they will create an experience of dissonance. So if my energy is not in harmony with that which I desire, then I will not experience that which I desire. I'll experience that which I am in harmony with. So I don't believe that thoughts become things. I think that thoughts become words, habits, and behavior, and those words, habits, and behavior create a strong energetic frequency, which will then create, attract, influence, or align me with that which I desire. I know this is deep stuff, and if you've never been exposed to any of these concepts before, this is probably a lot. So feel free to, at any time, take breaks, go grab a glass of water, stretch out, shake it off, and listen to this more than once if necessary, because these concepts are difficult for me to explain sometimes in a really simple way, and while still having compassion for the fact that the listener may not be as well versed in these ideas as I am. Or as somebody else who's even more well-versed than I am. However, if you listen enough times and you have patience with yourself, I believe that the concepts will sink in and the ideas will sink in eventually. Actually, in fact, I believe that I download these concepts as I read these books or listen to speakers talking about them, even if I might not directly understand what they're saying. So again, I don't believe that we're attracting what we desire. I think that attracting is the experience I have in the physical realm, but I think what's actually happening is that I'm aligning my frequency or my energy with the thing that I desire, and then I'm manifesting, creating, or influencing reality to create that thing in my experience. It seems like attracting because I live in the 3-dimension, I perceive life in the 3-dimension, but I'm not actually attracting it. I'm really manifesting it from the ether, manifesting it from the one substance that everything is created from. So thoughts become words, habits, and behavior, but the question that I had was, well, where do thoughts come from? This is what caused me so much suffering in my journey, is that I would watch the movie The Secret and they would say, thoughts become things, and I would get really excited and inspired, but then after a week or so, I'd be back thinking negative thoughts again. I wasn't able to turn my negative thoughts off. Even with meditating twice a day, I was still struggling to have control of my thoughts. I was still struggling to not think negative thoughts, and I didn't understand why. I was suffering, and I couldn't stop it. until I learned that thoughts are generated from beliefs. So in other words, beliefs generate thoughts. Thoughts inspire words, habits, behavior. So again, beliefs generate thoughts. Thoughts inspire words, habits, and behavior. And ultimately, words, habits, and behavior create, manifest, influence, attract, or align me with the reality that I'm creating through my words, habits, and behavior. So for example, if I have a belief that I'm not good enough, then thoughts that I'm not good enough will be generated from these beliefs. And then words, habits, and behavior that align with me not being good enough will be created in my reality. If I have a belief that I am smart, then I'll have thoughts that I'm smart, and then I'll behave in ways, and I'll speak in ways, and I'll create habits that align with me being smart. The best way that I can understand this mechanism is through understanding that 75% of my core beliefs were formed in the first 12 years of my life. 75% of my core beliefs about life, relationships, health, happiness, success, spirituality, God, creator, conscious universe, were formed in the first 12 years of my life. So when I look back to the first 12 years of my life, as you'll learn soon as I share some of these experiences, I learned that I was not creating the foundation for the type of life that I desire. I was creating a foundation based on the life that my parents had growing up, based on the lives that my teachers had growing up, based on the lives that my family members had growing up, and based on the life that people in the social economic class that I grew up in had when they were growing up in life. So in other words, if 75% of my core beliefs are formed in the first 12 years of my life, then I am forming them based on the relationships and experiences I had in the first 12 years of my life. I was born in 1984, so that means that the first 12 years of my life were from 1984 to 1996. I also grew up in what would be considered the lower economic social class, and in the lower economic social class, the concepts and ideas around what it means to create happiness, success, health, and prosperity were much different than in the middle or the upper class. And so as a result, that was the programming that I created. So my beliefs were generating thoughts, words, habits, and behavior based on that socioeconomic class. Now, what's even more interesting is that between 40 and 95% of my decisions every day are based on those beliefs. Between 40 and 95% of my decisions every day are unconscious. I don't even realize I'm making them, and they're based on those beliefs I created in the first 12 years of my life. I think this is so significant that if our population understood this, we would understand why we're creating suffering in our life. If we understood that our words, habits, and behavior create our reality, that our thoughts influence our words, habits, and behavior, and that our beliefs, which were primarily created in our childhood, are influencing our thoughts, words, habits, and behavior, then we would understand why we're experiencing suffering. I learned that most of us are living on autopilot. At least I was. I was living my default life, the life that my parents handed me when I was a child. And you know, my parents did the best they could with what they had, but they weren't able to equip me with the foundation needed for my purpose. They weren't able to, well, that's not true actually. I think my parents equipped me with exactly what was necessary for my purpose, because as I move back through my life and I start to recognize the things I've been through, I recognize that my healing, and including the material in this book, was necessary for my purpose. So I'm going to call myself out for that. I used to think that my parents didn't equip me for my purpose, but actually they did equip me for my purpose. I just needed to learn more. I learned that most of us are living like drones. I sometimes refer to myself as a muggle at that time, or a matrix person, one of the drones that just sort of exist in the background. I was living my default life on autopilot for most of my life, just doing what I thought I needed to do to get by and to create a happy life. What I didn't know is that I was really just living the default life that I was handed. Dr. Gabor Mate, who's a huge supporter of plant medicines like ayahuasca, said that we're born with both needs for authenticity and needs for attachment. So in other words, we're born with the need to be who we really are, and we're also born with the need to get love and acceptance from others. Now, the challenge occurs when our need for authenticity and our need for attachment or our need for acceptance clash with one another. When I created the belief that I need to be someone I'm not in order to get love, that's when I started to create suffering for myself. Now, I'm not sure exactly when this first moment happened. It could have happened in the womb, for all I know. Science is only starting to understand how we're affected even in the womb, or perhaps it was even affected before I came into this life, which I think is the most likely explanation, in my opinion. But regardless, there are some examples that can help us understand or help me understand how these issues can be created. Dr. Gabor Mate talks about how if a baby is crying and suffering greatly, and the mother just lets the baby cry itself out, which, man, I'm sure my mother has done this many times, and I'm sure that your mother has done it too, at least once. If a baby cries out and the mother doesn't pick the baby up when it's crying, the baby can begin to modify its behavior to get love. It can begin to create the idea that if it is who it actually is, if it just acts authentically, it won't get love. The baby needs to cry because babies cry, but if the baby's crying for its mother and its mother doesn't answer, then the baby can create the belief that it's not loved and that who it is isn't enough. And this may trigger you, especially if you're a parent. You may say, that's not true. Babies can't remember that. And I can understand why you would feel that way. I used to think the same thing, but the deeper I learn about this stuff, the more I understand that there's a lot we don't know about our development as children. Another example I like to use is if let's say a 7-year-old child comes home with a math test with an 85%. And instead of congratulating and acknowledging the child for its effort, father says, well, why didn't you get 100? In that moment, the child can create two very different sets of beliefs. And I say two, but really it's infinite amounts. One set of beliefs could cause the child to become overachieving, trying to become a perfectionist and try hard and never actually reach the satisfaction and happiness that it desires. Or it can cause the child to not try hard and to underachieve and to not even bother putting effort in because nothing it ever does will be enough. So these simple examples can cause serious developmental issues in a child. Another example is if a child has a messy room and mom comes in and says, oh, your room's messy again. Why don't you clean this messy room? You know, you're such a mess. You're such a slob. And so the child creates the belief, well, I'm a slob now. And so as a result, the child starts behaving like it's a slob. It starts behaving like it's a messy person, and it can't understand why. I say it because I don't know if it's a man, female, or neutral. It can't understand why it's a slob. No matter how hard it tries, it can't get to a point where it's living a happy, healthy, clean, and organized life. But if we go back into the child's life, even as a full-grown adult, and help the child understand when they created this belief, then they're able to transform this belief and become whoever they desire to become. I learned that it's this programming that was the roots of my people-pleasing, validation-seeking patterns, and that in order to heal these patterns, I would have to heal these roots of my behavior. I would have to go back in time and heal these parts of myself. Now, some coaches and shamans and healers say, well, you don't have to go back in time. Don't go back into the traumas. Don't go back into the past. And that is one philosophy. That is one way of doing things. And I have a different philosophy based on a different set of teachings. And the teachings that I follow teach me that in order to truly align with my full power, my full potential, and my purpose, it's necessary for me to go back in time so that I can neutralize or transmute my past. By avoiding my past, it's like avoiding the dirty laundry. It doesn't get done, but I can just stick it in a closet and forget about it. But in the back of my mind, I know that the dirty laundry is always there, and no matter how clean the rest of the house is, in the back of my mind, the dirty laundry is still there. And so for me, cleaning the dirty laundry is the key to true power, for me at least, and to reach my true potential and to reach my true purpose. It's been necessary for me to clean all of my dirty laundry. We have all experienced these events, some of us more than others. Some of us have experienced far worse events that have caused significant issues. Dr. Gabor Mate says there are really two types of traumas. I prefer not to use the word trauma because it has so many connotations to it. I prefer highly stimulating event, which we can imagine a highly stimulating event as an event that highly stimulates the nervous system and highly stimulates the mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical bodies to the point where there are signatures or imprints created on the individual. And so we all experience these events, some of us more than others. And Dr. Gabor Mate says there are really two types of traumas, or two types of highly stimulating events: overt and covert. So an overt event is a child being sexually abused or physically abused one time as a kid. A covert is the low-level underlying abuse that happens sometimes every day. So if a child grows up with a parent who's neglectful or an alcoholic or a drug addict or mentally ill, then that child is experiencing abuse every single day. That would be considered covert. Or if the child experiences a severe experience, maybe they get bit by a dog, maybe they get beaten up at school, maybe they get raped or molested, then this child has experienced an overt trauma. Both traumas are incredibly damaging to the child. Both types of events can cause serious long-term damage, especially if not fully processed during the event. If for some reason the child didn't have the opportunity to fully express the event that happened, and if the child wasn't able to fully process the experience, then these experiences can lead to serious issues that may last a lifetime if never addressed. We all experience these events, some of us more than others. So while I was going through my coaching with Giovanna, I was also performing shamanic high magic ceremonies with the intention of healing these aspects of myself. So I would take my coaching training and I would apply it to my shamanism and my high magic, which basically means ancient psychological healing systems combined with plant medicines, combined with coaching. And I would dive deep into my subconscious mind to learn how to heal these aspects of myself. Once I found something in ceremony, I would then immediately share it with another person and process it and express it in the best way that I could. I continued to receive guidance from a higher power for where to look next. I would get powerful impulses to go here or to go there, to look at this book or to look at that book. At one point in my journey, I received the impulse to propose to my girlfriend at the time. Now, this was interesting to me because I never imagined that I would be married. For most of my life, I never imagined that marriage was aligned for me. Yet, here I was feeling the impulse to propose to my girlfriend. Now, shortly before that, her sister was proposed to by her boyfriend, and I think that may have triggered feelings of people-pleasing and validation-seeking in me, but I also recognized that our proposal was necessary for the next aspects of my journey and the experiences that came with it. I ended up proposing to my girlfriend on Christmas in front of my parents. Now, as you'll learn soon, my parents had been separated since I was 9 years old, and I couldn't even imagine for most of my life having my parents in the same room together, let alone having them stay over at my house for Christmas. My dad slept on the couch, my mom slept in the spare bedroom, and this was a miracle for me. I mean, just having them at my house on Christmas was a miracle for me. But being able to propose to my girlfriend at the time in front of my parents on Christmas morning was like having my childhood. It's making me emotional even just saying that right now. It was like having my childhood resolved for me in a lot of ways. And that experience was completely life-changing. Just before my engagement, I started planning to host my first shamanic ayahuasca retreat in Nova Scotia, Canada. At the time, ayahuasca had been illegal for quite a long time, but if you recall, in my 5th ayahuasca ceremony, Mother Ayahuasca said that I would be starting a religion that would change the world and that I would be bringing ayahuasca to Canada. I didn't know how this could be possible. Ayahuasca was illegal. It's a Schedule III drug and not legal to possess or to use in Canada. But 2 weeks after my trip to Peru, I went to see my lawyer for some contracts and different legal issues for my business. And he said, "I saw that you were in Peru lately." I said, "Yeah, I was. I was there for a couple of weeks." He said, "Did you go there for ayahuasca?" And I said, "I did. Yeah, I went to an ayahuasca retreat." He said, "Oh, interesting. Did you know that you can register a legal religion in Canada and bring ayahuasca under the religious exemption?" I had no idea that this was possible. From my understanding, ayahuasca was illegal and there was no way to bring it to Canada, but according to this lawyer, I could actually bring it under religious exemption. Now, that doesn't mean that I can just start a religion and start bringing ayahuasca to Canada and that's it, because if anything was to happen or if I was arrested, it would be challenging for me to make that case in court. So I knew that I would have to have a pretty good case. But I did register a legal religion and I did start planning an ayahuasca retreat in Nova Scotia. And to show respect to the indigenous people that I was trained under, I actually brought Angel Jr. to Canada to perform these ayahuasca retreats with me. And I say retreats because I did more than one. And I'll talk about that shortly. So we started planning our retreat, and we were scheduled to lead this retreat in January of 2018. Now, this was a huge dream come true for me. To be able to bring this medicine to Canada after experiencing such miracles in Peru was not only a confirmation that what Mother Ayahuasca was telling me was real, but it was also showing me that I was able to manifest whatever I desire in my life. As long as my heart is in the right place and that my intentions are aligned with the highest good, I can create anything. The law is here for me. It's not against me. The law is not here to trap me or imprison me. The law is here to protect me. And if I show respect to the law and keep an open mind and stay open to miracles and possibilities, then anything is possible. Now, as the months went on, the pressure of my engagement started triggering deeper patterns of healing necessary. It started triggering more people-pleasing patterns. It started triggering validation-seeking, trust issues, self-sabotage, and fear of abandonment. My fiance and I were fighting almost every day. She was living with me, and we were working together from home, and her patterns and my patterns were clashing with each other and creating intense pain and suffering for us. I continued to perform more ceremonies to find the roots, using ancient rituals with plant medicines, and started remembering deeply buried childhood memories. I started remembering things that I hadn't accessed in years. I started remembering that my parents used a lot of heavy drugs in my younger years, drugs like cocaine and LSD and others. I started to remember the violence and the crime that I went through as a kid, and all of the crazy situations we had as a child. Don't get me wrong, I have incredibly loving parents. In fact, when my parents were expressing their most authentic selves, when they were loving me fully from the heart, I sometimes felt like I had more loving parents than anyone else. My father, growing up, was a hero to me because he had long blonde hair and a handlebar mustache and tattoos all over his body. But if he was talking to my brother about something that meant a lot to him, or if he was playing with us or hanging out with us, he might even end up crying because he feels so emotional about how much he loves us. See, that's bringing up emotions for me too. My dad taught me how to express my emotions in a healthy way, and to express my affection, and to express the feminine aspect of myself by being in touch with my emotions, despite being a tough, strong man like he was. And my mother, the same. My mother was able to scare me with her violent demeanor, but she was also able to humble me with her compassion and her ability to have empathy and forgiveness for me, despite how intense my behavior might have been as a child. So as I started going through this journey, I started to bring up memories that were buried for most of my life. And I'm going to share some of these experiences now. And I just want to just be clear and say that what I'm about to share may trigger you, and it may bring up some intense experiences and emotions for you, and it may even trigger some of your own memories from childhood. And I just want to encourage you, please don't compare yourself to me, whether you had a life where experiences like I'm about to share were completely unknown to you, or whether you had a life where experiences like I'm going to share will seem like paradise compared to your childhood. Please just honor yourself and recognize that your path and my path are different than one another, and that it's important for you to honor your emotions, I believe. So the first memory I brought up in ceremony was a memory of at 6 years old. And while in ceremony, singing and chanting and rattling, I suddenly had an image. And it was me yelling for help at 6 years old. And I was confused because I didn't understand what this memory was. So I called my mother the next day and I asked her, was there ever a time when I was a child that I had to yell for help? And she reminded me of a situation. And there was a situation where my dad came home from work one day high on cocaine. When my dad was high or drunk, his jealousy and insecurity would be far more intense than when he wasn't high or drunk. I remember as a child, my mom and my brother and my father and I would watch the TV show Full House, and my dad would get so jealous of one of the characters on the TV show that we weren't allowed to watch the TV show anymore at home. So the jealousy and the insecurity got to be really intense. And as you can imagine, for somebody abusing drugs and alcohol, their consciousness is not allowing them to see things from a clear perspective. And my father's own pain and suffering as a child also stopped him from being able to see things clearly in his relationships. So the first experience was my father came home from work and was high on cocaine, and him and my mother got into some kind of argument while we were outside in the yard, and he slammed her against the house with a shovel and put the shovel handle under her neck and was choking her to the point where she couldn't breathe. And she looked at me, and she wasn't able to even speak, but she was mouthing the words, help, help, get help, get help, get help. And I thought my father was going to kill my mother. I was terrified. I started yelling for help, and there was nobody around. I ran to the neighbors, and I banged on their door, but they wouldn't open their door. And so I had to run to a payphone, and my mother tells me that I stood on a rock to get on the payphone and call the police somehow. I don't know what number I would have called, if it was 911 back then or not. But I called the police, and the police came, and they took my brother, my mother, and I to a home for battered women in Kentville, Nova Scotia. This home was apparently the same home that the woman who wrote the book Life with Billy stayed at. The book Life with Billy is about a woman who was badly abused by her husband to the point where she shot him with a shotgun and eventually killed him. And this was the same home that my brother and I were staying at as children, and I knew that as a child. I knew that story at 6 years old. This home was void of love and emotions in my experience. I don't vividly remember the home, but I remember the feeling, and it was a sinking feeling in my gut. It was a sinking feeling in my, it's bringing up emotions too, sinking feeling in my stomach of just like, it was like a prison. I felt like I was in prison. There were bars in the windows. Their doors were locked. Nobody was allowed to know where we were living. It was really scary. And I created the beliefs that I have to protect my family, I have to protect my mom, and that my dad is dangerous. And this caused a lot of pain for me as a child because, like I said, my dad was the most loving man that I'd ever met in my life. And to have to see him as a dangerous person at the same time was so confusing for me. It was so painful for me. I remember another memory where my mom and my dad were arguing, and my mom was so violent and freaking out that my dad was holding her down on the ground, holding her hands, saying really terrible things to her, but then looking at my brother and I and telling us that everything was okay. And I didn't do anything. I was only 6 or 7 years old, and I didn't stop my dad from holding my mother down because he kept saying everything was fine. But then my mother kept asking for us to help and was yelling at us for help, and I was confused. I didn't know what to do. And I created beliefs that I abandoned my mother and that I deserved for her to abandon me. Another memory that came up was at 6 years old when my mother and my father were fighting in the yard. My mother was up on the balcony, and my father was down in the yard with my brother and I. And they were arguing about something, and my dad said something really mean to her, which was one of his habits that he learned from his mother. And as they were arguing, my mom picked up my brother's bike, which was up on the balcony with her, and she threw it down at my father, but instead of hitting my father, it hit my brother on the top of the head. He was only 3.5 to 4 years old, and it split his head wide open. And we had to rush him to the hospital in a taxi. They wouldn't call an ambulance because they were scared that the hospital would know that my mom threw the bike and that me and my brother would get taken away from my parents, so we had to say that he fell and hit his head and had to lie. And I remember that even at 6 years old, that my parents lied to the hospital and told us not to tell them what happened. And I created the belief that I have to protect my brother, that my mother is dangerous, and that if I don't protect my brother, I could lose him at some point in my life. I remember at 7 years old, my mother was at home with my brother and I, and my dad was at work, and I just remember seeing my mother with a serious nosebleed, and I didn't know why. And my father came home and found out that she had used all of the cocaine that was supposed to be for both of them, and that she almost had she had a serious nosebleed while she was there right in front of my brother and I, and they got into a huge fight about that. And then either later on that day or another day, my father's friend came over, and I saw him downstairs talking to his friend, and his friend opened the trunk of his car, and I could see handguns in the back of the car. And this was just at 7 years old. And so I created the belief that crime and drugs are a normal part of life. At 8 years old, things got so chaotic living in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, that my parents had to move us out of town overnight. We gave everything we own away and told only our closest family and friends that we are leaving, and we packed up and moved out of town overnight. My parents owed so much money to dangerous people that we had to leave, or else it could be dangerous for my parents and I. And we moved to Trenton, Nova Scotia, just outside of New Glasgow in Pictou County, and we moved overnight. And so in that moment, I created beliefs that it's not safe for me to relax, that I can't create friendships or close relationships because I'll lose my friends. I created the beliefs that my parents are irresponsible and that my life is not safe and that I can't trust my parents. In the same year, when we moved to Trenton, we moved in with my uncle and aunt and their kids. And something happened. I think my brother and I were fighting too much, and my aunt and uncle couldn't handle us living there, and they asked us to leave, and we had to move into a small one-bedroom apartment. Me, my brother, my mother, and I lived in a tiny one-bedroom apartment for a little while, and I created the belief that I can't trust my family, and that I'm not accepted by my family, and that my family, my immediate family, are poor and irresponsible, and that I can't trust my extended family. Finally, at 9 years old, we moved into a small house, and for the first time in my whole life, I experienced happiness. I never lived in a house before, not as a child, at least not that I remember. And this was a two-bedroom house. My parents had a bedroom. My brother and I shared a bedroom, and there was even a wood stove in the house. And for me, this is like living as a rich kid at this point. And I drive by that house sometimes in Trenton, and it's such a small little house, but at the time, it was a dream come true for me. But then one day, my mother, my brother, and I came home, and my dad was drinking. And the whole point of moving to Trenton, to moving away from Dartmouth, was so that my parents could stop using drugs and alcohol and that our life could change. And they promised my brother and I that if we moved, there would be no more violence, and there would be no more drugs, and there would be no more alcohol. But one day, my mother, my mother, and I came home, and my dad was drinking. And he was questioning my mother, and he had a violent look on his face. And I remembered all of the things that happened before. And at 9 years old, I looked up at my mother and I said, "We have to leave. We have to leave. We can't stay here." And we left, and we went to another home for battered women, the Tierman House in New Glasgow. Another home, sad home with bars on the windows, and nobody could know where we were at. And my dad wasn't allowed to have any contact with us for, I think it was months at that point. And it was such a sad experience living in this home. And again, it's bringing up emotions, just thinking about it. It's a very intense experience to share this stuff on here like this. And finally, my dad was forced to leave the house, and my parents split up. And I created the belief that, first of all, happiness doesn't last, that eventually things are going to fall apart. And I created the belief, and I carried this for a long time, that I split my family up. And I didn't know that this belief was in there until my mother and I performed a forgiveness ceremony one day. And I had a whole list of things I wanted to forgive her for. And I read the list to her, and she said, "Okay, there is one thing that I've always wanted to ask forgiveness for." And I said, "What's that?" And she said, "Well, I should have never let you make that decision." And I said, "What do you mean? I don't know what you mean." She said, "Well, you remember when you and your brother and I came home and your father was drinking?" And I said, "Yeah." And at this point, I had no recollection of this. And she looked at me and she said, "Well, you looked up and you said, 'We have to leave.' And I should have never let you make that decision." And then I suddenly realized that it was me who made the decision for my family to break up. And even though it was necessary, and looking back, I know that it was an important aspect of my growth and development, I still carried that pain my whole life unconsciously without even knowing it. And I felt anger toward my mother, and anger toward myself, and anger toward my father as a result. I started to learn that all of the jealousy, anger, and violence I experienced as a child was affecting me as an adult. The addiction, the crime, the drugs, the behaviors of possession and codependency, alcohol and drug abuse were still affecting me as a child. As I went deeper into this healing, I started to remember my teenage years. So at 9 years old, shortly after my parents split up, I was taken away to foster care. My mother had a hard time taking care of my brother and I, and one day I came home from school, and the children's aid were there waiting for me, and they took me to foster care. And I was there for 9 months. I was not allowed to see my father the whole time I was there. I was only allowed to talk to him once a week. It was so painful. And I spent most of my time in foster care in a room by myself listening to the radio. There was only one other child in the main home that I was in, and she was 5 years old and I was 9 years old. I had to play with little kids most of the time. I didn't develop socially. I had to change to a new school. I missed the last few months of grade 3, or grade 4 rather, and went to a new school for grade 5. And when kids would ask me where I was from or who my parents were, I couldn't really tell them because I was too embarrassed of being in foster care. And I thought it was my fault. I thought it was because I did something wrong. And at the time, my behavior was out of control. when I was 9 years old after my parents split up because my father was gone. And I had all this pain and anger built up inside of me, carrying the guilt and the shame of breaking my family up. And so going to foster care was like going to a prison at 9 years old. It was so painful. And the Children's Aid was not very helpful for me. They did the best they could. Our system was not designed to help lower class children who had been through the kinds of experiences I'd been through. And I didn't have a lot of support. I wasn't allowed to see my father. I barely spoke to my mother. She started dating somebody new and was spending most of the time at his house. And I created the belief that my mother left me for another man. She let my brother stay home and started dating somebody new. So I created the belief that my mother just didn't love me, that she was leaving me for another man, and that I wasn't loved by her. And so as I continued to go through this healing work, I started then to remember what happened to me after I went to foster care. Eventually, my dad was able to get sober for a bit, and he was able to encourage the Children's Aid to let me stay with him. And so at 10 years old, I was allowed to move in with my father, or maybe it was 11. I was allowed to move in with my father, and for a while, things were really amazing. We had a 2-bedroom apartment on McDonald Street in Glasgow, and Dad tried really hard. He was working and earning enough money to cover everything we needed, and that year I had the best Christmas that I ever had as a child, and he got me the stereo that I always wanted, and we spent a lot of great time together. And then I think around 11 or 12 years old, he started drinking again, and that's when things got really hard. And from 11 or 12 years old until I moved out I finished high school, my life was fucking crazy, man. It was like there was so much crime and there was so much violence and there was so much poverty, and we were homeless for periods of time. I watched my dad get in fights with people who broke his teeth and smashed his face off the pavement and stabbed him with screwdrivers, and he would go to sleep and I would be scared that he was never going to wake up again, or he would go out and he would come home days later with stab marks in his stomach. And I was allowed to sell cigarettes at 12 years old at school, and sell weed at 13 years old, and sell magic mushrooms at 14 years old. And there was intense violence at our home and drinking all the time. Sometimes my dad would turn the music up so loud at 4 a.m. while I was in bed getting ready to go to school the next day. I wouldn't be able to sleep for hours, and I'd go to school completely exhausted and still do the best to get the best marks that I could. And there would be periods where I would get taken back into custody with the Children's Aid. First, they would take me to my mother's for a bit because my dad was so out of control, and then they would take me into foster care at 14 years old. We were so poor at some cases that I had to, as a teenager, go to soup kitchens and food banks myself to be able to eat and take care of myself. I remember different times going to soup kitchens and having kids that I go to high school with volunteering there with their parents, and I'm there eating as a kid. I remember, try to read my notes here, my dad would be so loving and caring during the day, and then he would freak out at night. He would get drunk and be so violent and so angry at night that he'd smash my guitar, or he'd smash the things in my room. Or one time he swung a huge wrench at me that I thought he was going to, I thought if it hit me, it would have killed me if it hit me. And then he'd wake up the next day and he wouldn't remember. He would just completely forget all of these things that happened, so I wouldn't ever feel like I could fully express myself. At 14 years old, my dad was drinking one night, and my uncle called us because my father's mother had passed away. His mother suffered from alcoholism most of his life as well. And a week before that was Mother's Day. And I remember thinking, I should tell Dad to call Nanny for Mother's Day. But I didn't, because I was angry at her for her drinking and angry at her for other things that I would learn soon. And so I didn't tell him to call her. And then a week later, my uncle called, and my dad was drinking, and he told us that my grandmother died. My father cried all night long. And he woke up the next day, and before I went to school, I said, "Hey, Dad, do you remember Uncle Danny calling last night?" And he said, "No. Why did he call?" And I had to tell him all over again that his mother passed away. And he didn't remember. I just remember how sad he was and how upset he was about it. And then at 15, his drinking got so bad that he got in too many fights and eventually was taken to jail. And at 15 years old, the Children's Aid were going to take me back into foster care again. And I told them that if they did, I was going to run away. I was making good marks in school. At this point, I was training martial arts and practicing music. I had a band and was going to karate and kickboxing often. And I said, "Listen, if you take me to foster care, I'm going to run away. You need to find something else for me." So at 15 years old, the Children's Aid broke their own rules, and funded me to have my own apartment, and they let me stay somewhere by myself. And so for a few months at 15 years old, I actually lived on my own while going to high school. Eventually, my dad got out of jail and moved back in, and we continued living together. And so as I was going through all this healing as an adult and going through all of these ceremonies, I decided to ask my parents to have a forgiveness ceremony with me. And I just told you about the one that my mother and I had. And the one that my father and I had was very powerful as well. He was still living in New Glasgow for most of my adult life until I finally encouraged him to move to Halifax with me in 2017 or 2018. And I asked him if he would go through a forgiveness ceremony with me, and he agreed. My father and mother are such brave people. They've done so much of this work with me, and I'm just really grateful to have them in my life and have them to be able to do this work with. They're so brave and so vulnerable, and they continue to inspire me with how much they're able to open up. And so I wrote my dad. I typed my dad a 6-page letter, a 6-page forgiveness letter, calling him out for everything he'd ever done to me, everything he'd ever done to hurt me. And I read it to him on Father's Day, and we lit a gold candle, and we lit some incense, and I read him the letter, and then we burned it together, and we went for a walk on a trail, and we had a really incredible Father's Day together, maybe the best one I'd ever had with him at that point. And about a week later, he was drinking, and he wasn't talking, and he wouldn't really like open up to me, and I could tell that something was going on. And I went to his house, and he was drinking, and I was like, "Dad, what's going on? Why are you so upset? Like, what are you not telling me?" And he said, I can't tell you. I never told anyone. I can't tell you." And I said, "Dad, you can tell me anything. Like, what is it? What are you holding on to? Please open up to me." And he told me that when he was 9 years old, he heard his father and mother arguing in the kitchen one day. He went through a torturous childhood. His parents were poor. They fought all the time. They were severe alcoholics as children. He had 5 brothers and sisters, and they grew up in real intense poverty, far worse than I had ever experienced as a child. And he heard his mother and father arguing in the kitchen, and his mother was saying, "Your brother's a child molester," and his father was denying it, saying, "No, he's not, no, he's not, no, he's not." And my father could hear this, but they didn't know he was listening. And a couple of weeks later, they sent my father to his uncle's house to help out with the yard or some kind of housework or something. And his uncle locked him in a bedroom and molested him every day he was there. And when my father came home, he went fishing with his father one day and said, "Hey, Dad, you know that stuff that Mom said about my uncle?" And his father said, "Your mother's crazy. I don't want to ever hear you talk about that ever again." And so until he was 62 years old, my father never told anyone. He never told anyone what happened to him, and this is the root of all of his pain. It was the root of all of his anger toward women. He thought his mother abandoned him and let him be molested by his uncle, and he thought his father knew too, and he was just so angry his whole life, and he'd been through so much pain, and cut out his family and cut out his parents because he thought that they all knew. And so from that point forward, my father's anger and his pain has really subsided, and he's become a very different person as a result. So while all of this healing was happening, my business and my relationship were suffering greatly. I was fighting with my fiance almost every day. I was feeling triggered and insecure about everything. I was isolating myself from the world, and I wasn't putting myself out there in business. I was gaining weight. I was eating junk food all the time, using cannabis pretty much daily. I wasn't using alcohol anymore at all, and certainly not any heavy drugs, but I was using cannabis every day. By April of 2018, I had an opportunity to work with a client for a $25,000 deal to help her build a wellness center. And I worked with this woman for a month for no cost, just to invest in her and to work toward creating this deal. And we had one meeting left where we were going to sign our contract. And she asked me if she could bring her friend to the meeting. Now, I was trained in coaching that to never people please and to always lead powerfully. And a $25,000 meeting is not an appropriate time to bring a friend. And she also asked if I would bring my fiance so she could meet her. And this was also not an appropriate thing to do. But I was really nervous and really wanted to sign the $25,000 deal. So I said yes to both. The friend became suspicious of the work we did together because she'd never experienced my work. She started questioning me and started questioning the contract, and her friend was people-pleasing her. My client was people-pleasing this woman by letting her speak for her, which was triggering my people-pleasing patterns, and the whole meeting became a disaster, and the $25,000 deal fell off the table. At the time, this is the biggest deal that I'd ever faced in my life. This is the biggest opportunity I'd ever faced in my career, and it fell apart. And while my fiance and I were driving home, I was thinking to myself, what the hell just happened? What did I do? How did I sabotage this? How did I ruin this opportunity? So I came home and I performed a ceremony, and with the intention of figuring out the roots of my people-pleasing patterns. And in the ceremony, I had an image of my grandmother, my father's mother, come to mind. Now, I didn't have a lot of recollection of my grandmother growing up. I didn't have a lot of clear memories of being around her, but I do remember a very vivid dream where she was injecting poison into my left arm. I remember it clearly. Even to this day, I can remember it as if it was yesterday. So during this ceremony, an image of her came up, and I remember her saying hurtful words to me. Words like I was fat and ugly and shaming me for being a boy and having a penis. And I'm pretty sure that I would wake up the next day and she would tell me that I was just dreaming, or tell me not to tell my parents, or tell me that it didn't happen. When this memory came up, I had a huge purge. I started crying deeply. I started even throwing up, but I could feel like there was something more. I felt like I wasn't at the bottom yet. I didn't figure everything out yet. From that point forward, in April of 2018, I had full-blown PTSD symptoms that looked like post-traumatic stress disorder, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I was sad, I was insecure, I was lonely, I was depressed, I was easily triggered by anything. I was judging and criticizing everyone. I was hyper-vigilant, I was always on guard, I was isolating myself socially, I was cutting off and sabotaging relationships in my life. My healing became a full-time job, and I was just struggling financially. I was living below poverty, and somehow my needs would be covered, but man, it was really challenging. It was really, really hard. And in these ceremonies, I was guided by a higher power to confess all of my sins. I confessed everything I'd ever done wrong. I confessed cheating on my girlfriends, having affairs with married women, lying, cheating, stealing, manipulating people, being controlling. I was hurtful to small animals as a child. I once played with my cat's vagina as a 10-year-old out of curiosity. I stole from friends. I had sex with my friends' girlfriends when they didn't know, and I confessed all of these things. I confessed it on live video and on Facebook even, just to put it out there and to use that live video as a sacrifice to show that I was willing to lean into these fears. And I performed forgiveness rituals for every person that I could think of, even my grandmother and people who were passed away. And when I performed a forgiveness ritual, I would write a letter, and the letter would basically be 4 parts. The first part would be everything I'm grateful for that person, no matter how badly they hurt me, everything that I'm grateful for, why I'm grateful for the experiences that they had put me through. And then I would write everything that I'm sorry for, everything that I want to take responsibility for. Then I would write everything that I wanted to forgive them for, everything that I wanted to have forgiveness for them for. And then finally, I would write everything I'm grateful for now that we've healed this part of ourselves, now that we've healed this aspect of our relationship. I would write these letters. I would light a candle. I would pray for that person to come forward. I would pray for their energy to come forward. If I knew their birth date and their middle name, I would say that as well. Then I would read the letter out loud as if they were there with me right then. And then I would burn the letter and send the ashes to the wind, the ashes to the earth, and the smoke to the heavens. If possible, I would ask for a person to sit and hold space for me while I read the letter and ask for that person to be a channel. I learned that having somebody else listen while I was doing this work was far more powerful and allowed me to experience a much deeper release as a result. I would pray every day for mercy and for help, and pray for anything that would listen. God, higher power, mother, father, please, please help me heal. Finally, in August of 2018, the pain became so unbearable that I knew that I had to go back to Peru. I knew that I had more work to do. And so I did my cleanse again, and I got to Peru, but this time it was different. I was there by myself. I was terrified. I was scared. I was vulnerable. I was weak. I didn't know that it was wintertime there. I didn't bring any winter clothes with me. I was so sad. In the first day I got there, I almost passed out on the street from altitude sickness, and the place I was supposed to stay at wasn't appropriate. I had to find somewhere else in a very short notice. I didn't sleep for 2 days. And when I finally got to Etnika's, I was so relieved to have a heater, to have warm blankets, to have a place that felt familiar. And I was 35 pounds overweight. I was sick. I could feel that I was sick, but I knew that there was something inside of me. There was a spark inside of me that was keeping me going. in the very first ceremony, or as soon as I got there, I met somebody who was from the U.S., and this man had been adopted from a Chinese orphanage. And he created a very wealthy life for himself, but had experienced a lot of suffering in his childhood. And we were sharing a room together. And I remember having the compassion for him, recognizing how fortunate I was to have my life and to have my parents. And I have a lot of compassion for this person because I know that I could feel that he was a good person, really good person inside, and that he had been suffering. And in the first ceremony we had together, Mother Ayahuasca was asking me, why are you here? Why are you here? I've already showed you how to heal yourself. Why are you here? And she kept showing me the six-pointed star again. She kept saying, why are you here? Why are you here? And I would look over to this man beside me and see him there, and he was suffering and he was purging. And she would see, she would say, don't you see? You're not here anymore. And I would look around the room and I would see all of these people suffering and purging and crying, and I wasn't feeling that. During this experience, I knew that my work with ayahuasca was pretty close to done. She said, you have to surrender into what you are. That's all that's left for you. You have to surrender into what you are. You have to surrender into your purpose. You have to accept what you're here on this planet to do. And she would keep showing me the six-pointed star. The next morning for our reflection, I told the shaman everything that had happened to me. And he bowed to me. The 78-year-old Shipipo shaman who grew up in the Amazon jungle, who has been working with medicine his whole life, bowed to me. And he said, yes, Mother Ayahuasca told me that you are a doctor. You are a master. You are a shaman. Mother Ayahuasca says that you must do this work with others. She said that she heals through your words, that she's with you in your coaching, she's with you in your healing work, she's with you in your energy work, and it's time for you to take on this work and to carry her with you everywhere you go. I bought a small necklace from the man, and it had ayahuasca on it, and he blessed it, and he said that night he would perform a special arcana, a special ikro, a special chant that would put Mother Ayahuasca inside of me and allow me to call her on through prayer and to allow her to speak through my words. Now, this was a blessing and a dream for me because when I first went to Etnikas, I had a vision that I would someday be a shaman, and I expected the shamans at that time to tell me that I was a shaman, but it never happened. And it didn't happen the second time I went to Peru either, but now that dream was coming true. You might recall in my second ayahuasca ceremony when all of the beings were around me and they had their hands on my chest and they said, you must learn to heal yourself before you walk amongst the angels. Well, Angel Senior and Angel Junior were both shamans, and Angel is the Spanish, I'm butchering it, it's Angel, I believe. I'm butchering how to pronounce it through my English accent, but Angel means angel. And Mother Ayahuasca said, you must learn to heal yourself before you can walk amongst the angels. So that evening we were preparing for the second ceremony, and in that ceremony I was beside the same man who I was sharing a room with, and we drank the ayahuasca, and once again I was feeling blissful, I was feeling amazing, and the man beside me was suffering greatly. And he was taken to his room, and he thought he was dying. And I knew the feeling because I had that experience in my fifth ayahuasca ceremony. My vision stopped, and Mother Ayahuasca told me to go give a message to this man in our bedroom. The shaman and the psychologist and the doctor took him into the bedroom because he was so scared that he was dying. And Mother Ayahuasca gave me a message to give to him and said, you have to go give this message to Joe. And I thought, how am I supposed to give him a message? Like, first the shaman tells me I'm a shaman, now I'm going to go save the day. This shaman is in there with him, and how am I supposed to make a difference? I thought that it was just my ego, that I was just being tricked by my ego to think that it was my job to save him, that I was somehow going to go in and validate myself by saving the day. The doctor came over to check on me and asked me if I was still having visions. And I said, no, I'm not having any visions, but I'm wondering how Joe is. How's he doing? And she said, oh, he's not doing good. He's having a very hard time. He's in there with the shaman and the psychologist. And I said, well, Mother Ayahuasca gave me a message to give to him. And she said, oh, you have to give it to him, Ricky. You're connected. You're beside each other. You're in the same room. You have to go give it to him. I didn't go give him the message. I waited longer, and still Mother Ayahuasca persisted and said, you're not getting anything else until you go give him this message. And I continued to see the six-pointed star all over the room. Finally, Fernanda, I think her name was, the organizer came over and asked me how I was doing, and she was training to be a shaman as well, and she was there that morning when the shaman told me that I was a shaman. And I told her that I got a message from Joe, and she said, Ricky, you are a master. You are a shaman. You must answer the call. You must give Joe the message. And I was scared, and I felt really vulnerable and embarrassed, and I thought that I was going to be judged, and I was worried that it was just my ego again getting in the way and trying to create stories in my mind. So I got up and I went into the room and I said, Joe, Mother Ayahuasca gave me a message to give you. Can I give it to you? And he said, sure. And I said, a great healer must be greatly healed. A great healer must be greatly healed. And as I left the room and went back to the Maloka, I knew that the message was never really for Joe. It was for me. It was a message for me. As the ceremony persisted, Mother Ayahuasca said, now I want you to go sing to Joe. I want you to go sing him the song that higher self taught you. Now, in all of my ceremonies I performed and on myself leading up to this point, in all of the Hebrew that I'd studied, a song came through. And that song is different Hebrew chants to activate different aspects of consciousness. They're different names of God, so to speak. And I'd only sang this song for very close friends at this point. I never sang it to anyone else. And Mother Ayahuasca said, you have to go sing this song for Joe. And I thought, there's no way I can go sing this song. I mean, I'm here to get healing for myself. How am I supposed to go sing this song for him? But she said, you have to go sing this song. Go sing it for him. So I got up and I went in the room and I said, Joe, Mother Ayahuasca wants me to sing for you. Is it okay if I sing for you? And he said, okay. And I started to sing the song, and I'll be singing that song at the very ending of this book. But as I started to sing that song, Joe begged me to stop. He said, please stop singing, please, it's enough. And as I got up to leave and I left the room, I could hear Joe purging for the first time that evening, and from that point forward, his ceremony transformed and changed. Once the ceremony was over, or once I left Joe's room, my ayahuasca ceremony was done. It was only 90 minutes into the evening, and my effects completely wore off. I spent the rest of the evening practicing yoga in the lobby of the retreat center. It was the most bizarre experience for me. I thought that I was going there to get humbled, and actually I was just going there to figure out my purpose. And so a couple of days later, I connected with Angel Jr., for a couple of tours. We went on a hike to Ollantaytambo, the ancient Inca fortress in Peru that was believed to be used for thousands of years by the monks and the ancient shamanic priests. It's an Inca forest or fortress with faces carved in the side of the mountain, and there's a condor head carved in the side of the mountain. And this place was miraculous. It was something like I've never experienced before. It was the most beautiful, it was a paradise. It was a retreat center. It was an ancient monastery for these ancient shamanic priests. We went to the agricultural community Pisaka, the ancient agricultural community 3,200 meters above sea level, where there are ancient terraces that run all the way up the mountain with paths and underground tunnels. They have a complex water system and ancient blockwork, just like the blockwork at Sacsayhuaman and Machu Picchu, the ancient blockwork that can't be explained by technology today. And just being at these sites transformed my consciousness. It helped me see that there's so much that we don't know and that we could learn a lot from humbling ourselves. I was scheduled for a San Pedro Huachuma ceremony 5 days later, and Angel wanted me to go on a hike with him for a 5-day trek. And I paid for the trek, but then decided I just couldn't. I had been through too much, and I needed some space and some rest. And I think he was disappointed, and I felt really ashamed. And a few days later, we were prepared to go to the Leras Mountains, 3 hours outside of Cusco, so that I could experience a Huachuma San Pedro ceremony with Angel. But so I went back to my hotel or my Airbnb, and I waited for a couple of days. Now, I was supposed to stop eating the night before at midnight and get lots of sleep so that I could wake up at 3:45 a.m. and travel to the Leras Mountains 3 hours by bus so that we could experience the San Pedro ceremony. But I wasn't able to get to sleep, and I went to sleep at probably 1 a.m. and woke up at 3:45 and met the bus outside and was completely exhausted. And I showed up to the Leras Mountains and connected with Angel, and he had a very wise old shaman there with him who looked almost like a little boy with how much work he must have done on himself, but he was in his 70s. And he came up to Angel and he said, Ricky's back is sore and he's tired. I'm going to perform a forgiveness or a flower ritual for him. And so this man came up to me and Angel said, the shaman says that your back is sore and that you're tired. And it was true, and I never told anyone that. And he performed this ritual on me, and for the rest of the day, my back felt fine, and I was no longer tired. I didn't know why my back was sore. It was starting to get sore from the last couple of days, and that pain persisted for years after that, and I'll talk more about it later. And so we take our Wachuma, we take our San Pedro, which is a psychedelic cactus based on the medicine mescaline. It's different than ayahuasca or psilocybin or the other medicines I'd used before. I'd never used San Pedro before. And during this ceremony, again, my higher self was continually reminding me about my purpose and saying, you have to accept your purpose. You have to accept your purpose. And Angel would come over to me every so often. He would say, Ricky, you're a star. You must shine. You must shine. It's the only way that you can be happy. And he showed me that the ancient Inca mythology came from Tibet and India and Egypt, and that they came across the water when they brought these ancient sciences, and that all of the ancient sciences are actually connected. And around this time, the pain in my back became pain in my rib, and it started to get so painful that I could barely walk in some cases, and it just persisted for the rest of the trip. Finally, I came home, and for the months after this experience in Peru, the pain got so intense in my body that I was struggling to even sleep. I didn't know what it was, and I went to a doctor and asked them, and they weren't sure what it was. They couldn't figure it out. In October of 2018, my fiance and I were scheduled to go to Venice Beach, California, so that I could attend the Rich Litvin Intensive. Rich Litvin, the coach I mentioned earlier, hosts coaching intensives for coaches who want to build a prosperous coaching business. And it was always a dream of mine since I started working with Rich's team back in June of 2016 to attend his intensive. So now here I am at this intensive, living my dream, but in severe mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical pain. I was experiencing intense PTSD symptoms. I was high on cannabis most of the time that I was there. I was experiencing severe pain in my body, and we were sitting most of the time at the intensive. And there was an opportunity at one point where Rich asked if anyone would like to be coached or if anyone would like to speak, and I took the opportunity. In front of a room of 150 people, I stood up and I spoke my truth, that I believe that we are all manifestations of God, that we are all manifestations of the universe, children of the Creator, so to speak, that we are capable of anything and that we can heal absolutely anything. And that the secret to transforming ourselves and healing ourselves is by healing our past. And I had people come up to me after that experience and tell me that I was able to command the room in a way that they'd only seen Rich do that weekend otherwise. And I say that humbly because even in that state, even in that triggered post-traumatic state, I was able to allow my authentic self to come through. After the experience in Venice, I was completely moved by the experience. First of all, I fell in love with Venice Beach. I felt like a second home for me. I couldn't wait to come back. I couldn't wait. I know that my friend Alen is listening to me say couldn't wait and probably cringing right now. He calls me out all the time on that. I could wait. I was so excited to get back to Venice Beach. I was excited to get back and experience it, but I was so triggered while I was there that it was difficult for me to even enjoy the experience. So I came home and the pain in my rib and my back started to persist, and I was angry and frustrated every day, all the time. And I went to my doctor time and time again and was given so many different messages and so many different diagnoses that finally I went to a walk-in clinic to ask for a second opinion, and the doctor told me that she wanted to give me a prostate exam. I'd never had a prostate exam at this point in my life. So I received the prostate exam, and that night I was so triggered and angry and enraged that I knew that I had to perform a ceremony to figure out what was going on. I didn't perform a psilocybin ceremony or a DMT ceremony. I performed just a cannabis ceremony. I used just cannabis and shamanic high magic rituals. I called on Mother Ayahuasca. I asked her to come and help me with this experience. And suddenly I had a memory came to me that transformed my life. When I had the memory come up of my grandmother and I felt like there was something more, I was right. I wasn't just abused by my grandmother, I was also abused by her boyfriend. Her boyfriend sexually abused me when I was 3 years old. At least with this memory, that's what this memory was telling me. The image I was receiving is that I was abused in my anus, that I was abused on my penis, and that he told me all of these loving things while he was doing it, but at the same time, or at least around the same time, my grandmother was telling me terrible things. I had the intuitive knowing that my grandmother was jealous of this man hurting me, and then she would wake up the next day sober and she would deny that it happened and deny it to me that it happened and tell me that I was just dreaming. I always felt like I might have been sexually abused, but I couldn't be sure, and this experience confirmed it for me. This experience helped me understand that the pain, the anger, and the frustration, the shame, and the guilt that I've been carrying most of my life was because of this experience. I purged for weeks. My body went into severe pain. I cried and cried and cried almost every day, yet the pain wouldn't go away. And as this was happening, I was receiving clearer signs and guidance for where to look next. In fact, my fiance was even in a ceremony one day and said that she received a message to give to me. And the message she gave me was that I had to look at the elements. I had to follow the elements. And I didn't know what that meant at the time, but I would soon learn it. I started to discover a pattern behind the esoteric systems. I discovered that behind Kabbalah, alchemy, Christianity, Judaism, Gnosticism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, they all had the same ancient roots. They all appeared to come from the same place. They were rooted in ancient math, ancient geometry and science. They were rooted in ancient psychology. I was learning that these were ancient psychological healing systems that could help us discover how to heal ourselves in a miraculous way. I was discovering a blueprint for healing the soul and a path out of suffering. You might remember the symbol I mentioned in the aspect when I was first initiated into high magic, and you may remember the pentagram symbol, the 5-pointed star. You probably remember drawing these stars as a kid. Most of us have drawn them at some point in our lives. Well, I learned that the pentagram has roots in early Christianity. It has roots in early Chinese systems, Japanese, Hebrew, Judaism, Greek, and even Babylonian systems. There are even Moroccan coins with the pentagram on them, and you can find these coins online. You can buy them online. I own a couple of these coins with the pentagram on them. I learned that the pentagram in early Christianity was used to represent the 5 wounds of Christ. The jazz saxophonist John Coltrane discovered the circle of fifths diagram, where he recognized the connection between all of the different notes of the music scale and how they all connect together using this pentagram symbol. I learned that the pentagram represents the classical elements: fire, air, water, earth, and ether. This was an ancient classification system for the universe. It represents the 5 states of matter: plasma, gas, liquid, solid, and space. Fire being plasma, air being gas, water being liquid, earth being solid or matter, and ether being space. I learned that these 5 elements also represent the human body, fire being the electricity, air being the gases in our body, water being the fluids, earth being the matter, and then ether being our consciousness, or the space beneath all of that exists inside of us. I learned that they also represented the 5 directions: east, south, west, north, and the center direction, which is also the up, the down, and the center. They're found in Buddhism, in Hinduism, in ancient Persia, Greece, Babylonia, Japan, Tibet, and India. Zoroaster, the founder of the first major religion, said, and I quote, "The elements are sacred and essential for the survival of all living beings, and therefore should be venerated and kept free from contamination." That's an interesting thing to say about an ancient classification system. Why should they be venerated or respected and kept free from contamination? An ancient Vedic Sanskrit text called the Taittiriya, please pardon my pronunciation, the Taittiriya Upanishad said, and I quote, "From this very self did space come into being. From space, air. From air, fire. From fire, water. From water, earth. From the earth, plants. From plants, food. From food, man." End quote. This was teaching me that these elements were not only what we're made of, but they are who and what we are. This pentagram symbol represented us, the human being. It represented us, the microcosm. In early Buddhism, they were a basis for understanding suffering and liberating oneself from suffering. They're also categories of sensory experience. They represent smell, touch, taste, hear, and see. Leonardo da Vinci showed us how the pentagram lays over top of the human being in his image of the Vitruvian Man. The most profound finding that I came across was that they represent the 5 bodies: the spiritual body, the mental body, the emotional body, the physical body, and our consciousness. The spiritual body is the fire element. The mental body or the mind is the air element. The emotional body or the feelings is the water element. The physical body is the earth, and the consciousness is the ether. I learned that these 5 elements or these 5 energy bodies act sort of like operating systems that interpret, store, and generate our experiences of reality. The fire element or our spiritual body generates our experiences of faith, willpower, focus, and courage. The air element or the mental body generates experiences of wisdom, curiosity, intelligence, and intellect. The water element or the emotional body generates experiences of joy, compassion, understanding, and empathy. The earth element or the physical body generates experiences of humility, discipline, balance, and safety. The ether element or our consciousness can generate experiences of unconditional love, unity, and oneness. If we have healthy bodies or healthy elements, we'll have a healthy life. But if we have unhealthy bodies or unhealthy elements, we'll live an unhealthy life. I know this is deep, so please follow me. And if you need to go back and listen again, I suggest that you do so. These concepts took a lot of time and energy for me to fully understand, and I hope that I'm explaining them in a way that allows you to understand as best as possible. I learned that these elements are almost like holographic memory banks, and that every time we experience a situation, or every time I experienced a situation in life, it was stored in one of these elements, or in some cases, in all of these elements. Whether I win a marathon or lose a marathon can be determined based on the health of my elements. My willpower would be necessary to bust through the limitations that might hold me back from winning or training for the marathon. My earth element, my physical body, would be necessary to be disciplined and balanced and healthy in order for me to get to the end of the marathon. My emotional and mental state would also have to be well tuned in order for me to win the marathon. Whether I pull my back, write a book, or get laid off can all be determined based on the health of my elements. If I was distracted or driven, angry or happy, sad or joyful could be determined by the state of my elements. I recognize that these 5 elements or 5 bodies are almost like 2-way projector lenses. They not only perceive my reality, but they also create it. I would perceive my reality through my elements. So in other words, if I had a dirty air element or a dirty mental body, then I would perceive my world differently than if I had a clean air element or a clean mental body. I could imagine that consciousness or ether is like the film, and that fire, air, water, and earth are like lenses that project onto the film and also allow the film to project back into the world. So if we imagine that reality is like a hologram, and that life is more like a simulation or a video game, we could imagine that we interpret our reality through our elements and lenses, and then we project it back out through our elements or our lenses. Again, it's like a 2-way movie projector or a 2-way holographic projector. If I have a clean lenses or clean elements, then I'll have a clean perception of reality and then a clean projection of reality. If I have dirty lenses or dirty elements, I'll have a dirty perception of reality and therefore a dirty projection of reality. So we can imagine this like in the fire element or the spiritual body. If I have a clean spiritual element or spiritual body, or clean fire element, I'll feel driven, focused, brave, and motivated. If I have a dirty fire element or a dirty spiritual body, I may feel fearful, apathetic, anxious, and stuck. If I have a dirty air element or a dirty mental body, I may feel ignorant, arrogant, impulsive, and distracted. If I have a clean air element or a clean mental body, I may feel wise, knowing, intuitive, and present. If I have a dirty water element or a dirty emotional body, I may feel indifferent, bitter, temperamental, depressed, judgmental, or insecure. If I have a clean water element or a clean emotional body, I may feel compassionate, joyful, understanding, and empathetic. If I have a clean earth element or a clean physical body, I may feel healthy, fit, generous, giving, vibrant, grounded, relaxed, and prosperous. If I have a dirty earth element or a dirty physical body, I may feel tense, sore, ill, tired, stressed, lethargic, greedy, and scarce. If I have a clean ether element or a clean consciousness, I may feel tolerant, graceful, radiant, and I might experience oneness, unity, and faith. If I have a dirty ether element or a dirty consciousness, I may be intolerant, manipulative. I may experience duality, suffering, and fear. I learned that what I hold, I perceive, and what I perceive, I project. What I project, I experience. This was described greatly in the law of cause and effect in the book The Kybalion. Every cause has an effect, and every effect has a cause. My reality is created from the inside out. So I can imagine the elements like operating systems in a computer that interpret, store, and generate my experiences. So if I imagine that my elements are like operating systems and my body is like a highly tuned, highly complex bio-supercomputer, then these elements are like operating systems that generate my experiences of reality. They also interpret my experiences of reality. They store my memories and experiences and then further generate my experiences based on the memories that I've created. They also act like two-way movie projector lenses that perceive my reality and then project my reality back out. So in other words, I perceive my reality and then I create beliefs about my reality. I store images of my reality in my elements and then I project that energy back out into my reality. This is so important to understand. This is so important for me to fully grasp in order to reach the level of consciousness I desire to reach. If I have damaged operating systems or damaged lenses, in other words, damaged damaged energetic bodies or damaged elements, then I will have a damaged experience of reality. If I have a healthy, healed, and clean set of elements, then I will have a clean experience of reality. Remember that concept I shared earlier in the book of subjective reality? Well, imagine that we're in a video game right now. My avatar or my character or my Ricky Goodall is made of the 5 elements, and so is the game itself. The earth is made of physical matter, the sun is made of the fire element, the air is made of the air element, and the water or the liquid in the world is made of the water element. The ether is the space that it all exists on. And likewise, my body or my character is composed of the 5 elements: fire, air, water, earth, and ether. I am the pilot, and my body or my character or my Ricky Goodall is my avatar. I can understand this idea as consciousness versus the ego. The ego is my identity. The ego is my Ricky Goodall. The ego is my 4 elements: fire, air, water, and earth. And my consciousness is the true pilot. My ether element is the truth of what I am. I perceive and project my game world through my elements and lenses or my systems and bodies. As within, so without. My external game world, aka the universe, or the elements, is a reflection of my internal game world, aka the self or the elements. In other words, my internal elements are a projection and a reflection of my external elements. And the entire universe that I'm experiencing, perceiving, and projecting right now is a reflection of what I'm carrying inside of me. You see, I learned that in order to truly grasp these concepts, I have to let go of the attachment to my 3-dimensional model of reality. I had to let go of the attachment to being separate from everyone else. I had to let go of my attachment to being separate from my reality. I had to accept the humility that perhaps I don't know what I don't know, and that maybe everything I've ever experienced is actually a reflection of me. Now, for some people, this could cause insanity or depression or feelings of loneliness, and I encourage you to take a deep breath and to let that go, because I'm realizing that I'm not separate from anyone. I am everyone. They are me and I am them. And when I accept this and humble myself to this truth, I can really begin to find peace. I can really begin to find love and acceptance and forgiveness for myself, love and acceptance and forgiveness for others. I believe that this truth is the ultimate truth. It's the core foundation of all religious systems. It's the core foundation of all spiritual and scientific systems. If we look back deep enough, we can find that they all share these commonalities. The elements are the non-dogmatic, non-religious connection that all of these systems share. It's the true science. It's the truth of what we are. Chapter 3, Part 4, Alignment. Although I was beginning to logically understand my suffering, I was still experiencing it. The physical pain in my body was affecting my sleep. I felt like I was stressed all of the time, and I wasn't able to find a diagnosis. My personal family doctor was no help. I went to different doctors at walk-in clinics. I was ordered MRIs, CAT scans, X-rays, given different prescriptions for medications and multiple different diagnoses, yet nobody seemed to know what was going on in my body. It was a mystery illness that nobody had an answer for. My engagement was also struggling. I was recognizing that my fiancé and I had very different priorities and values about life. Our relationship was getting harder and harder. I loved her very much, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't able to express my needs and feelings in a healthy way, and I wasn't able to meet her needs. Our conversations would often resort into yelling and verbal abuse and passive-aggressive remarks. I was repeating what I knew growing up as a child. We were slipping into unhealthy codependent patterns, but I had no idea how to change it. It was tough for me to have self-control and not get triggered because I was under so much stress all of the time. My fight or flight mode in my body was locked on, and the smallest thing would trigger me. We ended up splitting up a week before my 35th birthday. I recognized that our relationship was necessary for deep aspects of my healing and for hers, but the breakup was incredibly painful nonetheless. I was more than 30 pounds overweight. I was out of shape. I was unhealthy. I developed unhealthy eating habits and was using cannabis almost every day. After our breakup, I knew I had to go deeper into my childhood patterns. I had to really understand the roots of my abandonment and self-sabotage if I was going to move on and be in a happy relationship in my life at some point. I was recognizing that my grandmother's verbal abuse toward me was creating anger and fear toward women, which would lead to me people-pleasing and then eventually getting angry to the point where I would explode and lose my temper and be frustrated and resentful. The abuse I received from her boyfriend led me to not trust men and to feel ashamed when I was around them and not feel good enough. So my relationships to both men and women were being affected by these experiences I had in my early years. I went deeper into my magic. I started performing higher self-invocation using dimethyltryptamine, DMT. Now, I should mention that it is suggested not to use plant medicines and high magic at the same time. High magic is incredibly powerful by itself, and when mixed with plant medicines, especially like psilocybin and dimethyltryptamine, the experiences can be very, very intense. And these experiences were very intense. In one of ceremony, my consciousness went so high that I found myself in this room with black and white tiles on the walls, and there was no door to get out. And in that moment, I recognized that I was God. I was the creator. The black and white tiles represented the masculine and feminine energy of the universe, and I was the creator manifesting those energies. I recognized in that moment that I was all there was, and the only way for me to be truly happy in my life was to accept that. The only way for me to find the peace and the happiness that I desired was to accept that I could be all there is. I had to obey and to surrender to this truth, and I was continually reminded by higher self, even in this experience, that I am all there is, and to be happy I have to accept this. God would continue to speak through me in these ceremonies and tell me my purpose and tell me that in order for me to be happy, I have to surrender to my purpose. I have to surrender to the purpose that I came to this planet with. I would receive clear and loving guidance for how to continue my healing. From February of 2019 until May of 2019, I was still living in the house that my ex and I were living in together. So just being there was triggering for me. I decided to book a trip to Mexico to take a vacation by myself. I booked a trip to Cancun and Isla Mujeres, a small Mayan island just outside of Cancun. I wanted to see the Mayan ruins while I was there, and I booked a tour to El Castillo, Chichen Itza, the Mayan ruins outside of Cancun. Now, little did I know, I booked my tour right on the spring equinox. And it just so happens that 2 times a year, there's an optical illusion on El Castillo, the large pyramid, as the sun's setting. And it happens on the spring equinox and the fall equinox. What happens is when the sun is setting, it looks almost as if there's a serpent crawling down the side of the big pyramid. While I was there at El Castillo, I performed a variety of different rituals. I carved symbols in the bottom, right at the foot of the pyramid, and said prayers and left offerings there as a gift to the ancient Mayan people and as a gift to the pyramid itself. Now, something very interesting happened within 24 hours after I left that site. A whirlwind showed up. You can find a video if you look for it online. A whirlwind showed up right at the area that I performed these rituals. Some of the local wisdom keepers said that it's a sign of the return of Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl was a great Mayan leader who is believed to be a reincarnation of Jesus Christ. I spent most of my time in Cancun at the Templo Ixchel. Ixchel is a Mayan goddess who represents the mother, the feminine energy in the universe. I spent 2 hours one morning writing a coded invocation ritual for the goddess Ixchel. I spent the whole morning researching her, looking up the different associations with her, and the other goddesses who she represents, goddesses like Aphrodite and Isis and Mother Mary. When I got to the temple ruins, I walked around the site and got myself familiar with it. I'd been there a couple of times before that, but really wanted to feel the energy of the place before I began my rituals. While walking around the temple, I found another invocation ritual. There was a piece of paper under a rock, and when I saw it, I walked up to it and realized that somebody must have put it there just that day. It wasn't wet. There was no weather damage from it or anything at all. It had to be done just that morning. I picked it up and realized that it was an entire invocation prayer written in Spanish. When I performed my ritual, I read that invocation prayer and my own invocation prayer. I performed some different Tai Chi rituals and different Kabbalistic rituals that I'd been practicing. And I swear to you, within 20 minutes after performing my rituals, rain clouds began to form. And the rain came down so hard that I had less than 5 minutes to drive my scooter to a local restaurant to get under a tent before I got completely soaked. Ixchel is the goddess of the rain. After my trip, I came home, and the next month was Easter of 2019. I decided to perform a set of ceremonies during that Easter weekend. On Good Friday, I performed another DMT high magic ceremony connecting to higher self using these ancient Hebrew rituals. And in that ceremony, I had a very powerful vision. Higher self, God, creator of conscious universe, told me that love is all there is. Love is all there is, and all we're trying to do is find that deep love that exists inside of us. Each of us human beings are here to build on top of our ancestry, to build on top of what our ancestors were able to experience. I had a vision of me standing on the faces of my mother and father, and they were trying to push me up. And I saw that we were all in a bucket, a big bucket, and that all we're trying to do is get out of this bucket. All of us, all human beings, are trying to get out of the bucket of suffering, the bucket of karma, and that my parents, as I stood on their shoulders and their faces, were pleased. They had smiles on their faces because they were trying to push me out of the bucket. And I think that's what our family is here to do. They're here to help us build on top of our ancestry so we can find a way out of suffering, so we can find a way out of the karmic cycles that we find ourselves in. We're all here to liberate ourselves from our karma, I believe. We're all here to liberate ourselves from our suffering. And our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, they were all giving us what they had. They were doing the best that they could. In another image, I had this vision of a being riding a wave, and the wave was creation. And he was saying, look at us, look at what we are, look at what we're part of. It's so incredible, it's so miraculous. We're all part of this beautiful creation. We're all part of this miracle. We're all part of this manifestation. We're not separate from our Creator. We are all manifestations of our Creator. We are all expressions of our Creator. During this experience, I became fully immersed into God, fully immersed into Creator. And as this was happening, I could feel a shaking and pulsing feeling at my perineum, at my root chakra. I could feel it shaking. I could feel energy building up in that area, and it began to climb all the way up my spine, up into my neck, to the top of my head, and it started pouring out of the top of my head like a fountain. And I found myself laying in ecstatic bliss for more than 30 minutes. It felt like a full-body orgasm without ejaculation. I found myself completely overwhelmed by this experience of ecstasy. While this was happening, higher self, God, creator of conscious universe, continued to speak to me and saying, Ricky, you must share these stories. You must share these stories with people. And I was afraid. I was afraid of being judged and criticized. But I was experiencing miracles in my life. And not just alone. I was experiencing miracles with other people in attendance sometimes too. I told God, I'm afraid. What do I say if people question me? God says, tell them I sent you. Well, I couldn't argue with that. I continued my ceremony work and started inviting more people into my ceremonies. I started inviting clients to experience some of these ceremonies with me and began to perform very powerful healing on them. They were experiencing miracles in ceremony just like I was. Now again, I just want to say a little word about miracles here. And I know I'm using this word quite liberally, and I want to mention that I use it with faith and humility. I'm not claiming that I can at will perform miracles, at least not yet. But I do believe that miracles can be performed through us when we surrender to that experience. I'm not performing the miracles. Higher self, God or creator is performing the miracles. I am simply the conduit. In his book Supernormal by Dean Radin, a PhD, he explains the scientific process and the ancient history around miracle workers. His subtitle of his book is Science, Yoga, and the Evidence for Extraordinary Psychic Abilities. You see, we all have these abilities inside of us. We all have them sleeping inside of us. And when we awaken these aspects of ourselves, we can all become miracle workers. In the beginning of the book, I mentioned how Roger Bannister was able to break the 4-minute mile. Before that, running a 4-minute mile was a miracle. And Roger Bannister did it. And then after that, many people have done it again. We're all miracle workers. And the level of which we can perform miracles is a reflection of our faith and our humility. At least that's what I understand. After Easter of 2019, I began to eat healthier. I started training martial arts again and started practicing music again. During that time, a coach challenged me to perform 7 of my original songs in 7 days. Now, at that point, I hadn't performed music for quite a long time, and I certainly hadn't performed anything online or through social media. But she challenged me to get the ball rolling. I told her that my dream was to be a rock star, to perform music and to inspire people with my music. She said, okay, do you have any music? I said, yeah, I have some songs. She asked me to go get my guitar right then and there and play a song for her. And at this point, I hadn't been practicing or writing music in quite some time. I grabbed my guitar and I played a song for her, and she says, okay, here's your challenge. I would like you to perform 7 songs on live video on Facebook for the next 7 days. Perform those 7 songs and just see what happens. Well, something interesting definitely did happen. Music began to pour out of me. I was able to write more music than I'd written since I was a teenager, and even then, my music didn't feel as authentic and genuine as it was coming out of me. I was performing higher self rituals to be able to channel the music. I would perform the ritual, then I would just ask higher self, what song would you like me to play right now? And I would listen. And if I listened long enough, I would be able to hear the tune. And I'd start to play it on my guitar. And then I would say, okay, what are the lyrics? And then I would listen, and then the lyrics would come through. I began to write music by invoking my higher self because I recognized that the music is already created. Everything already exists in the universe. Creator, God, or conscious universe is everything. All there ever is, all there ever was, and all there ever will be. Everything already exists. So all of the music I'm going to create in the future already exists in the ether. All I have to do is draw it forward. I just have to bring it down to me and express it through me. In June of 2019, I had my second ayahuasca retreat planned. I was bringing Angel back from Peru to perform another ayahuasca retreat together. A couple of days before he showed up, a song came to me, and it was called Here Come the Warriors. And this song is about the shamans and the healers and the miracle workers who are doing the work necessary to heal themselves so they can inspire others with their healing. We had a very powerful weekend that weekend, and as I was driving Angel back to the airport, another song came to me called Ayahuasca Cowboys. Now this song is very interesting because it's about something that happened at the retreat. On the second night of our retreat, a man started to have very terrifying images during his ayahuasca ceremony. He managed to sneak away and jumped into his truck and tried to drive his truck away from the retreat center. Now, little did he know, he was driving toward a ditch, and I had to run outside and get him out of his truck and grab his keys from him and hide them for the rest of the night. He was talking to the doctor for a while and then convinced her that he was okay, and as soon as she turned around just for 1 minute, he ran away at 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, it was raining that night. He wasn't dressed for the weather, and we couldn't find him anywhere. We looked and looked and looked until 5:30 in the morning and still nothing. We were terrified. I managed to get about an hour of sleep, and then we got up and started looking for him again. Everyone at the retreat was freaking out. They were saying, what if he died? What if he drowned? What if he fell and hit his head? What if something happened to him? Angel and I had to continue to pray and ask for faith and ask higher self, what is happening? What's the message here? What are we meant to learn? And the message I kept getting back was, have faith, have faith, have faith. At one point around 10 a.m., I was driving around in my car looking for the guy, and I pulled over on the side of the road, and I just started praying, and I said, God, what is this? What is going on right now? What is the lesson here? And then suddenly I had a memory. I remembered my dad telling me most of my childhood that if he was ever sentenced to life in jail, that he would kill himself. And I created the belief that being sentenced to life in jail was scarier than death. And here I am responsible for an ayahuasca retreat in Nova Scotia where ayahuasca is not technically legal, and there's a man missing. I'm facing my greatest fear, the potential that I could go to jail for the rest of my life if something happened to this man. By 12 o'clock noon, we still didn't find him, and we were scared. I had no choice but to call the police. I called them and reported a missing persons report, and they asked us about the retreat, and for the sake of the man's confidentiality and for my own safety, I couldn't tell them the truth that we were hosting an ayahuasca retreat. I had to tell them that we were just looking for the man and that it was a personal development retreat at this time. The police left. We closed down the retreat. Angel and I drove from this location back to Halifax, which was a 2-hour drive. And the entire drive, I was terrified. I shut my phone off because I didn't want any influences. I just wanted to be able to meditate and focus. When we finally got back to Halifax, I turned my phone on, and there was a message from the police. They found the man. It turns out when he left the retreat center at 2 a.m., he walked for 2 hours through the woods in the rain back to the local town. And then when he got to the local town around 4 or 5 in the morning, he took a taxi from there for 2 hours back to his home in Halifax. He was home safe and just fine. It was quite a journey. And if you listen to the song Ayahuasca Cowboys on YouTube, you'll hear exactly what that journey did to us. Just before my fiance and I split up, I was in a very powerful ceremony with an individual, with a woman, and something happened in that ceremony. I felt very connected to this woman. I couldn't understand what it was. I couldn't understand why we were so connected together, but I could definitely feel like there was something. Now, I was going through a lot with the breakup of my fiance, and this one was going through a lot as well. She had a lot of traveling to do, and we kind of parted ways for a bit, but we reconnected at the retreat center, or at the retreat I was putting on. She was one of the volunteers that showed up and volunteered for me, and we had quite a connection going through this traumatic experience together, and we started seeing each other shortly after the retreat. Now, there's something interesting about this woman. Well, actually, there are many interesting things about this woman, but something in particular that really kind of freaked me out, but also doesn't surprise me considering how the universe works. She has the same birthday as my ex before my fiance, and she has the same first name as my ex-fiance. Very, very strange and Twilight Zone-y experience for me. And we're still in a relationship now, and this woman has been a very transformational part of my life. After this retreat, I began leading more group ceremonies, sometimes ceremonies with no medicine at all, sometimes cannabis ceremonies, sometimes magic mushroom ceremonies, and started hosting more ceremonies at my home. I had a client who came from the U.S. to experience a full weekend retreat with me, and during my weekend retreat, I performed some music for him. And he said, why aren't you putting this music out there in the world? And I had all of my excuses and reasons for not putting it out there, and he challenged me. He said, listen, if you are able to record a demo album in the next 4 weeks, I'll pay you $25,000 to record it and to take it to California and release it. Of course, I couldn't turn that opportunity up. So I recorded the demo album. It's on YouTube. It's for free. It's star-I-am, star-I-am. And that name represents that we are all the star. We are all the 5-pointed star. We are all the 5 elements. We are all the pentagram. In each of the 5 songs, and there are 5 songs in the album to represent the 5 elements, there are hidden rituals in each song. Each of these songs was channeled from higher self. I asked higher self, what would you like me to put in these songs? And each of the songs has rituals and hidden meanings inside of them. In October of 2019, I traveled back to Venice Beach to be able to release this demo album and to take a vacation and to just relax for a little bit. The trip to Venice Beach was a dream come true. My first time there was with my ex-fiancée, and I was in a completely different mental state at that time. But this time, I was feeling amazing. And in fact, on the trip to Venice, while I was on the plane headed there, the pain in my body disappeared. It went away completely. When I got to Venice Beach, I felt like I was home again. On October 13th, 2019, during the full moon, I released my demo album on YouTube. It was a complete dream come true. I was sitting in Cafe Gratitude on Rose Avenue in Venice Beach, released the demo album while drinking decaf coffee and having an incredible breakfast. While I was there, the server came up to me and said, "Hey, did you ever listen to that band Metallica?" And I thought that was interesting because Metallica was the inspiration behind a lot of my music as a child and as a teenager. And I told him that. He said, "Well, one of the members just walked in this door." I said, "What? Are you kidding me?" He said, "Yeah, he's sitting right over there." And he pointed over to a table. And when I looked over, I couldn't recognize who was sitting at the table. But when I looked a little bit closer, I realized it was Dave Navarro, the newest member of Metallica. Now, I'll be honest, I was a little disappointed at first because Dave Navarro joined Metallica after I stopped listening to them as a kid. When I listened to Metallica, they had a different lineup. And when Dave Navarro joined the band, I thought that Metallica's music changed quite a bit, but I still had a lot of respect for the guy because he was in my childhood, my favorite childhood band. So I decided I had to go up to him. I had to tell him the synchronicities and the just the miracle of him just being there while I was releasing this demo album. I walked up to the table and there were 2 other men sitting there and I didn't recognize them. And so I was really nervous, to be honest. And I talked to Dave and I said, "Hey, Dave, I don't mean to interrupt you all. I know you're eating breakfast, but I just thought it was really interesting that Metallica was my childhood hero band growing up. And I just released my first demo album sitting over there at that table. And listening to Metallica's music was a huge influence on my music growing up. And I just wanted to say I really appreciate the work that you do at the band." And the guy that was sitting right beside me, where I was standing, said, "Well, what kind of music is it?" And I said, "Well, it's interesting you ask. The music is heavy. It sounds almost like a mix between Metallica and Rage Against the Machine, but it's all with spiritual connotations behind the music. And the idea is to inspire the listener to recognize that they are the creator of their experience of reality." And everyone at the table thought that was great. And then I went back to my table. But there was something I was missing. I looked back over and I recognized that the guy who asked me that question looked really familiar, but I couldn't see really who he was. I didn't exactly know who he was at first. So I looked up the members of Metallica and realized that the man who asked me what kind of music it was Kirk Hammett, my childhood guitar hero. When I listened to Metallica as a teenager, Metallica was much younger, and Kirk Hammett was only 18 or 19 when he was playing in the band. His hair was long, curly, and black, and he looked like a young guy. But the guy that I just saw at that table had long gray hair, and he was wearing glasses. So I didn't recognize him at first. And I looked over again, and then I looked at recent pictures of Kirk Hammett on Google and realized that was him. I just met my childhood guitar hero without even knowing it just after I released my demo album. Now, if that's not a miracle, I don't know what is. It was a very powerful experience. And I didn't go back over and talk to Kirk Hammett because I'd already gotten what I needed, and I didn't need validation from myself to go over and get a picture with him or something. I knew that it happened, and that was enough for me. After my experience at Cafe Gratitude, I had a breathwork journey booked at Sanctum LA, a breathwork studio in Venice Beach. I heard about breathwork and heard that people can experience natural psychedelic-like trips as a result of practicing a very specific breathwork technique, but I was skeptical. I didn't experience it myself, so how could I actually believe it? But I had to try. So I went and I experienced this breathwork journey, and in under an hour, I experienced a massive transformation. This breathwork technique, which is the breathwork technique I led you through at the beginning of this book, where you breathe into your belly, breathe into your chest, and then release. When practiced, this breathwork technique can lead to transformational experiences. It can lead to releases in tension, emotional releases, and even natural psychedelic trips. I was so profoundly moved that I asked the breathwork teacher if he would put me through a private breathwork journey the next day, and he did, and he put me through this journey, and again, the experience was profound. And he told me, now you can take this technique back to your clients and the people that you work with. And I've since led more than a dozen breathwork journeys here in Canada and more online. And this breathwork technique is absolutely transformational. I recognize that a lot of the experiences I was getting through psychedelic medicine, I could get through this natural breathing technique. I also learned about authentic relating games while in Venice Beach at this time. And I realized that I'd played authentic relating games at Rich Litvin's Intensive in October of 2018, but I didn't know what they were. And so while in Venice Beach, I bought a manual to be able to run my own authentic relating games. These games are quite profound. I didn't realize that the way that I was relating in my relationships was very surface level. It wasn't deep and authentic and honest. It was most of the time about the weather or about some topic that I wasn't going deep into. These authentic relating games are an extraordinary technique that allows me to go into a deep conversation with an individual in as little as 10 minutes. For example, one of the games we play is called the presence game. We'll have maybe 10 or 20 people sitting in a circle. We'll close our eyes and set the timer for 5 minutes. And all we do during that time is when something comes up inside of us, we'll say it out loud. So if you imagine we're all sitting there with our eyes closed and the timer's running, nobody's saying anything, and everyone's feeling tense and awkward. I might say something like, "I'm feeling tense and awkward right now." Somebody else might say, "I'm feeling relaxed and comfortable." Somebody else might say, "I'm feeling kind of weird." And someone still might say, "I kind of need to fart right now." These games give us an opportunity to express ourselves in any way we desire. Another very simple game, which I play with strangers as often as possible, is the question game. And the way that works is for 5 minutes, I get to ask you any question I want. It doesn't matter what question I ask you. I can ask you anything. You, as the one being asked the question, get to decide if you answer the question or if you pass. But I get to ask any question I desire. That gives me the opportunity to push my edge and ask questions I might not usually ask. And it gives you the opportunity to push your edge and answer questions you might not usually answer. And then after 5 minutes, we switch and you get to ask me any questions that you desire. I started playing these games here in Canada in November of 2019, and I've led dozens of people through these games, and they've become the backbone of my business, the tribe. It's one of our favorite ways to serve other people. I've hosted games in Halifax and Bedford and in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia so far, and I've hosted games online with people from all over the world. These games are incredibly powerful, and you'll notice at the end of playing these games that a person almost feels high afterwards. And I learned that the reason I feel this way after playing these games is because my social needs are being met, maybe for the first time in my entire life. I'm being listened to without somebody interrupting me. I'm being listened to without somebody trying to turn the conversation into something that they want to talk about. I'm being fully heard, and as a result, my dopamine, my serotonin, and my oxytocin are beginning to be released in my body, and I'm starting to feel really great. I'm feeling deeply connected to another person, and that feeling leaves me high for sometimes hours, days, or even weeks. I came home from Venice Beach, and I felt depressed at first. I missed the energy there. I came back to Halifax, and I realized if I'm going to stay in Nova Scotia, at least for now, I'm going to have to create something here that mimics that experience I had in Venice Beach. I decided to partner with a friend, Alain, and open a business called the Authenticity Dojo. We rented a 5-bedroom house in Bedford, Nova Scotia, and transformed it into a retreat center and almost like a spiritual dojo. We held powerful ceremonies, breathwork ceremonies, plant medicine ceremonies, and other types of healing ceremonies. We hosted authentic relating games there, coaching intensives, and even potlucks to bring people in the community together. While this was happening, I continued building my relationship with this new partner. And on February 2nd, my new partner, Alain, and I performed our powerful rebirth ceremony I talked about at the beginning of this book. During this ceremony, I had to face some deep childhood fears around losing my best friend and my girlfriend. After I overcame those fears, the energy of the ceremony completely shifted. We went to heaven. We were experiencing a level of consciousness that I will never forget. And I stayed there for 48 hours after the ceremony. In that level of consciousness, I knew that I was a manifestation of the Creator. I knew that I was the higher self pretending to be Ricky Goodall. I knew that I was a child of the divine. I'll never forget that experience. Now, just after this ceremony, coronavirus 19 came to Canada and we got locked down into quarantine. So here I am living in a 5-bedroom house, not able to bring anyone over, and paying, once again, far more in bills than I was making in income. I found myself repeating the same thing I did with the wellness center. I didn't want to have a brick and mortar business, but I had the belief in my mind that I had to create this business in order to get to my dream business, which was the remote business, so I could travel anywhere. What I didn't know at the time is the reason I was keeping the physical business in Nova Scotia was because I was suffering from codependency patterns. I was unable to leave my family who are also living in Nova Scotia. I was unable to leave my friends who are also in Nova Scotia. I was suffering from these patterns unconsciously, and I didn't know how to change them, at least not yet. In Easter of 2020, the 3 days before, my partner and I decided to perform a 3-day silent fast. From the full moon on April 7th until Good Friday, April 10th, I spent 3 days in complete silence, fasting, drinking only water and tea. And during that time, I had very powerful visions from higher self. I had a dream where Jesus Christ showed up to me and told me that I have to start expressing my purpose. I have to step into the role, and that I can have faith that that all of my dreams are supported, and that what I'm here to do is going to be supported. I was challenged by higher self to release a series of videos, and I spent those entire 3 days writing these 4 video scripts. The videos are on YouTube even now, and they're called the Easter series. If you look up Ricky Goodall Easter series. While this was happening, the pain continued to persist in my body. I went to chiropractors, massage therapists, osteopaths, traditional Chinese medicine doctors, acupuncturists, and more, and nothing was helping me. Finally, in June of 2020, I decided to close down the Authenticity Dojo. I realized that quarantine wasn't changing, at least not anytime soon, and I needed to get rid of all of this overhead and expenses and just unnecessary responsibilities that I was carrying. I decided to close the Authenticity Dojo. I sold and gave away almost everything I own, except for just my music equipment, my clothing, my books, and my ceremony equipment. And now to this day, that's all I own, and it feels so light. I realized that being in this big house and having all of this furniture and having all of these things were just attempts at validating myself. As a child growing up so poor, and my dad and I being kicked out of all of our houses and losing our things over and over again, and barely owning anything really valuable made me feel like I wasn't good enough. So being in this big house and having all of these things was an attempt at validating myself without even knowing it. Getting rid of all of the extra junk and stuff that I didn't need made me feel so much lighter. I moved out of the house in June of 2020 and moved into a small apartment downtown Halifax in a great location, right across the road from Citadel Hill, minutes away from different parks and the waterfront, and I really felt lighter than ever. The book, The Great Pain Deception, came to me through a Len. He happened to stumble upon it one day, and this book taught me that the chronic pain that I was feeling, the pain in my ribs and the pain in my back, was just emotional pain that hadn't been processed. The same thing I learned from my shamans. In the book, Dr. John Sarno, who's quoted by the author many times, has healed countless people's chronic back pain in sometimes as little as 3 months. It talks about different people who had been suffering for back pain for as long as 25 years and were able to heal it using this very simple process called knowledge therapy. Once a person understands how they're creating their pain, they can begin to heal it. And so as I was going through the book, the pain in my body started to naturally heal. My mind began to clear up, and I started to have even more faith in my healing. As I was progressing through this process of healing my body, I started to experience challenges in my relationship. Similar challenges to the challenges I experienced in previous relationships. I was getting frustrated. I was getting angry. I was finding myself overwhelmed with my partner's problems. Whenever she would have an issue or some kind of challenge come up in our relationship, I would find myself overwhelmed with the burden of fixing the problem. Now, little did I know, what was really happening is I was slipping into codependent patterns, and I wasn't able to express my needs and feelings in a healthy way. I went back to the book Nonviolent Communication by Marshall Rosenberg that I'd come across in my previous relationship, but I never gave it the attention that it needed. This book taught me that I wasn't expressing my needs and feelings in a way where my partner could actually meet them. In fact, I didn't even know what my needs were, so there was no way for me to have them met. I recognized that I spent most of my life not having my needs met, and that when I told people that I was feeling something, what I was really doing was telling them how I was thinking, not actually how I was feeling. I didn't have a script or a language pattern or the software to express my feelings in a way where a person really understood what was going on for me. I didn't know how to ask for my needs to be met in a way where I wasn't demanding somebody to do something. I didn't know how to observe the behavior of others without judging it. And so as I go deeper into nonviolent communication, I begin to learn that the way I was judging myself and others was really what was causing me the pain. And if I was able to open myself up and vulnerably express my needs and feelings and ask for my needs to be met, that things could change. I began to read the book Codependent No More by Melody Beattie and learned that living with alcoholics and addicts and people struggling from mental illness can cause codependency patterns. Patterns like being hostile and controlling in my relationships, being insecure and manipulative, rescuing, saving, and giving unsolicited advice to people, which would only push them away further. I didn't recognize that these unconscious patterns were happening in my relationships, and as a result, I was creating more and more pain for myself. I learned that to heal codependency, I could go through the 12 steps very similar to Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, the interesting thing is these 12 steps looked a lot like the journey that I'd just been going through for the past 5 years. Things like forgiving, asking for amends, confessing the things that I'd done and other things, surrendering to a higher power, opening myself up to a higher power. These were the same steps that I'd been learning in coaching, shamanism, and high magic, except they were called the 12 steps. But I recognized that those 12 steps were a powerful spiritual healing process. I reached out to friends for support, started going through more forgiveness work, and admitting these codependency patterns that I didn't know that I had. I created systems and boundaries in my relationships, and things started to change. There was one other missing piece that I discovered when I was listening to the book, The Way of the Superior Man by David Deida. I recognized that what was happening in my intimate relationships was that I was trying to fix my partner's problems. When my intimate partner would come to me and express something that was bothering her, I would go into my masculine mentality and try to fix it. What I didn't know is that my partner was just looking to be heard. She wasn't looking for me to agree with her. She wasn't looking for me to necessarily fix her problems. She was just looking for me to acknowledge them. She just wanted the space to be able to be who she was, feel what she was feeling in that moment, and have me stand as a strong, grounded man and be able to receive it. I realized that if I had have understood this in my earlier relationships, I probably could have saved myself a lot of pain. I was learning the fundamental differences between the masculine and feminine aspects of our being. Now, when I say masculine and feminine, I don't necessarily mean man and woman. I mean somebody who is primarily masculine, primarily feminine, or neutral. What I learned in this book is that in order for me to create a polarizing attraction between me and my partner, I would have to fully surrender into my masculine, which would allow her to fully surrender into her feminine. Now, this can also happen in gay or bisexual relationships. It can happen in relationships to men and women if the man is particularly feminine and the woman is particularly masculine. The idea is that everything in nature exists in balance. There's masculine and feminine nature in everything. So by understanding the masculine and feminine nature and how they show up in relationships, I was able to show up more powerfully in my relationships. These different books like Codependent No More and Nonviolent Communication, The Great Pain Deception, and The Way of the Superior Man, among the many others that I've quoted in this book so far, have helped me recognize that what was really going on in my life was that all of the suffering I was experiencing in my relationships with intimate partners, or even just friendships. And all of the suffering I was experiencing in my business and in my life was all rooted in the fact that I didn't know what I didn't know. I didn't know how to show up in my relationships as a powerful man. I didn't know how to show up in my relationships and meet my own needs while meeting the needs of others. I didn't know how to express my feelings in such a way that other people could actually try to support me. I didn't know how to release the pain in my emotions so I could release the pain in my body. I didn't know how to show up as a powerful man, how to release my codependent patterns, and how to allow others to find their own truth inside. I was rescuing and saving unconsciously, probably driving my friends and family crazy trying to help them all the time without them asking for it. I didn't realize that if I tried to help people without them asking for it, if I gave unsolicited advice, tried to rescue or save people, all I was doing was encouraging them to stay in their suffering. We all have a need for autonomy. We all have a need for individuality. We all have a need to be who we actually are. And by me impeding those needs of others, I was forcing them to stay in their identity. By trying to force my father to fix his patterns of alcoholism, I was only influencing him to stay an alcoholic so he could defend his own need to be an individual person. By pressuring my mother to not speak to me in certain ways or to not express herself in certain ways, I was only reinforcing the patterns that were causing me so much pain. By trying to change my girlfriend and trying to stop her from expressing the things that were annoying her or bothering her, I was only telling her that she can't be who she really is. Instead of receiving and expressing my needs and feelings in a healthy way and making clear requests that were not judgmental or forceful or demanding, I was forcing people to stay who they were, to not change, and to continue to create suffering in my life. As I recognized that the suffering that I experienced was actually created inside of me because I was trying so hard and it wasn't working, and I was trying methods that weren't actually working, never worked for my parents, never worked for my grandparents, and certainly weren't working for me, I was only reinforcing my suffering. I was learning that I don't know what I don't know. I was learning that if I want to transcend these patterns, if I want to transcend my suffering, I have to grow my consciousness. I have to expand my mind. I have to learn what I don't know, and I have to remain humble to that. The deeper I go into this journey, the more I learn that I am not Ricky Goodall. I am not Ricky Goodall, but that Ricky Goodall is just an ever-changing set of programs and behavior patterns that I can adjust, tweak, and upgrade to become anything my heart desires. I believe that our dreams and desires are all divinely inspired. I believe that they guide us along the path to freedom and liberation. The word desire comes from the Latin words de and sidus, meaning down from the heavenly stars. In other words, I believe that our desires are divine. I believe that we can deprogram and reprogram ourselves to become who we have hidden deep inside. I believe that I can master anything by installing and downloading the skills and developing them through practice. For me, resources like audiobooks, guided meditations, journaling, coaching conversations, deep conversations with friends, daily disciplines, and habits are allowing me to master anything I put my mind to. I imagine who I want to become, and then I work backwards toward that person one step at a time. I create my authentic self deep inside, and then I align my words, habits, and behavior with that life. And that's how the miracles happen. If I say I am successful, I will become successful. If I say I am broke, I will become broke. The words I speak become the reality I experience. The ancient Hebrew magic word abracadabra means I create what I speak. And so it all begins with my thoughts, my words, and then my habits and behavior. By shifting my language, by shifting the way I express myself, by shifting the way I show up in my relationships, I ultimately shift my experience of reality. And that's when everything changes. Chapter 3, Part 5, Ascension. This chapter is intended to be a more interactive chapter. You may want a pencil and a piece of paper to be able to draw some of the symbols I'm going to share with you later in the chapter. These symbols are best integrated and absorbed when we actually draw them ourselves. And so you may want to have a pen and a piece of paper available so that you can take notes, and also so that you can draw out the diagrams I'm going to be sharing shortly. Before I get there, I'm going to summarize some of the concepts we've gone over so far in the book. I believe that the authentic self is the true self we have inside beneath our programming. We begin to create our programming in our childhood. Up to 75% of our core beliefs are formed in our first 12 years. That means our beliefs about relationships, happiness, health, success, finances, spirituality, and all of it are formed in the first 12 years of our lives. We form those beliefs based on the experiences we have at that time. We form them based on the relationships we have to our siblings, our parents and grandparents, our aunts and uncles, our teachers, and anyone influential around us during those years. We form our beliefs based on the situations we're in and the experiences we have. We form them based on the television shows we watch, the movies we watch, the books we read. We form them based on our experiences with our friends. Between 40 and 95% of our decisions every day are based on the programming we create in our life, most of which is created in our childhood. So that means between 40 and 95% of our decisions every day are unconscious, based on the beliefs we started forming in our childhood. If we're living an unconscious life, that means that we're living the default life we began forming in our childhood. If we're living unconsciously, we're basically living on autopilot. We're recreating the life that was given to us through our programming beginning in our younger years. I learned that my programming creates my reality. When I'm experiencing an event, especially an event that's highly stimulating, then I'll create a set of beliefs based on that event. Those beliefs will generate thoughts, and my thoughts will influence my words, habits, and behavior. My words, habits, and behavior will then go on to create my reality. Abracadabra, as the ancient magicians said, I create what I speak. So the events I experience in life and the feelings I have about those events will either reinforce or create beliefs. Those beliefs will generate thoughts, and those thoughts will influence my words, habits, and behavior, and then my words, habits, and behavior will go on to create my experience of reality. I learned in my journey that reality isn't actually physical. It just appears to be physical. According to the Copenhagen interpretation, a quantum science experiment in the 1800s, reality is both a wave and a particle at the same time. So what that means is what we think is physical only appears physical, but it's actually existing in a quantum state. Quantum is not something that we can fully comprehend with the human mind. Quantum means that it's both energetic and physical at the same time. The double slit experiment was an experiment conducted after the Copenhagen interpretation, where researchers essentially discovered that reality, when we're observing it, acts like reality. It acts physical. But when we're not observing it, it collapses into a wave function. Or in other words, it collapses into energy. So my favorite way of imagining this is if you've ever played one of the video games in the 90s where the game world in front of you isn't created yet, but when you move your game character forward, the game world begins to create itself. Sometimes you can even look left or right and see that the game world's not created yet, but if you move your character left or right, the game world will begin to materialize. I imagine that that's sort of like how reality works, except of course reality is far more advanced, so we don't really notice it happening. The double slit experiment essentially tells us that reality only exists when we're observing it. When we're not observing it, it doesn't exist. That means the room you're in exists because you're in it, but the wall behind you doesn't exist until you turn around and look at it. Until you turn around and look at it, that room or that wall is existing in a state of pure potential. The holographic universe theory is a quantum science theory that proposes that reality exists more like a hologram. That even though it appears physical, it's only appearing that way because of how reality is designed. It feels physical because of electromagnetism, and it appears physical because of the ways that light reflects off the particles into the retina of our eyes, but actually it's not physical. The multiverse theory suggests that there are infinite parallel universes or parallel realities that exist simultaneously to this one. And so you and I could be living in completely different realities, completely different universes, and there's no way that we could possibly know. The theory of dimensions suggests that there are multiple dimensions on top of the dimension that we're currently existing in. That we're in the third dimension, but there's a fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th dimension, and maybe even more than that. And since there are infinite realities and infinite dimensions, there are infinite ways that reality can express itself. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, said, "There's a 1 in a billion chances we're living in a base reality." Or in other words, there's a 1 in a billion chances we're not living in a simulation. This is one of the most brilliant men in the world. Maya is the word that the Vedic Indian texts use to describe the illusion of reality. That reality is Maya. Reality is an illusion. It's not actually real. In the Kybalion, the three initiates describe this idea when they mention that the mind is all and that all exists in the mind. Subjective reality is a concept proposed by Steve Pavlina, where he suggested that we don't actually live in an objective reality like we might think we do, a reality where you and I exist in the same universe, but that we exist in a subjective reality, that you and I are experiencing different realities, that I am just a reflection of your consciousness, here to support your game experience, here to support your dream within a dream. That reality isn't actually as we think it is, that we are all just reflections of one another, that you are experiencing your own unique game world and I am experiencing my own unique game world. The ancient alchemists say, as within, so without. The world outside of me is a reflection of and a projection of the world I carry inside of me. I imagine that we're living in sort of like a quantum virtual reality video game, that I have my own unique game world and you have your own unique game world, and that we're supporting each other's game experience, but when it really comes down to it, I'm experiencing my own unique playground or creation or game world. As I correct my programming, I experience elevated levels of reality. When I learn the lessons, when I beat the boss at the end of the level, then I no longer have to play that level anymore and I ascend to a higher level. High magic is an ancient practice that allows me to exponentially raise my consciousness and view life from a higher perspective. I'm able to see my challenges from a higher perspective and therefore solve my problems much easier than I could if I was trying to solve them from the same perspective that the problems were created from. Sometimes I ask myself, is high magic, is shamanism some kind of ancient pre-flood technology? Is it some kind of technology that was passed on by the wisdom keepers who survived the flood? Is it some kind of technology that existed before the flood, during the civilization that existed before the world was reset? I believe that initiation is an oral tradition that was passed on since before the flood, an electrical transference of wisdom passed from initiator to initiate. I learned that magic is all about intention, that what we put out comes back to us. When we have pure intentions, we experience pure magic. When we have impure intentions, we experience impure magic reflected back to us. I learned that magic is all around us. We see it in courts when we're asked to swear on a Bible. We see it in weddings when we give our vows. We see it when we sign an oath of allegiance, when we sign contracts, or when we sing the national anthem. When we say our prayers or give gratitude before we eat. When we practice meditation, yoga, or martial arts, we're practicing magic. When we repeat affirmations or mantras, we are using magical tools. I believe that we've collectively forgotten our magical past. Now, some people argue, well, that's because it's been suppressed. That's because religion suppressed magic. That's because religion burned the Library of Alexandria where we had all of our records of magic. It's because religion murdered all of the indigenous magical shamanic healers or the witches and the book burnings. It was because religion and government and authority suppressed us from our magic. And although that may be how it seems in the physical reality, I believe that what's happening physically is an analogy for what's actually happening energetically. I believe that what's actually happened is that consciousness has suppressed our magic. That for 12,000 years we've been going through a descending cycle of consciousness, and that for the next 12,000 years we're going to go through an ascending level of consciousness. That the great year, the great 24,000 year described in the ancient mythology in Maya, in the Mayan mythology and the Hindu mythology with the Yuga calendar and the Mayan calendar helps us understand that consciousness goes through a 24,000 year cycle. That we were going through a descending cycle, which is why we've been living in the darkness for so long, but now we're ascending again, back into the lighter ages. Growing up, I didn't trust spirituality. I didn't trust religion. My childhood experiences with Christianity led me to believe that my family and I were going to burn in hell. I had a friend whose family was Christian, and I thought that compared to my family, his family was perfect and my family was imperfect. I had beliefs that my family wasn't good enough because we didn't match what the church told us we had to do in order to get into heaven. I thought my family was going to be damned for eternity, and I couldn't understand because my family were good people. But I always felt inside that there was something more. There was something I wasn't being told. When I was 18 years old, I watched the movie Zeitgeist, a documentary created by a man who showed that there were incredible similarities between the archetype we know as Jesus Christ and the other deities like Krishna, Horus, and Quetzalcoatl, even Apollo, the Greek god. And that these deities, these gods, all shared similarities. Similarities like their birth dates, being born to a virgin, having a resurrection story, or being able to perform miracles. While living with a friend in around 21, after a girlfriend and I broke up, I recognized that as a Christian, he would pray and say prayers before meals and go to church and live this Christian life, but in the background, he was smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol, and cheating on his girlfriend, or his wife, rather. On the surface, it looked like he was living a Christian life, but in the background, he was living a completely different life. And I created the belief that people who were religious or people who followed Christianity weren't necessarily honest. They weren't necessarily authentic all the time. I experienced powerful experiences while I was in Peru. I went to the cathedral and had the powerful experience of Jesus talking to me, and I saw the big Jesus statue when we got out of our tour, and Jesus showed up in my dreams and in my ceremonies, yet I still struggled to connect to this archetype because I'd read so many books and watched so many documentaries about how this character wasn't really who we thought he was. The book The Pagan Christ by Tom Harper shows clear similarities between Horus, the Egyptian deity who existed 2,500 years before Jesus Christ, and the person we call Jesus Christ, including their birth date, the fact that they were born to a virgin mother, and the fact that they had a resurrection story in their story. In the Gnostic Bible, I read Gospels that were not included in the New Testament, Gospels that showed Jesus as a magician, as a healer, as a teacher, aspects that weren't included in the Bible. In the Gnostic Bible, Jesus wasn't the Son of God and the one and only Son of God. He was a man who became a child of God through recognizing his own divinity. In the book The Unknown Life of Christ, Nicholas Notovich stumbles upon scrolls in Tibet and India about a character called Isa, who we know as Jesus Christ. This character is the same character we call the Son of God, except in this book, he was again just a man who learned, a man who studied, a man who learned under some of the best masters and teachers and became the greatest Dalai Lama who ever lived. In the Bhagavad Gita, I recognize that the character we call Krishna has very similar teachings as Jesus Christ. In the book High Magic and A Garden of Pomegranates by Eliphas Levi and Israel Regardie, I recognize that the name Jesus comes from the ancient Hebrew term Yaheshua, which is a title given to an individual when they reach enlightenment, when they reach a state called the end of correction, according to the Kabbalists, a place when we've corrected our programming and exist as that one higher self called Yaheshua. In the book Jesus and the Essenes by Dolores Cannon, Dolores puts a woman through a past life regression and discovers that her past life was as one of the teachers who taught John and Jesus when they were children. That Jesus was taught by the Essenes, an ancient spiritual group who was not religious necessarily or dogmatic, but that they followed the one Creator, the one God. The character that Dolores Cannon brings forward through her client teaches that Jesus was a superhuman magician, that he was able to perform miracles because the Essenes taught him how to perform miracles, that he studied in India and Tibet and all across the Middle East and Asia, that he studied the ancient systems and was able to teach them in a way that even the most uneducated, ignorant people could understand if they were willing to open their heart and have faith. What I would like to do now is put you through a lesson in drawing and understanding a couple of very important esoteric symbols. It's important for you to draw these symbols because what I'm going to be sharing with you will help you understand how to integrate these symbols into your life and why they're so important. They may also help you understand some of these theories about Jesus, higher self, God, Krishna, Christ, Horus, and these other archetypes that I've shared earlier. So if you have your pencil and your piece of paper ready, continue forward in the recording. If you don't have them ready with you right now, you're welcome to keep listening, but it might be difficult to fully follow along without having a diagram in front of you. If you don't have a pen and a piece of paper, but you have access to a pentagram with the with one point pointing up, that could suffice, but it would be better if you could draw it yourself. So the first thing I would like you to do is draw a pentagram, sort of like those stars we used to draw as children. So draw a pentagram, draw a star with one point pointing up, and just draw it somewhere on the right-hand side of the page. So draw that pentagram now, and if you've drawn it, continue forward. On the left side of the page, I'd like you to write out the elements from top to bottom. So on the top, I'd like you to write fire. And then next to the word fire, the word spiritual. This is fire representing the spiritual body. Below fire, I'd like you to write water. And next to water, emotional, to represent the emotional body. Below water, I'd like you to write ether. And next to ether, consciousness. Ether representing the consciousness. Below ether, I'd like you to write air. The air element representing the mental body, so write mental beside air. Below air, I'd like you to write the word earth, the earth element representing the physical body, and then write the word physical. So you should have a pentagram, a 5-pointed star on the right-hand side of your paper, and you should have fire, water, ether, air, earth from top to bottom. And beside each of those elements, you should have their corresponding body. So you should have spiritual, emotional, consciousness, mental, and physical. So what I'm going to do now is guide you through a beginner lesson in the Hebrew letters associated with each of these elements. The Hebrew letters are incredibly important for understanding what I'm going to share with you next. We're not going to actually draw the Hebrew letters. We're going to use their English equivalent. So next to the fire element, I'd like you to write the letter Y. So just write the letter Y beside the fire element. Beside the water element, write the letter H. Just an H, capital H. Next to the ether element, I'd like you to write the capital S, small h. Next to the air element, I would like you to write a V, a capital V as in volleyball. And next to the earth element, I would like you to write another capital H. From top to bottom, these letters represent Yod, He, Shin, Vav, He. Looking over at your pentagram, you're going to draw these letters on the pentagram as well. On the bottom right-hand point, you're going to draw the letter Y. This is where the fire element is located on the pentagram, the bottom right point. On the top right point, you're going to write the letter H. This is representing the water element. On the top point, the one pointing up, you're going to write the letter SH. This is the ether element. On the top left point, you're going to write the big letter V. This represents the air element. On the bottom left point, you're going to write the letter H. This represents the earth element. Now, below the pentagram or the list of elements that you've written, I'd like you to write from left to right the letter Y, the letter H, the letters capital S, small h, the letter V, and the letter H. So it should look like from left to right, Yod, He, Shin, Vav, He. This symbol is called the pentagrammaton. Write that down, please. Pentagrammaton. Pentagrammaton. Write that in quotation marks, and beside that word, write the star of the microcosm. The star of the microcosm. This star, the five-pointed star, Yod, He, Shin, Vav, He, the five elements, represents the self. Next, below all of this, I would like you to draw the six-pointed star. So that's one triangle with one point pointing up. So just a basic triangle. And then layered over top of that triangle, you're going to draw another triangle except with one point pointing down. This is called the hexagram, the seal of Solomon, or the Star of David, the six-pointed star. Draw that out, please. Next, beside this six-pointed star, similar to the five-pointed star, you're going to draw out the elements again, except without the letter SH, without ether. So from top to bottom, you'll draw the fire element, F-I-E-R-R-E, just like fire. And beside the fire element, you're going to draw a single triangle with a point pointing up. So fire with a single triangle with a point pointing up. This single triangle represents the fire element. And beside that triangle, write the letter Y for Yod. Below the fire element, write the word water. And beside the word water, you're going to draw another triangle, except it's an inverted triangle with the point pointing down. Draw a downward pointing triangle. And beside the downward pointing triangle, you're going to draw the letter H for He. So fire with an upward pointing triangle and the letter Y, Yod. Water with a downward pointing triangle and the letter H for He. Below the water element, you'll draw out the word air. And beside the air element, you're going to draw an upward pointing triangle with a horizontal line drawn through it, sort of like the letter A, except it's a triangle, so the bottom part of the triangle is enclosed. So just like a letter A, except the bottom part is enclosed. Beside that triangle, I would like you to draw the letter V for Vav. Below the air element, you're going to draw the earth element, the word earth. And beside the earth, you're going to draw just like the air element, except inverted. You're going to draw an inverted triangle with the point pointing down and a horizontal line drawn through it. Sort of like an upside down A, except the bottom of the A is enclosed. So it's an inverted triangle with a horizontal line drawn through it. And beside that triangle, you're going to draw the letter H. Now below all of this, you're going to draw from left to right the letters Y, H, V, H. All capital letters, Yod, He, Vav, He. This represents the tetragrammaton. Please put this in quotation marks as well. Tetragrammaton. T-E-T-R-A-G-R-A-M-M-A-T-O-N. Tetragrammaton. This represents, and please write this down as well, the star of the macrocosm. Yod He Shin Vav He represents the star of the microcosm. This is the star of the macrocosm. Yod He Vav He, the six-pointed star. This represents God or Creator. If you've done all of those things, pause for a moment and just observe these symbols. The symbol at the top of your page, the five-pointed star, represents the five elements, fire, air, ether, fire, water, ether, air, earth. Yod, He, Shin, Vav, He, the star of the microcosm, the self, the pentagrammaton. Below that, you have the six-pointed star, the star of the macrocosm, the tetragrammaton, Yod, He, Vav, He, representing fire, water, air, earth. Now, as I mentioned earlier in the book, the Hebrew language, the Hebrew alphabet particularly, is a hieroglyphic alphabet. These letters have layers and layers of meaning, but I'm going to share some very basic meanings with you. In the newer translations of the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, the word Yod, He, Vav, He was translated to become Lord. So whenever you hear the word Lord in the Bible, what that word really means is Yod, He, Vav, He. Now, Yod, He, Vav, He represents many things. Sometimes that word is translated to mean Yahweh. Sometimes it's translated to mean Jehovah. Sometimes it's translated to mean Yehovah. But essentially, this word has many meanings. It's called the tetragrammaton, the name of God. And so those four letters, Yod, He, Vav, He, represent the four elements, fire, water, air, earth, or the natural universe. That name represents the universe, God as the universe, God as nature. Now those four letters, Yod, He, Vav, He, also represent the four archetypes of human beings: father, mother, son, daughter. Yod representing father, He representing mother, Vav representing son, and He representing daughter. This is the divine family: father, mother, son, daughter. They also represent the four directions: Yod representing south, He representing west, Vav representing east, He representing north. These are our physical experiences of reality: south, west, east, and north. Shin, the fifth element located in the five-pointed star, the pentagrammaton, represents the Holy Child or consciousness. And I'd like to read a quote for you now to help describe that concept a little more deeply. In the book A Garden of Pomegranates, Israel Regarde describes the letter Shin in the following, and I quote, "The Holy Spirit, or Shechinah, as we have already observed, is symbolized by the letter Shin. When, therefore, a man has invoked the spiritual self, his holy guardian angel, and attained his knowledge and conversation, the process is described as the descent of the letter Shin into the midst of the elemental name of the tetragrammaton, thus forming a new word, Yaheshua, the pentagrammaton, the symbol of a new being, the adept, in whom the birth of the Spirit has equilibrized the base and unredeemed elements of matter." So if you recognize God, creator, or conscious universe is represented by Yod, He, Vav, He, and man, or Christ, or the higher self, is represented by Yod, He, Shin, Vav, He. When these five elements exist individually, or in other words, when our five elements are not in harmony with one another, when they're damaged or unclean or full of pain, then they exist as individual elements. But when we fully correct our elements, they become in harmony with one another, and all five elements, Yod, He, Shin, Vav, He, then begin to vibrate as one element, which the ancient Kabbalists called Yaheshua, which, if you are creative, you can find the root of the word Jesus. So in other words, consciousness equals the letter Shin, or ether element, the child of God. And when all elements are fully cleansed, they find harmony with God or nature, and they become Yaheshua. So before the elements are in harmony with nature, they exist as Yod, He, Shin, Vav, He, five separate elements. But when they come in harmony with one another, they become Yaheshua. They become the star of the microcosm. They become the self, the pentagrammaton, from Yod, He, Shin, Vav, He to Yaheshua. In other words, Yod, He, Shin, Vav, He is the authentic self beneath the programming we created when we were children. We are all Christ at the core. We are all Yaheshua at the core. This is the hidden secret of the initiates. This is the hidden secret of the alchemists, the Kabbalists, and the magicians. I believe that Yeshua was likely a title given to an individual who reaches enlightenment. It was likely a title given to an individual when they complete their correction process. But I believe that we all have that potential. So sometimes people ask me, so then was Jesus real? Was the man we know as Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago really somebody who walked this earth? I believe that he probably was a teacher. In fact, I believe that he was a student of the Essenes. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, we learn about the Essenes, and there are many other books out there in the world where we can learn about these people that lived 2,000 years ago. The Essenes were believed to be a very powerful group of magicians and spiritual people. It's possible that his name was Isa, not Jesus, that Jesus was the title that he was given once he became enlightened, that Yeshua was the title he was given after he reached his correction process, that maybe, according to Nicholas Notovich's book, The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ, maybe his name was actually Isa. Maybe he trained in India and Tibet. Maybe he trained in other places in the world as well. And people ask, why don't we know this? Was this information suppressed? And I say, well, perhaps it was suppressed by human beings, and perhaps the human beings suppressing that information was the result of consciousness being suppressed. Perhaps it was a result of the great year moving through our final descension process. That perhaps the age of Taurus, 6,000 years ago, moving to the age of Aries was when things got really dark. And from the age of Aries to the age of Pisces, right when Jesus Christ started to walk this earth, life was again at the darkest period, the final 2,000-year period of the Iron Age. And that perhaps the shifting from the age of Pisces to Aquarius, which is where we're at right now, is why we're able to discover these things. That we're moving from the Iron Age to the Bronze Age, and that perhaps the age of Aquarius is the beginning of the Bronze Age. Now, these are all just my theories, but they're not only my theories. There are many researchers and scholars who share these theories with me, and I'm sure that you can find your own truth if you search for these answers yourself. So what does this all mean for us? Well, I believe that it means that we are all children of God, that we are all the Creator manifested as a human being, that we are all manifestations of nature. We are all kings, queens, princes, and princesses. That is the name of the Tetragrammaton after all. Father, mother, son, daughter, king, queen, prince, and princess, that we are all children of the divine. And that God is our king, queen, and the all, because this is the Trinity, the mother, father, and the all, the mother, father, and the holy child. I believe that at the core we are all miracle workers, that we are all superhuman rock star warriors, rock stars being a manifestation of the earth and the heavens. I believe that all of the great teachers in history, from Jesus to Moses to King David and King Solomon, Buddha, Lao Tzu, Paramahansa Yogananda, all trained in esoteric wisdom and ceremony. I believe that they're all masters of alchemy, yoga, the Kama Sutra, the Vedic texts, and Kabbalah. I believe that we all have this potential. I believe that if we all become initiated rather than indoctrinated, that we can become our superhuman selves. I'm going to quote some passages from some of the books that have inspired me to learn these ideas, books like the Gnostic Bible, The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ, and the Bhagavad Gita. I'm going to share these passages as well as my interpretation of what they mean. Although I'm sharing my interpretation with the intention of inspiring you, I'm not sharing it with the intention of convincing you. I suggest that you do your own work and find these passages for yourself and decide what they mean to you. The first book I'm going to read from is the Gnostic Bible, and this book has been edited by Willis Barnstone and Marvin Meyer. On page 45 in the Gospel of Thomas, verse 3, and I quote, Yeshua said, "If your leaders tell you, 'Look, the kingdom is in heaven,' then the birds of heaven will precede you. If they say to you, 'It is in the sea,' then the fish will precede you. But the kingdom is inside you, and it is outside you. When you know yourselves, then you will be known, and you will understand that you are children of the living Father. But if you do not know yourselves, then you will dwell in poverty, and you are poverty." End quote. So what it says here is that the kingdom is inside of you, and it is outside of you, as within, so without. And it says, and you will understand that you are children of the living Father. Now in Kabbalah, father doesn't mean masculine necessarily. What father means is up. We imagine the father because we are the mother, we are the feminine. Because the father is of a higher dimension, a higher reality, then we present it as a masculine entity. In Kabbalah, anything down is feminine, anything up is masculine, and therefore we, being below the father, would be the feminine aspect of creation. The next passage on page 49, verse 16, and I quote, Yahshua said, "People may think I have come to impose peace upon the world. They do not know that I have come to impose conflicts upon the earth, fire, sword, war. For there will be 5 in a house. There will be 3 against 2 and 2 against 3, father against son and son against father, and they will stand alone." So what this means is that, from my interpretation, is that we are all one, and we think that we're arguing and fighting against others, but we are really arguing and fighting against ourselves. That when we recognize that deep inside of our conflict is our own creation, then we will stop fighting others and start fighting the pain that we carry inside of us. On page 50, verse 22 of the Gospel of Thomas, and I quote, Yahshua saw some babies nursing. He said to his students, "These nursing babies are like those who enter the kingdom." They said to him, "Then shall we enter the kingdom as babies?" Yahshua said to them, "When you make the 2 into 1, when you make the inner like the outer, and the outer like the inner, and the upper like the lower, and when you make male and female into a single one, so that the male will not be male, nor the female be female, when you make eyes in the place of an eye, a hand in place of a hand, a foot in place of a foot, an image in the place of an image, then you will enter the kingdom." Now, what I understand this to mean is that when you make the inner like the outer, when you make your inner world like your outer world, and your outer world like your inner world, and when you make the upper like the lower, when you recognize that you are a manifestation of the Creator, when you make the 2 into 1, when you balance your masculine and feminine energy and bring them into be a single one, and when you take your eyes in the place of a single eye, recognizing that we are the eye of the Creator, a hand in the place of a hand, a foot in the place of a foot, an image in the place of an image. In other words, when we recognize that we were created in the image of our Creator, then we will enter the kingdom of heaven. On page 51, verse 26, and I quote, Yahshua said, "You see the speck in your brother's eye, but not the beam in your own eye. When you take the beam out of your own eye, then you will see clearly and take the speck out of your brother's eye." So in other words, when you judge others, what you're really doing is judging reflections of yourself. And that when you stop judging yourself, you will no longer see the judgments of your brothers and sisters. You will no longer judge other people. On page 53, verse 33, and I quote, Yahshua said, "What you will hear in your ear, in the other ear, proclaim from your rooftops. No one lights a lamp and puts it under a basket, nor in a hidden place. You will put it on a stand so that all who will come will go and see its light." So when we recognize this truth, we must share it with others. We must speak our truth with others, despite how much we're afraid. And that's what I'm doing here by sharing this truth with you. I've been holding on to this truth for many years and have been keeping it to myself out of fear of judgment. But now I recognize that what I was really doing was just preparing myself for these more expansive understandings of these concepts. The last verse in the gospel, the Gnostic book that I would like to share, the Gospel of Thomas, page 63, verse 77, and I quote, Yahshua said, "I am the light over all things. I am all. From me all has come forth, and to me all has reached. Split a piece of wood, I am there. Lift up the stone, and you will find me there," end quote. And what this means to me is that we are all living in Yahshua. Yahshua is the 5 elements, fire, air, water, earth, and then the ether element, and that we are all there. That if you look anywhere, you will find the 5 elements. You will find Yahshua waiting for us to discover him or it. The next book is the Unknown Life of Jesus Christ. And in this book, Nicholas Notovich was a Russian explorer who was traveling through Tibetan India in the 1800s. And he fell off his horse and broke his leg and was taken in by some monks, some lamas in these mountains. And during that time, they brought him some scrolls to look at, and the scrolls were about this character called Isa, who they said you would know as Jesus Christ. And in this book, we hear of some scrolls that were not included in the New Testament and some different perspectives of Jesus' teachings and life that we don't hear in the modern day testimonies. On page 52, verse 10, when Isa reached the age of 13 years, the time when an Israelite should take a wife, the house where his parents earned a livelihood by modest means of labor began to be a place of meeting for the rich and noble people who desired to have young Isa for a son-in-law, who was already well known by his edifying discourses in the name of the All-Powerful. It was then that Isa disappeared secretly from his father's house, left Jerusalem, and with a caravan of merchants went towards Sind, with the purpose of perfecting himself in the divine knowledge and of the studying of the laws of the great Buddhas. So as you can see here, in the book, The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ, it's believed that Jesus traveled to India and Tibet so that he could learn the secrets of the Buddhas and the ancient spiritual systems that they studied. On page 57, verses 1 to 5, and I quote, "The words of Isa were spread abroad among the heathen in the countries through which he traveled, and the people abandoned their idols. Seeing this, the priests demanded from him who glorified the name of their true God proofs of the reproaches that he had heaped upon them and the demonstration of the powerlessness of their idols in the presence of the people. And Isa replied to them, 'If your idols and animals are powerful and really possess a supernatural power, let them annihilate me on the spot.' 'Perform a miracle,' the priests answered him, 'and let thy God confound ours if they inspire him with disgust.' But Isa answered them, 'The miracles of our God began with the creation of the universe. They take place now every day, every moment, and whosoever does not see them is deprived of one of the most beautiful gifts of life. And it is not upon the pieces of animate stone or metal or wood that the anger of God will fall, but it will fall upon men, who must for their own safety destroy all the idols which they have made.'" So in this verse, Jesus or Isa or Yeshua is helping us understand that miracles happen every day, and that when we recognize the miracles that are already happening, we're more likely to experience the miracles that happen that are more clearly the big and interesting miracles that we all desire to experience. On page 60, verse 8, and I quote, "But as a newborn child recognizes in the dark its mother's breast, just so your people who have been led in error by your erroneous doctrine and religious ceremonies have recognized instinctively their Father in the God of whom I am the prophet." So Jesus is saying here that he is a prophet of God, not necessarily the Son of God or the one and only teacher of God, but that he is a prophet. And I believe that we all carry gifts of prophecy inside of us, and that if we're led to believe that we are actually capable of these miracles, that any of us can become channels of the divine. On page 61, verse 20, "Therefore I say unto you, fear the judgment day, for God will inflict a terrible punishment upon those who have forced his children to deviate from the true light and who have filled them with superstition and prejudice." So I take this to mean that Jesus is saying, fear the day in which God will inflict terrible punishment upon those who use fear to try to manipulate the people. Because at this time, the religions were using fear to try to manipulate the people into being afraid of God. But actually, what he's saying is that they should be afraid of God for inflicting this pain and fear and superstition into the people. On page 67, verse 7, "And Isa said, 'Do not believe in miracles performed by the hand of man, for he who commands nature is alone able to perform supernatural things, while man is powerless to soften the rage of winds and to distribute rain.'" So what he's saying here is that it is not he who is performing the miracles, it is God who performs the miracles through him. And it is always God that performs miracles. And when we recognize that and we surrender to this higher power, then miracles can be performed through us. This is the last verse I'll read from The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ, and probably my favorite. It's on page 69, verse 8. "Meanwhile, an old woman who had approached the crowd to hear Isa better was pushed aside by one of the disguised men who placed himself before her. Isa then said, 'It is not good for a son to push aside his mother so that he may occupy the front place which should be hers. Whoever does not respect his mother, the most sacred being after God, is unworthy of the name of the Son. Listen to these words. Respect woman, for she is the mother of the universe, and the truth of divine creation lies within her. She is the foundation of all that is good and beautiful, and also the germ of life and death. Upon her depends the whole life of man, for she is his moral and natural support in his labors. She gives birth to you amid suffering. By the sweat of her brow she attends your growth, and until her death you cause her the greatest anxiety. Bless her and adore her, for she is your only friend and support upon earth. Respect and defend her. In acting thus you will win her love and her heart, and you will please God, and many of your sins will be forgiven. Therefore love your wives and respect them, for they will be mothers tomorrow, and later elders of a whole nation. Be submissive to your wife. Her love ennobles a man, softens his hardened heart, tames the beast, and makes a lamb of it. Wife and mother are inestimable treasures bestowed of God. They are the most beautiful ornaments of the universe, and of them will be born all who shall inhabit the earth. Just as the God of armies formerly separated the light from darkness and the land from waters, so woman possesses the divine talent to separate the good from evil intentions in man. Therefore I say unto you, after God your best thoughts should belong unto women and to your wives. She is the divine temple where you will obtain easy, perfect happiness. Draw from this temple your moral force. There you will forget your troubles and your failures. There you will recover your wasted forces which are necessary in helping your neighbors. Do not expose her to humiliations, for thereby you humiliate yourself and lose the sentiment of love, without which nothing exists here below. Protect your wife, that she may protect you and all your family, and that you will do for your mother, your wife, and for your widow or another woman in distress, you shall have done for your God. I once heard an ancient Egyptian proverb that essentially said that nature, having seen the human soul as a manifestation of the Creator, wrapped herself around us and gave us a body to navigate around this earth. Nature is the mistress of God. She is the wife of the Creator. And in some modern day religions, we see that women are not respected as equals. They're not respected as valuable as men. But as you can see in these teachings, Jesus or Yeshua or Isa did not see it that way. He saw them as not only equal, but as right beside or right next to God on the throne. The next book I'd like to read from is the Bhagavad Gita. And in this book, it's a story of Krishna talking to the warrior Arjuna. And it's a Hindu scripture dated in the 2nd century BC, around the same time that Jesus Christ apparently lived on this planet. And so Arjuna is a prince, and Krishna is his guide and charioteer, who's giving him advice in a battle against his own family members, his cousins and his uncles that he's fighting against. And so on page 93, verse 41, Krishna says, and I quote, "Those who follow this path, resolving deep within themselves to seek me alone, attain singleness of purpose. For those who lack resolution, the decisions of life are many-branched and endless." So I take this to mean that when we seek the self within ourselves, the Krishna self, the Christ self, the Yeshua self, then we can find true resolution and singleness of purpose. The next verse I'd like to read is on page 120, verse 34 and 35. And I quote, "Approach those who have realized the purpose of life and question them with reverence and devotion. They will instruct you in this wisdom. Once you attain it, you will never again be deluded. You will see all creatures in the self and all in me." So again, Krishna is helping us understand that everything in the universe is actually the self manifested in different ways. Again, on page 129, verse 18, Krishna says, "Those who possess this wisdom have equal regard for all. They see the same self in a spiritual aspirant and an outcast, in an elephant, a cow, and a dog." So again, we're recognizing the self that exists in all as being equal, that we are all this self manifested individually and subjectively. On page 168, verse 22, Krishna says, "This Supreme Lord who pervades all existence, the true self of all creatures, may be realized through undivided love. There are two paths, Arjuna, which lead the soul, which the soul may follow at the time of death. One leads to rebirth and the other to liberation." So in other words, when we follow the path of cleansing ourselves or correcting ourselves, rather than being reborn into another life and continuing our karmic path, we can find liberation. We can become one with the self and avoid the hell of reincarnation. And that's what I believe hell actually is. I don't believe there's an actual hell. I believe that hell is just being reincarnated from starting over again. On page 175, verse 17, I am the father and mother of this universe, and its grandfather too. I am its entire support. I am the sum of all knowledge, the purifier, the syllable Om. I am the sacred scriptures, the Rig, Yajur, and Sama Vedas. So here I believe that Krishna is helping us recognize that Krishna is a manifestation of the mother and the father, the masculine and the feminine energy, just like Jesus said in the Gospel of Thomas when he said, when we make the two into one, the male and the female, and the female into male. On page 185 in chapter 10, Divine Splendor, verse 20, Krishna says, I am the true self in the heart of every creature, Arjuna, and the beginning, middle, and end of their existence. So again, the true self that exists inside of us all. On page 216, verses 1 to 2, Krishna says, the body is called a field, Arjuna. The one who knows it is called the knower of the field. This is the knowledge of those who know me. This is the knowledge of those who know. I am the knower of the field in everyone, Arjuna. Knowledge of the field and its knower is true knowledge. So again, Krishna is teaching us that he is the knower inside of us all, that he is the self inside of us all, the Christ, the Yeshua self inside of us all. So there is one more very vulnerable secret I want to share before we finish up this chapter, and this secret is a secret that I've shared with a very, very small number of people. You may recall that in my 5th ayahuasca ceremony, Mother Ayahuasca said that there is a Hebrew prophecy about me. And I spent the last 4 years studying these prophecies and really just kind of battling with what that means for me personally. And I learned that this character we call Jesus 2,000 years ago didn't actually fulfill the Hebrew prophecy. According to the Hebrew prophecy, a great leader will come that they call the Moshiach, Moshiach, and that he will bring peace to the people of Israel, and that the name Israel actually means the people who are triumphant with God, the chosen people of God, or God's people. And I believe this means anyone who believes in, surrenders to, and obeys the will of God. According to this Hebrew prophecy, this person will bring peace to the world, that they will be a leader who doesn't necessarily have to perform miracles, but who will be a leader that inspires people by his own example. Higher self, God or creator or conscious universe told me that I am a prophet with the potential of fulfilling this prophecy. I've had psychics and shamans come into my life and tell me this as well. I've been afraid to admit this in the world, especially considering my history, but I have no choice. I have to speak my truth. I have to inspire others to have the courage to speak their truth because it is my purpose. I don't believe that I am the Christian Messiah, but I believe that I am the Hebrew Moshiach. I believe that I am a reincarnation of this character who we call Jesus Christ, and that it's my job to learn this work and share it with others. I haven't been trained by the Essenes. I haven't been trained by spiritual masters my whole life, yet I have still found these secrets and have been able to create healing in my life and the lives of others. I believe that we are all the chosen one, that I am the leader in this movement, and that I am one of the first to have figured this out in our time, but I'm not the only one, and that there are many others who have figured this out even now, but that I am just standing up and taking action and leading by example. I'm meant to be an example of what's possible when we heal ourselves, what's possible when we have faith in a higher power. A child raised to understand what I know would be far more powerful and have a higher potential than I do. A child that's raised to understand the things that I understand will be far more powerful than I. I am simply here to share this truth of who and what we truly are inside. I'm here to share the truth of what I believe we are capable of. I am an initiator, and I am an initiate, a teacher and a student, and I believe that it's my purpose to initiate others into these secret sciences. I believe that we are all the higher self. I believe that we are all Yeshua, that we all have the power to cleanse ourselves and reach our own miraculous nature. I believe that we all have the power of the Creator inside of us, that we are all children of the divine, and that when we surrender to this truth, miracles really are possible in our lives. Chapter 4, Purpose. I always felt deep inside that I had a big purpose in my life. In fact, I believe that we all have a big purpose and a big contribution to make to the world. And for a lot of my life, I almost let society beat it out of me. I could always feel deep inside, my whole life since I was a child, that I had a purpose to change the world. When Mother Ayahuasca told me in my 5th ayahuasca ceremony that the Hebrew prophecies were about me, and that I was this leader, and that I was going to start a religion that was going to change the world, I experienced a lot of pain and suffering. I thought, there's no way that I'm going to be able to say this out loud. There's no way that I'm going to be able to say this to anyone. But then when I experienced it in ceremony after ceremony after ceremony, I could no longer deny it anymore. When shamans and psychics were reflecting back the same thing to me, I couldn't deny my purpose any longer. I believe that our past is the key to our purpose. I believe that if we look at the experiences we've gone through in our life, we can find the golden thread that helps us understand how we're here to contribute in the world. Everything that I've ever experienced in my life led me to this moment. I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't experience everything that I've gone through. Looking back, I recognize that I was always living on purpose. I believe that my purpose is to inspire a new way to think about life, the universe, our planet, and ourselves. I believe it's to offer a very simplified way of understanding complex spiritual truths and to help people love and forgive themselves at a deeper level. I believe that my purpose is to climb to the highest state of consciousness possible and to share my path with others. Now, I'm not saying that I'm at that state of consciousness now, but I am saying that I will never stop until I get there. I have been guided to share this truth now where I'm at on my path so that when people listen to this book and they see where I'm at and where I've come from, that they can be inspired by my path. Because I believe that's what we're here to do. I believe that we're here to inspire others with our path, that we're here to inspire others by our own example. It's not what I say, but how I live that will inspire others to follow me. It's not the material in this book, but the way I apply it to my life and my relationships to others that will inspire others to do the same. I believe that we are all superhuman rock star warriors pretending to be just human. I believe that we are all Christs. We are all Krishnas. We are all Yeshua and Horus, and I'm not the first to say it. The prophet Paul said, "So we, being many, are one body in Christ and individually members of one another." Romans 12:5. Jesus said, and I quote, "that all of them may be one, Father, just as you are in me and I am in you. May they also be in us, so that the world may believe that you have sent me. And the glory which thou gavest me I have given them, and they may be one even as we are one. I and them, thou in me, that they may be made perfect in one, and that the world may know that thou hast sent me, and hast loved them as thou loved me." John 17:21-23. And again, Timothy 2:5, "For there is one God, and there is one mediator between God and humanity, the man Jesus Christ." Or I could say, the higher self, Jesus Christ. I believe that my purpose is to contribute to unifying the world through this truth, to inspire others to become miracle workers, prophets, and Moshiachs by doing the work and becoming their most authentic selves. I believe that what I have discovered is the unifying principle beneath all religions, that when we look deep enough, we can see that we are all unified in this very simple classification system of the universe, that we are all the elements. And whether you call it Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, Jainism, Hinduism, Taoism, it doesn't matter. We are all the self. We are all that one being manifesting as humans. And I believe that my purpose is to challenge our world leaders to face their fears, to rise to higher standards so that we can create the world that I know we're capable of. I believe that we can all rise to this level and find the truth inside of us. So my question to you is, what is your purpose? What's the golden thread behind all of your experiences? Why are you here on this planet? Why are you listening to this book, and why did it come to you? What mission do you have burning in your soul? What is the purpose you're here to bless our world with? What is the greatness you're here to achieve? What's the example you're here to set so that others may follow your path? What is the greatness that exists inside of you? What is the secret that you have to share with us? Chapter 5, Tribe. I once heard that we are the average of the 5 people we spend the most time around. And having a community is one of the most important things that's kept me aligned in my life. Aristotle once said, the mind has a mechanism of self-contradiction. So this idea creates the image for me of a sand castle in the wind. I could spend hours building a sand castle, but if I leave it long enough, the wind will destroy it. And likewise, no matter how powerful an experience is, if I don't continue to feed that experience with positive thoughts and powerful conversations, then the experience will begin to disintegrate in my mind. I know that no matter how inspired I feel, that if I was to go through this journey alone, that I would find myself continually struggling. Having a community is the only thing that kept me going. When I first started putting my truth out there, I got rejected at first. I had friends that I've had my whole life and family members reject me even publicly. I was criticized by people I've known my whole life and people that I don't even know at all. But as I continued to persevere, even through the judgment, my tribe began to emerge. And I can say now that those who are for me far outweigh those who are against me. When I was a teenager, I had my music tribe. I had the people that I played music with and the bands that I was in. When I was training martial arts, I had my martial arts tribe. When I used to go to bars, I had my drinking tribe, and when I worked at nightclubs, I had my nightclub tribe. When I was competing in mixed martial arts, I had my mixed martial arts tribe, but still something was missing. I still felt like my true, authentic tribe hadn't showed up yet. Rich Litvin once said, if you can't find a community, create one. And so that's what I began to do. I began to put my truth out there through blogs, through videos, through live confessions, and I led by example. I didn't wait for my tribe to emerge. I began to lead my tribe, even though in the beginning it was just me. I studied books like How to Win Friends and Influence People and learned about socializing and communication, which I'm still learning about. I studied dating and the psychology between men and women. I learned about relationships and leadership. I put myself out there, I leaned into my edge, and I continued to do the deep work. I found people aligned with my goals and dreams, and I began to build community. The first community I created that I'm particularly proud of is the Society of Unism. This is the religion I created when I wanted to bring ayahuasca to Canada. Now, I knew that if I was going to do this properly, I would actually have to have a real religion. So I chose the name the Society of Unism because unism is a play on words. It's spelled Younism, as in you are the creator of your experience. You are the God of your reality. You are the holy child. You are the chosen one. This is the message that God has given me to share with the world. This is the message that God tells me that Christ was sharing with the world, that Krishna was sharing with the world, that Horus was sharing with the world, that we are all manifestations of the Mother and the Father, that we are all divine children of God, and the way that you find that path and the way that truth emerges for you is unique to you, and that I can't give you the answers. I am not here to preach a way. I am only here to exhibit a way, to show my way so that you can find yours. Because the true way is that you have your own way. At least that's what I've been told, and that's the message that I'm here to share with the world. The next tribe I created was the Authenticity Dojo. Alen and I created this tribe and began to bring people together from all over to play authentic relating games, to participate in breathwork and plant medicine ceremonies, to have potlucks and coaching intensives. But as the dojo closed, I felt myself still searching for that tribe. While listening to the book Tribes by Seth Godin, I recognized that that's really all I was looking for, was just a tribe. And so I developed the social enterprise organization called The Tribe. The Tribe is a place where people come to discover and become their most authentic selves. We create space for people to discover this part of themselves and practice being it. We host bi-weekly authenticity intensives where the tribe leaders and I lead our members to discovering their most authentic selves so they can live their most authentic lives. We host monthly authentic relating games free for everyone to come and experience deep social connections in authentic ways with people they've never met before. We host social events. We have a free social media app and even a free community membership so that we can serve everyone. As a social enterprise organization, 50% of our programming is free and goes back into the community. We have a private inner tribe membership for the people who want to go deeper. All of my tribe leaders are initiates. They're initiated into the sacred sciences. They're initiated into these shamanic healing rituals and practices. We're not just coaches, we're not just magicians, we're not just healers, we're superhuman healers. We're superhuman individuals that are connecting to that part of ourselves. And we can lead others to discover these aspects of themselves as well. Some people go to church, but I go to tribe. Now the word church comes from the ancient Greek word ekosla, which essentially means community. There is power in numbers. There is power in community when we're surrounded by a group of people who share the ideas and the insights that we share, then we continue to build on them. I can't even count how many times that Alen and I, or Julie and I, or Crystal and I have had conversations where I talk about something I've learned, and just by having a conversation with them, I learn it at a deeper level. Having a tribe is the secret to success in life. Napoleon Hill, in the quote I told you earlier about the mastermind concept, is when two people come together, a third mind or a third force is created. 1 + 1 = 3. There is power in numbers. And I believe that if we work together, we can discover and become our authentic selves and inspire others to do the same. That is my purpose. That is my purpose in this world, is to access my own authentic self so that others can find that part of themselves, and so that we can transform our world. It's not necessary to convince anyone of anything. It's not necessary to preach anything to anyone. It's only necessary to find my own truth and inspire people with my example. So I have a challenge for you. I have a challenge for you moving forward from this experience that we've gone through together, from this deep ceremony that we've both participated in. My first challenge to you is to either join or form a tribe of your own. Either join a tribe of people like you who get what you understand and who share your ideas, or if you can't find one, create one. Create a tribe where you can inspire and lead others with your example. My next challenge for you is to pay it forward. If this book has inspired you in some way, please share it with others. If it inspires you at a deep level, find others who it inspires as well and have conversations about the material. Follow the breadcrumbs I've left for you and challenge my theories. I don't expect you to believe everything I've said. I don't expect you to trust anything that I've shared with you. I expect you to challenge me. In fact, I even challenge you to prove me wrong. My next challenge to you is to have deep conversations with people. Open up and share your truth with the world. Don't hide your light. Don't put it under a blanket. Put it on the top of a rooftop for all to see. And if you feel called, please join us in the tribe. It's free to join. You can visit www.thetribe.me. Join us, post in our social media app, and tell the other members why you're there and what you expect to get out of it. We post daily engagement questions to keep you focused, to keep you inspired, and to keep you living your most authentic life. If you would like to contribute to my efforts of getting this message out there in the world, you can visit rickygoodall.com/contribution and contribute to this movement, either by donating or by offering some other kind of service or product that you think could help us. And finally, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me the space to share my truth and my story. Just by sharing my truth with you, I'm living my purpose. And so I thank you for creating the space to help me live my purpose. If you're somebody who is tired of being indoctrinated and you would like to become initiated, send me a message. Maybe we can start having that conversation. You can email me at ricky@rickygoodall.com. Now, I will warn you that initiation is no joke. It's a very deep and powerful process, and once it begins, it can't be stopped. Once we start down that path, there's no turning back. It is the path to freedom and liberation. It is the true embodiment of wisdom and understanding, and once we turn the switch on, we can't turn it off. Thank you for joining me on this journey. Thank you for putting yourself out there by going through this experience, and please, if this information resonates with you, share it with others. Join the movement and find your authentic self. Earlier in the book, I promised that I would sing the chant that came to me through ceremony. And this chant was originally inspired by the middle pillar ritual in the Kabbalistic systems, but it's a little bit modified. And the chants came to me through ceremony, and I was guided to sing this chant when performing ceremonies for others. In Peru, the shamans sing Icaros in the Spanish and Quechua languages, but this chant is in the Hebrew language. And so there are 5 verses and 2 sets of verses. And in the first set of verses, the verses are Eheye, Yod-He Vav-He, Yaheshua Elohim, Shaddai El-Kai, Adonai Haaretz. Loosely translated, these mean, I am that I am, the Almighty God, the holy child of the gods, the Almighty living God, the Lord God of earth. In the second verse, second set of verses, it's Ate, Yod-He Vav-He, Yaheshua Elohim, Shaddai El-Kai Adonai Haaretz, which essentially means thou art the Almighty God, the holy child of the gods, the Almighty living God, the Lord God of earth. And so as I sing these verses, I imagine that I'm integrating these concepts into my mind at the same time. I imagine that they represent each of the 5 elements, Eheye representing the ether element, Yod-He Vav-He representing the air element, Yaheshua Elohim representing the fire element, Shaddai El-Kai representing the water element, and Adonai Haaretz representing the earth element. As I sing these chants, I imagine the ether element vibrating at my third eye or at my forehead. I imagine the air element vibrating at my throat chakra or in my throat area. I imagine the fire element vibrating at my solar plexus. I imagine the water element vibrating at my around my genitals or my pelvic area, and I imagine the earth element resonating or vibrating at my perineum. And each time I sing these chants, I'm envisioning these lights lighting on. I envision these elements lighting up and burning away all impurities. So I'm going to perform that chant for you now, and I'd like to thank you for coming on this journey with me and for allowing me the space to live my purpose by sharing this truth with you. I hope it served you in some way. Hey, hey, hey. Yod, hey, vav, hey. Yaheshua Elohim. Shaddai. Adonai Haaretz, Ate, Yod, He, Vav, He, Yaheshua